Standing at the crossroads, awaiting the traffic lights, Hien intended to alleviate the fatigue of his overtime work by watching a short video. However, as soon as he opened the app, he was met with a shocking skit that left him utterly unprepared. After working late into the night, he was already exhausted. How could a simple attempt to relax lead him to such misfortune? It genuinely dampened his spirits. Suddenly, a deafening sound pierced the air. A large truck, accompanied by a spine-chilling screech of brakes, barreled towards Hien. He looked up to see a blinding light, and in an instant, he lost consciousness, faintly hearing the murmurs of unfamiliar men around him. "Comrade, I thought it was a speed bump." "It's not. Matters like this are best discussed with my insurance. You have no idea. We are all struggling to live." Upon hearing these familiar phrases, Hien felt an unsettling chill run through him, as if he were submerged in darkness, his heart heavy with despair. It was not difficult to deduce. He had met with a tragic fate while waiting at the traffic light. "Wait, help me. I'm not dead yet." Hien screamed internally, yet received no response. Oh well, there's nothing in this world which feels like a relentless grind worth clinging to anymore. No, wait, my phone isn't formatted yet. Just as he was about to surrender, concern for the study materials on his phone prompted a final cry from within. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when Hien finally opened his eyes to the light once more. To his astonishment, he realized his vision had worsened significantly. The world around him appeared blurred. The stark white ceiling and the bright lights above, coupled with the pungent scent of disinfectant, made it clear. He was in hospital? He exhaled a sigh of relief, but was soon engulfed by an odd sensation. A few figures appeared before him. Though their outlines were indistinct, it was apparent from the white coats that they were hospital staff. What felt strange was the realization that he seemed to be cradled in someone's arms. Why? Have I become so small? Hien tried to shout a national treasure, only to be shocked to discover that his voice emerged as the cries of an infant. "Congratulations, clan leader Fugaku. Lady Makoto has blessed you with 2 boys." The nurse, holding the children, leaned down to convey her congratulations to Uchiha Fugaku. "Makoto, you've worked hard." Fugaku's expression remained stern, revealing no hint of emotion, except for his eldest son, Itachi, who sensed their father's mood was relatively good. Mother gave birth to twin brothers. Itachi, in high spirits, gazed at the 2 squalling infants in the nurse's arms, a rare smile gracing his face. "Children, let me see my children." Uchiha Makoto spread her arms towards the nurse, her voice weak yet filled with vigor. Meanwhile, Hien, being handled by the nurses, was increasingly anxious due to his inability to comprehend his surroundings or the conversations taking place. What are these people talking about? What is happening now? Rebirth? Reincarnation? Or perhaps a crossover? "Father, you haven't named the 2 brothers yet? Let's name them Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Yen." Seasons changed, and before he knew it, 6 years had slipped by. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Uchiha Yen, with a serious expression reminiscent of his father Fugaku, leaned toward Itachi and asked earnestly, "In Onneversus 7 scenario, tell me the truth. If one day, only I or Sasuke could survive, who would you choose?" Sitting in the courtyard, Itachi, upon hearing his younger brother's usual inquiry, pretended to ponder deeply, then responded in a similarly grave tone. "That situation will never occur." Faced with his precocious younger brother, Itachi felt a throbbing headache. Ever since Yen became aware of his surroundings, he frequently approached Itachi with peculiar questions. Sometimes, he would ask who Itachi would save if both he and Sasuke fell into a river. Such bizarre inquiries became a routine. Initially, Itachi answered earnestly, but as time passed, he learned to respond with a seemingly serious demeanor to placate his younger brother. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, the idea of drowning in a river was utterly absurd. Each time Yen heard Itachi's responses, he would nod in understanding and then turn to head home. During those moments, Itachi would return home only to be reprimanded by their father, who would scold him for bullying his younger brother. "I understand." After receiving Itachi's perfunctory answer once again, Yen did not rush inside to complain to their parents. His head hung low, eyes dimmed, and his demeanor was filled with regret. Unbeknownst to him, his youthful expression struck a tender chord in Itachi's heart. All Itachi wanted was to seize his brother and pinch his adorable cheeks. However, in the next moment, Yin abruptly lifted his head, stretching his neck towards the house as if it could reach miles, and shouted, "Father, this guy said you're not a good clan leader." As soon as the words left his mouth, their father's stern voice echoed from within the house. "Yin, come here for a moment." "Uchiha Itachi." "Here we go again." With a resigned smile, Itachi raised his hand, intending to ruffle Yan's hair, but the moment he attempted to do so, Yin nimbly dodged. "I have matters to attend to. It'll take you and Sasuke to practice shuriken throwing this afternoon. Be sure to come." Itachi dusted off his clothes and, as he stood up, rummaged through his pockets, producing a few bills to hand to Yin. "Don't tell Sasuke." Yin hesitated for a mere 0.01 seconds before accepting his brother's offering. "All right, I'm very discreet." Itachi chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter as he walked towards the living room. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Yin stood rooted in place, lost in thought as he watched Itachi's retreating figure. Since gaining awareness, he realized that he had unexpectedly found himself in the world of Naruto due to an accident. He could even accept his new name and was ready to embrace a fresh start. But why must I be born into the Uchiha clan, especially as Sasuke's twin brother? Due to the passage of time, Yin had forgotten many details, only vaguely recalling that shortly after Sasuke began attending school, the entire Uchiha clan met their demise. One of the culprits was none other than his elder brother. As for why he constantly posed hypothetical questions to Itachi, it was merely a means of trying to foresee the future. The night of the massacre should be a year away. Survival had become Yan's primary concern. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled the negativity weighing on his chest, raising a hand to pat his cheek, as if to encourage or comfort himself, murmuring, "It's all right. It's all right. The Uchiha clan is filled with geniuses. Perhaps in a year, I might even awaken a Sharingan." As he spoke, Yin ultimately felt a wave of despair wash over him, lying back on the ground, radiating a sense of hopelessness. "Damn it. In a year, I might as well be a ghost." Big congratulations, host, on binding with the immortal Emperor system. This system shall safeguard your growth, assisting you in ascending to the pinnacle within this perilous realm of cultivation. The system, the golden finger has awakened. Wait. Hold on. Something is amiss. What did it just say? The realm of cultivation. Chapter 2. The system. Something is amiss. Uchiha Yan's smile gradually emerged, yet before it could escalate into a wild laughter, it abruptly halted. What is this system? It feels rather abstract. Yin thought he might have misheard, swiftly flipping over to rise from the ground, walking as he patiently attempted to explain to the system. There must be an error, right? This is the world of Hokage where ninjas soar with their hands clasped behind their backs. As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his blood to surge and his eyes to gleam with excitement. Could it be that the rewards from the system are techniques and treasures from the realm of immortality? Imagining this, Uchiha Yin envisioned a future where he could shatter stars with a single hand and suppress the Otsutsuki clan. The mere notion of the Uchiha clan's annihilation might seem trivial. Upon emerging from his daydream, his expression shifted to one of arrogance. He cast a disdainful glance at the red and white ping-pong paddle family crest not far away, scoffing as he spat on the ground. What a pathetic excuse for a Mangeki Sharingan. I'm done with this. From this moment forth, I shall defy the heavens. The system appeared rather unintelligent, unable to respond to his queries, leaving him to glean insights from what resembled a game interface. Status, achievements, inventory, quests, without a moment's hesitation. Yin clicked on status to investigate. Name, Uchiha Yin. Age, 6. Cultivation, none. Techniques, none. Physique, none. Spirit stones, none. The relentless onslaught of none struck him with a sense of powerlessness akin to mockery. While he could accept the absence of techniques, could they not at least acknowledge his Uchiha bloodline under physique? Every word on the status bar seemed to deride his insignificance within the realm of immortality. No matter, one step at a time, one bite at a time. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. Today's weakness does not signify anything. In the future, he might indeed ascend to immortality and become an ancestor, reaching the pinnacle of the world. Yin remained optimistic, understanding it was only natural for a cultivation system to look down upon the powers of the ninja world. As for physique, it could only imply innate body types like the Tao body or the primordial sacred body. Indeed, the system is quite impressive. He decided to explore further. Clicking on Achievements, a failure notification promptly sounded. This feature will unlock after obtaining the first achievement. Upon seeing this, Yin calmly nodded. Reasonable. If it were too easy to unlock, he would question the system's strength. A system that requires a bit of effort to unlock surely signifies vast potential for himself in the future. Continuing on, he sought to discover if there were any beginner's gift packs. Opening the inventory option, a dazzling golden gift box appeared within the 30 by 10 grid. Beginner's gift pack. Can be opened at Chi Refining Stage 1. At this, Yan's smile gradually faded. He took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. A minor obstacle. A minor obstacle. The Chi Refining Stage should not be too difficult. According to the usual narrative, completing the first novice task typically grants a boost to cultivation. Yes, advancing to the Chi Refining Stage should not pose a significant challenge. Once again adjusting his mindset, Yan shifted his gaze to the quest's icon, pondering the nature of his first task. For a novice mission, should he challenge Naruto Uzumaki? Or perhaps face Zabuza Momochi? Or even defeat Itachi Uchiha? The difficulty of these tasks felt rather high. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Naruto, but the current sensitivity surrounding the Uchiha clan made it complicated. How he wished he could challenge Sasuke instead. That way, he could wait until his brother fell asleep, pull his blanket, and give him a good beating to complete the task. Yan earnestly prayed in his heart, invoking every deity he knew. Then hurried back inside to wash his hands thoroughly before clicking on the quest's icon. Upon entering the realm of immortality, even mortals should possess the courage to seek the Tao. Even the smallest ant should harbor the ambition to shake the tree. A humble origin is not a disgrace. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true man. Ding. Beginner task activated. Task. A large number of Rift Sky Demon Hounds have been detected within the current vicinity, causing distress to the populace. Please show them a lesson. Defeat 10 Rift Sky Demon Hounds to intimidate the surrounding evil spirits. Reward. Improve physique. Increase 100 chance of entering Chi Refining Stage. And enhance 50 success rate of Foundation Establishment. Uchiha Yan. After repeatedly studying the task panel, Yan's countenance darkened, and silence enveloped him. He slowly moved to sit at the stone table in the courtyard, lowering his head in contemplation. From the origins of humanity to the trisolar system invasion of Earth. After a lengthy pause, Yan took a deep breath. What a splendid mess. What on earth has this system detected? When did Konoha Village ever have such terrifying beings as Rift Sky Demon Hounds? System, answer me. In a world of Hokage, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, where on earth am I supposed to find these dreadfully fearsome Rift Sky Demon Hounds? Yan, you lazy bum. At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly appeared at his side, dressed in blue attire and black pants. His small face bore a serious and angry expression as he gazed at his twin brother, who was dawdling in the courtyard, evoking the disappointment of an elder towards a younger sibling. However, the puppy he cradled in his arms severely undermined that authoritative demeanor. As sons of the Uchiha clan leader, we must diligently train to uphold the honor of our entire clan. Yan gazed ahead blankly, his eyes devoid of luster, completely uninterested in responding to Sasuke's words. Is the Uchiha clan's honor merely wetting the bed? The bland tone, coupled with the shameful truth, felt like an invisible blade piercing through Sasuke's heart, leaving him feeling cold and causing his cheeks to redden visibly. Nonsense. That on the blanket was merely water I spilled while drinking last night. I did not wet the bed. Sasuke shouted vehemently, as if hoping that the force of his voice could drown out the truth of last night's mishap. Just then, Mei-chin, passing through the corridor, overheard her younger son's words, covering her mouth as she chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Yan. It was clearly Sasuke who had wet the bed, yet he boldly accused his brother of the deed early in the morning. Mei-chin, well aware that Yan would never do such a thing, understood he was merely trying to care for Sasuke's fragile feelings. What a good child, not wishing to interrupt the two brothers. Mei-chin turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare hot tea for the father and son talking in the living room. You can play by yourself. Today, I have no intention of hanging out with you. Yan was quite annoyed, his mind consumed with questioning his inept system, having no inclination to engage with his brother. Uchiha Yan, who said I wanted your company? Sasuke shouted defiantly, though his expression was filled with grievance as he turned away, cradling the stray puppy, and headed towards his room. Wait, Sasuke, what are you holding in your arms? Chapter 3. Journey to the lair of the Rift Sky Demon Dog. As Sasuke stepped out, he heard a voice behind him, causing him to pause momentarily. The sense of disappointment that had settled in him transformed abruptly upon hearing Yan's words. Yet, recalling the irritating remarks that had just escaped this person's lips, anger flared within Sasuke once more. Humph, my matters are none of your concern. Though he uttered these words, his body, initially turned away from Yan, had already pivoted to face him directly, adjusting the little dog nestled in his arms as a gesture of greeting. While his words conveyed nothing, his actions clearly introduced his new companion to Yan. The Uchiha clan held a notorious reputation within the village. Villagers recoiled from them as if they were harbingers of misfortune. Consequently, typical Uchiha children had few friends outside their clan. In essence, the descendants of the Uchiha clan intermarried, leading to a cycle of isolation. Outsiders could not endure their presence, and the Uchiha in turn found it difficult to relate to others. With scant companionship, and under the stern eye of their father, Fugaku, who advised them to maintain distance from the village children and even from their own kin, Sasuke found himself lonely. He yearned for friendship, at times. Watching other children laugh and play ignited a deep-seated envy within him. However, with a strict father dictating that his words and actions should prioritize the clan, Sasuke sought solace in a stray dog found by the roadside. Initially, Sasuke had no intention of engaging with Yen, particularly after the latter had made a fool of him earlier. Yet, upon noticing Yan's gaze fixated on the small dog in his arms, a sense of pride swelled within him. "Beg me. If you do, I might let you hold it." Sasuke felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to share his newfound friend with his twin brother. As the elder sibling, it was only natural for him to look after his brother. Even if Yen often proclaimed himself the elder. "Return it. Wherever it came from, send it back." Yan's tone was unexpectedly grave, his serious demeanor startling Sasuke. While he was indifferent to Sasuke's penchant for pets, he understood that above all, they were Uchiha clan members. From a young age, Yen had observed the children of their clan, noting that many would take on pets at various stages. Cats, dogs, birds, countless creatures came and went. Yet, without exception, these pets met tragic ends, often displayed gruesomely before the children. Most of the children, witnessing such horrors, would awaken to the reality of their clan's cruel intentions, designed to elicit strong emotional responses that would hasten the awakening of their Sharingan. Yen found such tactics despicable, and he was determined not to let his somewhat simple-minded brother endure such a dreadful experience. Upon hearing Yan's words, rage surged through Sasuke, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He shot Yen a furious glare, turned on his heel, and stormed toward his room. Yet Yen was unwilling to let him leave. He seized the back of Sasuke's collar and yanked him back. Sasuke, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground, instinctively protecting the small dog rather than retaliating against Yen. "Give it here." Yen lightly tapped Sasuke's arm, then grasped the tender flesh at the nape of the dog's neck. The dog yelped in pain, and to Sasuke, the sound resonated like the shattering of glass within his heart, igniting his fury. "Yen, let it go?" Sasuke sprang to his feet, snatching a small stone from the ground and hurling it at Yen. With a slight sidestep, Yen effortlessly avoided the incoming projectile, maintaining his silence as he strode toward the door. He casually ruffled the dog's fur before tossing it outside with a fluid motion. By the time Sasuke registered what had happened and dashed after him, he found Yen leaning against the entrance, clearly intent on preventing his exit. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the obstacle before him, and through gritted teeth declared, "Yen, I will never acknowledge you again." However, as he spoke, Yen's expression shifted dramatically. He swung open the door and darted outside, swiftly retrieving the dog that had not strayed far. At this moment, Yen fixated on the system prompt before him, falling into a long silence. Beep. Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Dog. Mission progress 110. Rift. Sky. Demon Dog? Yen scrutinized the small dog before him, puzzled, as he failed to discern any connection between the creature and the ominous title. Not even a hint. The little dog stretched its limbs, eyes filled with a pitiful innocence, even with the imposing presence of Yen. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke snatched the dog away, making a stealthy retreat back to his room, while Yen remained momentarily stunned. "I understand now. This system likely has a cognitive impairment." Yen stroked his chin, arriving at this conclusion with mock seriousness. The task was abstract yet undeniably a beginner's challenge. Setting aside the peculiar name of the Rift Sky Demon Dog, he could simply venture outside to find a few dogs to complete the task. Excellent. This task is not daunting at all. With renewed determination, Yen dashed back to his room. If Sasuke could find a stray dog, then surely he would know where to locate more. Upon entering his room, he discovered Sasuke crouched in the corner, feeding the earlier stray dog milk. Yen patiently lingered at the door for 5 minutes until Sasuke finished, then entered and tugged at his brother's arm, attempting to pull him outside. Sasuke forcefully shook off Yen's grip, adopting a cold expression as he prepared to unleash his wrath. "Let go of me, Uchiha Yen. I swear, from this moment forth, I will never." Just as he reached the pivotal moment of his declaration, Yen produced a banknote and waved it enticingly before Sasuke. This sudden turn of events immediately subdued Sasuke's voice. He faltered, swallowing his words as he instinctively reached out for the money. Yen, however, deftly lifted it just out of reach, leaving Sasuke grasping at air. "Keeping a dog is acceptable. Just don't keep it at home." Sasuke initially believed he was being toyed with, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet upon hearing Yan's words, he felt a rush of conflicting emotions bubble up within him, stifling his anger. However, the fact that Yen was willing to allow him to keep a dog was truly delightful. Having vented his frustrations, Sasuke felt that lowering his head would be too humiliating. He seized the banknote from Yan's hand and casually stowed it in his pocket, feigning indifference. "Today, I won't hold it against you. After all, I am your elder brother." Yen scoffed dismissively in response. "I was born a minute before you." Chapter 4. The benefits of achieving titles. "You are talking nonsense," Sasuke retorted, his neck stiff and his face flushed, avoiding Hyen's gaze. "Must we be so meticulous about our brotherhood?" Hyen rolled his eyes, unwilling to continue this argument, fearing that Sasuke might lose his composure. "Let's go. Take the dog outside to raise it, and show me if there are any other puppies around." The decision to keep the dog outside was a reluctant measure. From the moment Sasuke had found the puppy, their father likely already knew, and it might have even been his doing. Sasuke felt elated, as Hyen's words indicated acceptance of his new friend, and he was thrilled to share this joy with Hyen. However, it wasn't too long before Sasuke began to feel conflicted, recalling his promise to his brother to train together in the afternoon. Come on, if you don't hurry, give me back my money, Heian urged, standing at the doorway while Sasuke stood frozen in place. His mind was set on completing the novice task and truly embarking on the path of cultivation. Chakra and all that. I'm done with it. Over the years, he had indeed put in effort to train, even being praised by that one guy for being a genius of the Uchiha clan. His chakra was not as abundant as those individuals later in the series who could summon anything with a clap of their hands. However, having arrived in this world with memories from his past life and possessing an extraordinary mental fortitude, he excelled remarkably in chakra control, without any deliberate training. His control was already on par with Itachi Uchiha. Yet, when truly facing the illusionist prodigy Itachi, Heian realized just how formidable he truly was. At least in every encounter. He could never detect when Itachi had cast his illusions. From that moment on, Heian understood that if he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, there might be a chance to defeat Itachi. Recognizing that it was unrealistic to awaken it before the night of the massacre, his training became less intense, focusing instead on joyful learning. However, now that he had a system and an opportunity for cultivation, he was determined to strive for it. As for why he needed Sasuke's assistance in completing tasks, it was primarily because the puppies were easier to manage. It was well known that the dogs of Konoha possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Moreover, they often traveled in packs. He could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed from a confrontation with a group of ninja dogs. You're dreaming, Sasuke exclaimed in indignation, yet complied and picked up the puppy as they left the house together. The two walked along the streets of Konoha, arriving at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan territory approximately 10 minutes later, which also marked the boundary of the village. Heian, it's over there. This is a place where stray dogs frequently appear. I've heard that the Inuzuka family's dogs often roam here. Those puppies must have been abandoned by them. Is it possible those dogs are the wild offspring of the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs? Young Sasuke, having few friends, was more innocent in thought than his peers. Noticing Heian's silence, he assumed his brother also wanted to adopt a puppy and began to carefully select one for Heian. Heian, what do you think of that black and white puppy? With just a bit of training, we could. Sasuke pointed towards a few puppies frolicking in the distance, patiently describing each one's characteristics. However, as he spoke, he turned to find Heian had mysteriously disappeared from where he stood. When he turned back, Heian was already wrestling a few puppies to the ground, gleefully rubbing their bellies. Oh. The sight of Heian's mischievous face bullying the pups was too much for Sasuke to bear. Heian, what are you doing? Have you no compassion? Heian ignored Sasuke's accusations, fully engrossed in the system notifications. Ding! Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Dog. Task Progress 210. Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Dog. Task Progress 310. Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Dog. Task Progress 410. Completely invested, Heian transformed into a ruthless task machine. Even when Sasuke rushed in, he could not deter Heian from continuing his playful torment of the stray puppies. Eventually, Sasuke, with no other options, clung to Heian's leg, prompting him to cease his antics. Of course, Heian's main reason for stopping was that the task had already been completed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, improved constitution. 100 increased chance for chi refining initiation, 50 increased success rate for foundation establishment. As the task concluded, Heian slowly closed his eyes, anticipating the arrival of the system's powers. The notion of improving his constitution sounded incredibly impressive. However, after a full 10 minutes, aside from the addition of 2 lines of buffs in his status menu, nothing else seemed to change. There were no miraculous growth spurts or dramatic transformations. Just as Heian prepared to express his frustration with the system, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement. Enemy of the Rift Sky Demon Dogs. Enemy of the Rift Sky Demon Dogs. By continuously defeating the Rift Sky Demon Dogs, you have now become their nemesis. Wearing this achievement title grants a 200 cultivation boost. Uchiha Heian stood there, meticulously examining the achievement he had just acquired, utterly perplexed. What baffled him further was the sensation that the rewards from the task seemed less beneficial than this so-called achievement. After all, it offered a 200 boost to cultivation. How should he proceed with his training now? Should he focus on practicing chakra or diligently hone his ninjutsu? At this moment, Heian was yet unaware that a swarm of stray dogs and ninja dogs from all over Konoha was converging upon his and Sasuke's location. Aru, woof woof woof. Yuo. Thousands of ninja dogs galloped down the streets of Konoha, causing the entire village to tremble, all driven by a single thought. To teach a lesson to that ignorant fellow. They were determined to make him understand that the dignity of dogs should not be trampled upon by others. Heian, I think you've gone too far. Sasuke followed behind, greatly disapproving of Heian's earlier mistreatment of the puppies. What is the big deal? I was just petting them. Heian replied nonchalantly. Yet, when he suddenly spotted a massive cloud of dust rising in the distance, accompanied by the relentless barking of dogs, he was instantly frightened, seizing Sasuke and turning to flee. Damn, is this the rule of the cultivation world? You mess with the young, and the old come for you, huh? It wasn't merely the pursuit of the ninja dogs that left him speechless. Hyen soon realized that the 200 boost he had just acquired was beginning to take effect. Chapter 5. Youth, Passion, and Dogs. Have you heard? The two children of the Uchiha clan leader are being chased around the village by dogs. Haha, it's utterly hilarious. Such disgrace for the prodigious Uchiha clan. Indeed, being the clan leader's sons, they pale in comparison to Uchiha Itachi. Recently, tales of Uchiha Fugaku's twin sons being pursued by dogs throughout the village have become a source of amusement. They have become the village's laughingstock. At this moment, two small figures darted through the streets of Konoha at an almost imperceptible speed. They weaved between rooftops, vaulting over walls and utility poles with agility. Despite their disheveled appearance, they retained the composure characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Were it not for the large ninja hounds chasing them from behind, the villagers might not have recognized them as the clan's embarrassing offspring. Only Mike Guy, who was undergoing his regular training, witnessed this spectacle and was moved to tears, overwhelmed by the fervor of youth. Youngsters, who would have thought you, as members of the Uchiha clan, would exhibit such spirited passion? Oh dear, I must run 100 laps around the village today. His peculiar exclamation caused discomfort among those present, prompting them to distance themselves from this eccentric man, fearing that their children might be influenced negatively. Meanwhile, the two individuals being pursued deftly bypassed the crowd, including a certain green-clad figure, and sprinted ahead. Sasuke swung his arms, his legs moving so swiftly they left behind traces in the air. Woof! Whoosh! Suddenly, two large ninja hounds leapt from the rooftop beside Sasuke, launching a coordinated attack. Sasuke skidded to a halt, pivoted, and leaped into the air, simultaneously kicking out with both feet to strike the hounds in the face, sending them sprawling. The entire evasion and counterattack was almost instinctive. At the same time, he shouted angrily at the distance. Uchiha Itachi, I despise you. Itachi was panting heavily, using one hand to brace himself against the ground. Like a spring, he sprang up, evading the onslaught of 4 ninja hounds. In midair, he deftly tossed 4 small stones, each finding its mark in the mouths of the hounds with a sharp crack. Stop yelling. Just tell me if your taijutsu has improved over these past few days. One must admit that the enhancement in taijutsu brought about by the perilous circumstances was astonishing, especially considering he had a 200 training boost. Now, running 20 laps around the village left him merely slightly winded. The relentless pressure accelerated Sasuke's development as well. Itachi estimated that their grueling 3 days of survival training equated to half a year of Sasuke's regular practice. Throughout this arduous journey, they faced relentless hound pursuits while exhausting their physical strength to evade every attack. From being battered on the first day to now moving with ease, their progress was remarkable. Of course, if it weren't for the dire situation, he wouldn't want to enhance his taijutsu in such a manner. He had hoped to apply that 200 boost to ninjutsu and chakra training. Yet, the moment he donned the title of the enemy of the sky-rending demon dogs, the village dogs seemed to take it as a challenge, rushing toward them with fervor. It was indeed a most frustrating predicament. Sasuke, momentarily at a loss for words, yearned to express his pent-up frustration, but the rapid improvement in taijutsu was undeniable. Yet this was not the way he wished to grow stronger. When will this end? If we keep running, we'll reach home soon. Having a brother who insisted on this canine training was truly overwhelming. Soon. Just hold on a little longer. Itachi reassured him, all the while navigating through the pack of dogs, seizing one by the collar and executing a swift throw. He dodged a few more hounds' attacks, landing a flying knee strike that sent one crashing away. Howl in a matter of moments. The hounds surrounding Itachi fled in terror. The remaining hounds, witnessing his formidable combat prowess, hesitated, baring their teeth, clearly contemplating retreat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new achievement. Enemy of the sky-rending demon dogs. The fear of the sky-rending demon dogs. The fear of the sky-rending demon dogs. You have vanquished all the sky-rending demon dogs in the vicinity of the village. And now you have become an inescapable terror in their minds. Equipped with this title, simply uttering "What are you barking at?" will allow you to swap positions with any sky-rending demon dog within a radius of 500 meters. Itachi examined the effects of his new achievement and rubbed his temples, taking several deep breaths to suppress the urge to curse. Alright. Find this absurd system is one thing, but now even the achievement titles are convoluted? The phrase swap positions with a dog inexplicably reminded him of the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. And thus, the question arose, what name should he give this newfound ability? Dog Thunder God? Or perhaps Flying Thunder Dog? And before engaging in battle, should he shout to his adversaries, "What are you barking at?" Wouldn't he that provoke them into gaining a frenzy buff, an unyielding buff, and a pain immunity buff? In that moment, Itachi felt that this title was even less desirable than the previous version with its cultivation bonuses. Forget it, I'll make do with it. At least it offers a means of survival. Upon evolving the title, the hounds ceased their pursuit and fled the scene entirely. Itachi and Sasuke tidied themselves slightly at the entrance of their home before cautiously pushing the door open and stealthily making their way inside. After their days of interaction with dogs, they reeked of the canine scent, and before returning home, they had to rid themselves of that odor. As they tiptoed into the house, they were met by Uchiha Fugaku sitting in the living room. Their father sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, his arms crossed, wearing a stern expression that could instill fear. It was evident he had been waiting for a while, and his serious demeanor indicated that they were about to face a reckoning. Sasuke, feeling intimidated, turned pale upon seeing Fugaku, lowering his head and fidgeting nervously. Father Fugaku nodded silently, glancing at his two sons. His brow furrowed as he lifted his cup of tea, taking a sip. Though he said nothing, the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. Itachi stood calmly beside Sasuke, slightly raising his head, exuding an air of nonchalance that contrasted with Fugaku's intensity. Fugaku set down his cup and took a deep breath. Did I not tell you in the past few days to refrain from provoking those ninja hounds? Sasuke's face drained of color upon hearing those words. Under his father's scrutinizing gaze, he dared not lift his head, unconsciously inching closer to Itachi. Bang! Sasuke's reaction caused Fugaku immense disappointment. He slammed his hand on the coffee table, producing a deafening sound, and sternly commanded the two, "Speak. Tell me why you did this." "I'm sorry, but it seems there is no content to revise or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on." Chapter 6. Forgive me, Sasuke. The struggle for the heir. As always 3 days prior, these two children returned home battered and bruised, leading Fugaku to deliver a stern reprimand. He warned them to refrain from provoking the ninja dogs, lest they become the laughingstock of the village, with their Uchiha lineage failing to even best a mere dog. Yet now, the reputation of the Uchiha clan had been thoroughly tarnished by these two. Whenever villagers mentioned the Uchihas, their first thought was not of the rogue Uchiha Obito, nor of the clan's prodigies, Shisui and Itachi, but rather of his two sons, who were perpetually chased by dogs. Recently, the familial ties and relations with the village had become increasingly strained, to the point where Fugaku struggled to contain the restless clan members. In light of this incident, he feared that his sons might ignite further discord within the village. Moreover, concerned about appearances, he felt that calling for help would not only be embarrassing, but might also lead the third Hokage to suspect that the Uchiha clan was deliberately stirring trouble. He found himself at a crossroads, whether to intervene or remain passive. The thought of his eldest son constantly opposing him, coupled with his younger son's lack of diligence in training and their daily escapades with ninja dogs, was indeed a misfortune for the family. "Father, I understand." Sasuke fell to his knees, bowing his head and stuttering, prepared to admit his mistake. He knew all too well his father's temperament. To argue would only serve to aggravate him further. Standing beside them, Itachi met Fugaku's gaze and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Sasuke. In that moment, Sasuke looked up at Itachi's silhouette, which radiated a dazzling aura. Itachi, was he truly willing to shoulder all the responsibility alone? However, as soon as Itachi spoke, the warmth that had surged in Sasuke's heart was instantly shattered. "Sasuke is simply too weak. I took him for special training, and battling with the ninja dogs is hardly a disgrace. Besides, Sasuke is quite strong now. Just give him a try." "Sasuke." Itachi's words carried a tone of righteousness, yet within, he quietly prayed for Sasuke. "Sorry, this burden falls on you. Let me draw the fire away from you. Consider it a repayment for the training I've been helping you with these past few days." Hearing this, Sasuke looked up in confusion, astonished at Itachi's resolute demeanor, and then glanced at their father, who was on the verge of anger. He was already apprehensive about having made a mistake, and now the situation had become even more bewildering. Sasuke felt deeply moved by Itachi's willingness to take on the main responsibility and longed for his father's approval. Yet, he truly wished it were not under such circumstances. Fugaku, upon hearing of Sasuke's recent strengthening, was somewhat dismissive, perceiving it merely as an excuse for two children indulging in play. After all, both of them were legitimate Uchihas, entirely unrelated to the ninja dogs or the Inuzuka clan. The notion of special training with ninja dogs was utterly absurd. "Nonsense. Are you implying that your current abilities are sufficient to challenge me? Do you even realize?" Fugaku began to scold, but Itachi raised his hand, interrupting their father. "Enough. Father, let this matter rest for today. Let's eat." "Fugaku, Sasuke." Itachi's tone was more serious than that of their father, even implying a reversal of roles. Fugaku found himself momentarily bewildered. "Am I the father? Or are you?" Sasuke was taken aback by Itachi's manner of addressing their father, his mouth agape in shock, as beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks. It took Fugaku a considerable moment to regain his composure, his expression darkening, his anger simmering to the surface. With a loud crack, the wooden tea table splintered. As Fugaku emanated a formidable aura, the scene of familial warmth about to devolve into chaos. "Uchiha Itachi." Just then, Mikoto pushed open the living room door and, upon seeing the three of them, smiled gently. "Darling, dinner is ready. Let's eat first." With that, she waved to Sasuke and Itachi. "You two should wash up. You smell terrible." Upon seeing his mother, Sasuke felt as though he had encountered a savior, darting behind her and racing towards the bathroom without a backward glance. As for that insufferable Itachi, he was of no concern. Witnessing Sasuke's hasty retreat, Itachi also swiftly moved behind their mother, pausing at the doorway to address their father. "Sasuke is not weak." In Fugaku's eyes, Sasuke's constant pampering by Itachi and the latter's care had rendered Sasuke unable to face even the slightest challenge, to the point where he wouldn't even dare lift his head. His demeanor was entirely unlike that of the other children in the clan. These observations were naturally noted by Itachi, who could only conclude that the entire Uchiha clan, and indeed the entire ninja world, had some peculiarities. His brother Sasuke was the only one who seemed normal. For instance, while Sasuke's talent clearly lay within lightning chakra, Fugaku stubbornly insisted on cultivating him in fire techniques. The outcome: when Uchiha Itachi first learned fire techniques, he could produce flames that spanned 10 meters, nearly equivalent to Fugaku's own output. He considered himself mediocre, yet during his initial attempts, he managed to emit flames covering approximately 5 meters. As for Sasuke, he could barely produce a small flicker of fire at the outset. It seemed that from that point on, Fugaku had grown somewhat disillusioned with Sasuke. The Uchiha clan's reputation has been thoroughly sullied by these ungrateful children. Fugaku maintained a stern expression, yet upon hearing Itachi's departing words, his brow softened considerably. Makoto, observing her husband's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Though Fugaku struggled to express himself, he cared deeply for his 3 sons, yet whenever he sought to communicate, he found himself too embarrassed to engage them properly. After a lengthy pause, Fugaku turned to Makoto, unsure if he was inquiring of her or himself. Makoto, am I too harsh? Ahahaha. Makoto covered her mouth, laughing lightly, and playfully pointed towards the door, saying, you might want to ask the children that. However, that boy Itachi, sometimes his thoughts are even more intricate than Obito's. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression soured once more. Don't bring him up. You have no idea what that boy's attitude was like just now. Before long, Sasuke and Itachi emerged from their baths and took their places at the dining table. It was said that Itachi had a mission and would not return for several days, hence his absence from dinner. Throughout the meal, Sasuke was lost in devouring his food, as if finishing quickly could somehow avert the impending punishment. Itachi, however, appeared unfazed. After all, he had been facing his father's wrath since he was 3 years old, the moment he discovered his father's hidden stash of money. I'm done. After finishing his meal, Sasuke set down his chopsticks, slightly bowed towards the others, and turned to make his escape from the dining room. Hold on. At that moment, Fugaku called out to Sasuke, his gaze fixed firmly on Itachi. It seems I haven't assessed your training in quite some time. Fugaku felt somewhat pretentious saying this, so he added a clarification. Ahem, before long, you will be starting school. I hope you do not embarrass me there. Keep up. Chapter 7. What are you barking at? The 2 brothers, acutely aware of their inevitable fate, obediently followed Fugaku to the training ground in the courtyard. It was indeed a joyous occasion that their father could spare time to assess their skills. As the clan leader, it was rare for him to be home, let alone share a meal with them. The prospect of practicing together was even more unlikely. Yet, Sasuke was far from elated. Among the 3 siblings, Itachi's prodigious talent was a daunting benchmark for Sasuke, an object of his admiration. Sasuke was painfully aware of his own shortcomings in comparison to his elder brother, even Shursui. With his impressive abilities that had garnered praise from both Itachi and their father, further deepened Sasuke's feelings of inadequacy. The first ninjutsu they learned was the fire-style, Great Fireball technique. After countless attempts, Sasuke finally managed to produce a small flame, while Shursui effortlessly executed the technique with a mere glance, boasting that even dogs wouldn't bother learning something as trivial as the Great Fireball. This served as a testament to Shursui's extraordinary talent. Ironically, despite his abilities, Shursui often displayed a lackadaisical attitude towards training, which had resulted in their father never having praised him. In contrast, Sasuke found himself grappling with feelings of inferiority in the presence of both Shursui and Itachi. As the time approached for their father to evaluate their progress, Sasuke felt a surge of hesitation, fearing a poor performance. Noticing his brother's somber demeanor, Shursui placed a hand on his shoulder, teasingly saying, Oi, my little brother, are you already trembling with fear before the battle has even begun? Lacking the eloquence to offer genuine encouragement, he opted to provoke Sasuke's spirit. While one could argue that Sasuke possessed potential, it was not immediately apparent, especially during the clan's grand ceremony, where he struggled to activate his Sharingan. Yet, dismissing his talent entirely seemed implausible, especially considering he eventually became one of the 2 revered Hokages. Shursui concluded that Sasuke's potential had yet to fully manifest. During their recent training in Taijutsu, Sasuke's improvement nearly matched Shursui's gains under a 200 enhancement. This reminded Shursui of those unassuming students in high school who, right before graduation, surged unexpectedly to the top ranks, a phenomenon that was utterly perplexing. I am your elder brother, Sasuke retorted, shaking off Shursui's hand, reaffirming his status. Shursui, puzzled by his brother's fixation on this point, quickened his pace, distancing himself from Sasuke. As they neared their father, Sasuke, whether to bolster his own confidence or to assert his determination, declared, I will not lose. Shursui, I will catch up to you and Itachi. Fugaku paused, his gaze lingering on Sasuke, who was clearly under immense pressure. However, he refrained from commenting, believing that sometimes such pressure could be beneficial. You too, go ahead, he instructed, hands behind his back, directing his attention primarily towards Shursui. seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's struggles. "All right, father, be careful, I'm coming," Sasuke shouted, forming a hand seal and swiftly drawing kunai from his waist pouch, launching them towards Fugaku. Shursui, less courteous, began to circle around Fugaku the moment the confrontation commenced, unwittingly applying pressure on their father. Swoosh, Sasuke's kunai and shuriken sailed through the air, each tracing distinct trajectories. His attacks were calculated, targeting Fugaku's vital points, throat, eyes, and other critical areas. Meanwhile, Shursui had maneuvered behind their father, biding his time to strike at the opportune moment, intent on delivering a decisive blow to his father while maintaining the faade of filial piety. Fugaku, unfazed by Sasuke's projectiles, remained rooted in place, watching as they approached him. The clang of metal resonated as the kunai and shuriken clattered to the ground, causing Sasuke to tense up in apprehension. Yet in the next moment, a loud crash echoed as Fugaku's position shifted, revealing a wooden dummy that had fallen. "Shursui, if you don't act now, you'll miss your chance." Fugaku's voice cut through the air, startling Shursui into action as he spun around, unleashing a kick towards the source of the sound. Swoosh, Fugaku raised his arm, deflecting Shursui's attack with the back of his hand, swiftly grasping Shursui's ankle. He proceeded to offer his critique, decent reaction. However, "Your strength leaves much to be desired." Stepping back, he flung Shursui away, simultaneously forming seals with remarkable speed. Sasuke's youthful voice rang out as he released his technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a whoosh, the searing flames surged, elevating the temperature in the courtyard as a massive fireball hurtled towards Fugaku's face. Shursui had previously shared certain techniques with him, including the importance of preventing the enemy from forming seals. He had also advised against announcing the names of jutsu, as it could provide an opportunity for the opponent to evade or counter. However, this was a moment of triumph for Sasuke, a chance to showcase his hard-earned skill in front of their father. "Remember, Sasuke, never flaunt your fire style in front of a Uchiha unless you're confident in your superiority," Fugaku murmured, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to counter. As the fireball approached, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a larger fireball that consumed Sasuke's attack and surged towards his position. Swoosh, a leg emerged seemingly from nowhere, aiming directly for Fugaku's face. As Fugaku's Sharingan activated, the world around him slowed. He sidestepped with precision, narrowly avoiding Shursui's strike while seizing his foot once more. This time, Fugaku exerted significant force, determined to impart a profound lesson to Shursui, fully aware of the stakes involved. "Shursui, are you planning to use your kunai and ninjutsu against mere village dogs?" As Shursui found himself once again ensnared, he felt the world blur before him, bracing for impact with the ground. Just then, a fleeting image of a small dog crossed his vision, a brown ninja hound outside the Uchiha gates, lifting its leg in preparation to relieve itself, momentarily distracted from its fears. In the courtyard, as Shursui faced the impending fall, he squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "What are you barking at?" Chapter 8 Sasuke. "In, you wretched shadow clone. How formidable are you?" Fugaku, upon hearing his son's roar, stood frozen in place, and Sasuke, too, was rendered motionless, scarcely daring to breathe. The upbringing in their household had always been strict. As a father, Fugaku treated his wife's words as commands. Even Itachi, renowned for his prodigious talent, would be branded a rebellious son when he dared to voice differing opinions before his father. And now, In had audaciously shouted such words in front of his father, leaving Sasuke unable to fathom how he would navigate the days to come. Anger surged within Fugaku, and the air around him grew frigid. "In, if you have the audacity to." Fugaku's low growl hinted at an impending outburst. Yet at the moment he called out Yin's name, the boy inexplicably vanished, replaced by a brown ninja dog, its hind leg raised in an absurd posture right before him. "Woof, a woo?" The dog stared wide-eyed, its expression of bewilderment rivaling that of Fugaku and Sasuke. The pent-up urge to relieve itself was instantly quelled by the murderous intent emanating from Fugaku's Sharingan. Nevertheless, with the arrow already drawn, it could not refrain from letting out a few sporadic dribbles upon Fugaku's trousers, albeit due to sheer fright. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, initially felt a wave of dread wash over him, fearing he would soon face the consequences of this calamity. Just as he contemplated taking a step forward, a realization struck him. This is a dog clone? Yin's sudden transformation into a ninja dog was something Sasuke had only witnessed with his elder brother. Itachi's ninjutsu involved transforming into a crow, and he surmised that the principles could not be vastly different. Sasuke's mind raced, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. So, In's training over the past few days was indeed this dog clone technique. How infuriating. He deceived me into believing he was merely practicing taijutsu. Fugaku gazed down at his dampened trousers, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles paling. The rebellious words of his son echoed in his ears. Had he not maintained control, his Meijiki Sharingan would have been unleashed. Just as the flames of fury began to ignite, Fugaku's brows furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he relaxed. Then, to Sasuke's astonishment, he threw his head back and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! Truly worthy of being my son. Excellent. Splendid. Sasuke. As Fugaku laughed heartily, praising his son, Sasuke, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming dread. Woo. Not only was Sasuke terrified, but the recently relieved dog also cautiously shuffled backward, casting glances at the laughing Fugaku, fearing that if it lingered any longer, it might face a more grievous fate than mere urination. Within the courtyard, the atmosphere shifted into something peculiar under Fugaku's laughter, with Sasuke and the dog seemingly aligned in their desire to escape the scene. Meanwhile, Fugaku, still basking in joy, replayed the events in his mind, now convinced that his son, Uchiha-in, had not merely employed a dog clone technique. It was a space-time ninjutsu. My son, Uchiha-in, is a genius. The thought of having a son who had independently created a space-time ninjutsu lifted all recent burdens from Fugaku's heart. Why are you barking like a dog? Yin's voice rang out once more, and just as the dog had managed to retreat a few steps, it vanished from sight again. Fugaku, witnessing his son utilize the technique once more, felt excitement wash over him, a flush of exhilaration coloring his face. As for the barking, it was of little consequence. Fugaku strode over to In, raising his hand to grasp his shoulder, eager to inquire about the specifics. Having only just used this ability twice, In was still disoriented, his senses heightened. The sight of his father grinning widely and displaying a rather peculiar expression made him suspect he had fallen victim to some illusion, prompting him to strike Fugaku's stomach with a powerful punch. In, you must tell me. Huh? Before Fugaku could complete his sentence, a sharp pain seized his abdomen, rendering him unable to voice his concerns. He doubled over, clutching his stomach. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief as he looked at In. In, witnessing his father collapse from the impact of his punch, slowly raised a question mark above his head. Isn't that so? Father, did you let your guard down? After a few seconds of contemplation, In arrived at a seemingly absurd, yet somewhat reasonable conclusion. After all, his father was rumored to possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Surely he wouldn't be caught unprepared by a mere punch from his son. He must have let his guard down. It had to be that. Sasuke, who had been silently observing the scene, felt a mixture of disbelief and concern upon hearing In's words. At such a tender age, he began to question whether he had fallen under his father's illusion. Cough, cough. At that moment, Fugaku's emotions were tumultuous. He knelt on the ground, coughing violently, almost as if he might expel his very throat. Whether this was an attempt to mask his embarrassment or if he was genuinely in pain remained uncertain. After a few moments, Fugaku's face flushed crimson, and he feigned calmness as he stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He turned, clasped his hands behind his back, and resumed his authoritative demeanor. Your recent training has been commendable. Hiss. I never expected you to perceive that I was holding back. His tone betrayed no hint of faltering, even as he drew in a sharp breath that could not escape In's notice. All right, I have matters to attend to. You and Sasuke should return and rest. Hiss. I shall seek you both out later this evening. Without waiting for the brother's response, Fugaku hastily retreated indoors. His burning curiosity regarding In's technique was overwhelming. Yet he felt a semblance of disarray that he could not allow his children to witness, fearing it would tarnish his imposing image in their eyes. Sasuke, is everything all right with your father? In pointed toward Fugaku, who was hastily exiting the scene, sensing that something was amiss with his father. Isn't that your father? Sasuke retorted, squinting, and was on the verge of questioning why In had practiced new ninjutsu behind his back, but the words caught in his throat. In, that dog clone technique you used, was it impressive? In? Upon hearing this, In nearly stumbled as he was about to head back to his room. He had once contemplated names for his technique, such as Canine Thunder God or Lightning Dog, both of which he found rather unappealing. Yet he never imagined that Sasuke would refer to it as a dog clone. This strange yet somewhat reasonable label darkened In's expression, and he promptly turned to retreat inside. Go learn from the one who taught me. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization, but before he could respond, In interjected. I am your brother too. You have yet to call me Nisan. Chapter 9, No Farewells. Please open the microphone for communication. Nightfall. With the assistance of his wife, Fuyue applied ointment and, after a lengthy pause, called Yin into the study. The father and son sat facing each other at the tea table, their gazes locked for an extended period, yet neither dared to break the silence. Father, aren't you going to the police station tomorrow? Yin glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Fuyue pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips before he spoke. Yin, what was that technique you used today? To conceal Yin's use of ninjutsu, he had even gone so far as to summon back the brown ninja dog that had been wandering outside their home. He had observed that the dog bore no unique markings of the Inuzuka clan, likely a failed breeding attempt. Tomorrow, he would send someone to inquire about purchasing such a ninja dog from the Inuzuka clan. Yin's ability to utilize space-time ninjutsu must remain hidden from the village, and even more so from others within the clan. This was not only to protect him, but to safeguard the entire Uchiha clan. Oh, it was merely a positional swap with the ninja dog. Yin yawned, his nonchalant response nearly provoking Fuyue to clench his fists in frustration at this insufferable boy. What do you mean, merely a positional swap? In essence, Fuyue felt that his son was putting on a show. Had Wyan been aware of his father's sentiment, he would surely have protested vehemently. After all, compared to cultivation techniques, the special abilities that came with this achievement were hardly remarkable. If only he were given a cultivation technique. Wyan believed it would be far superior to this. However, he somewhat understood the system's usage. As long as he could trigger system tasks, regardless of how ridiculous the task's content might be, obtaining rewards was the ultimate goal. He was confident that in the near future, he would possess cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and perhaps even fairies. Regarding whether to conceal his abilities from Fuyue, Wyan chose to be forthright. After all, this was far better than using such abilities in front of outsiders. The Uchiha clan, despite their diminished influence within the village, still held some sway. At least Shursui was still alive, and there was some time before the Uchiha clan faced total annihilation. For now, his father could still protect himself. Noticing Fuyue's silence, Wyan continued, "It should be considered. Space-time ninjutsu?" Fuyue remained silent for a considerable time after Wyan's answer, pondering deeply while gripping his cup. After 10 minutes, he finally spoke. "No, what you possess is a shadow clone technique, akin to the 1-to-7 crow clone technique," Fuyue insisted, Wyan nearly overturning the tea table at hearing those words. However, upon reflection, he realized his father's comment was likely meant to protect him. But, couldn't you at least choose a different name? Wyan sighed deeply, inhaling several breaths before reluctantly agreeing. Yes, it is indeed a shadow clone technique. Pleased with Wyan's response, Fuyue poured a cup of tea for him from the table. Remember, do not mention this technique to anyone else. Neither Itachi nor Sasuke can know. Wyan accepted the tea, casting a meaningful glance at Fuyue, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Had the family and village truly reached such a dire state? Fuyue sighed, seemingly acknowledging Yn's unspoken worries, then glanced at his son, his mouth opening several times. Yet he hesitated to speak. Go rest. You needn't concern yourself with such matters. I will handle it. Wyan bit his lip, wanting to express something. Deeply worried that his father might repeat the foolish actions from the original story. In that moment, he wished his father would simply say, "No farewells. Please open the microphone for communication." Yet, as he raised his head, he suddenly noticed the white hairs at Fuyue's temples and the additional wrinkles on his face. All right. You should rest early too. Wyan ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He was still weak and required his father's protection. Whether his words held any credibility was a separate matter. Fuyue would undoubtedly ensure he remained uninvolved in the clan's troubles. Wyan placed his hands on his knees, rising to bid farewell to Fuyue, and pushed open the study door, only for Fuyue to call out to him at that moment. Wyan halted, softly responding. I will protect you all. Fuyue, holding the teacup, seemed to perceive Wyan's earlier emotions and explained with an air of casualness. Wyan lingered at the door for a while, and as he closed it behind him, he replied, I know. I will also protect you all. Wyan firmly believed that this stern-faced father, who cherished his privacy and hoarded his savings, would indeed protect them. As for the foolishness of the clan, he could not fathom what they might do next. Though reluctant to admit it, it was undeniable that the Uchiha clan possessed some flaws. This group resorted to extreme measures in their quest to enlighten their descendants, employing all means available. Of course, whether they were in the wrong was debatable. Their pursuit of the power of the Sharingan was justifiable, yet it often harmed the fragile hearts of children, further exacerbating the already extreme personalities of those influenced by the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's attitude towards others in the village was marked by arrogance. They would strut down the streets as if looking down their noses at other great ninja clans, practically declaring that the position of Hokage was within their grasp. Though there were normal individuals among them, most elders exhibited such behavior, and their teachings to children reflected this. If no issues arose, it would truly be a miracle. As Wyan contemplated the potential future where an older brother might harm clan members, and the presence of a one-eyed traitor lurking in the shadows, his head throbbed painfully. Shursui, he must find a way to save him. With this thought in mind, Wyan returned to his room and fell asleep. The next morning, Wyan was awakened by the sound of Sasuke's shouting outside. He and Sasuke had been sharing a room, but last night, due to a spat with Wyan, the little one had taken his blanket and gone to sleep in Itachi's room. Brother, teach me the crow clone technique. You taught that guy Wyan. In the living room, Sasuke clung to Itachi, persistently begging to learn the crow clone technique, leaving Itachi in a state of exasperation. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. It was simply that Sasuke lacked the talent for it. Sasuke, how about I teach you a powerful fire technique instead? This ninjutsu is one I frequently use. Sasuke pouted, his stubbornness flaring as he turned away in refusal. Then resumed his clamoring. No, I want to learn the crow clone technique. That guy Wyan even asked you about the dog clone. Itachi was taken aback. Dog clone? Wyan, rubbing his eyes and still groggy, passed through the living room, inadvertently witnessing Sasuke's display of affection. Itachi stared at Wyan in shock, his eyes silently questioning. What on earth is a dog clone? The only dog-related ninjutsu, he was familiar with belonged to the Inuzuka clan, and yet he had never heard of anyone possessing a dog clone. Good morning, Sasuke. It's a 1-to-7 technique. Yen raised a hand in greeting. Casting a mildly annoyed glance at Sasuke, can you please keep your antics down in the morning? Upon hearing those words, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, turning his head away to avoid making eye contact with Yen, as he was not inclined to engage with the individual at that moment. Itachi, feeling a sense of awkwardness, gently ruffled Sasuke's hair and offered an apologetic smile to Yen. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Just as Yen was about to depart, he abruptly retreated to the living room, swiftly approaching Itachi to pose a probing question once more. In a scenario where either I or Sasuke must perish, whom would you choose? Chapter 10. The closer you are to the third generation, the further your father is from you. Sensing the tension in the air, Sasuke turned his gaze toward Itachi, his small face more serious than even Yen's. Life and death were inconsequential. He only wished to ascertain whether his brother loved him most. The two stood beside Itachi, one to the left and one to the right, their eyes fixed on him with a sharpness akin to daggers, causing Itachi, who sought to maintain balance, to feel a tightening in his chest. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of helplessness at Yen's early morning intrusion. Yen, Sasuke, I just returned from a mission and haven't had breakfast yet. You both must be hungry as well, right? Sasuke and Yen remained silent, fixated on Itachi, their combined presence causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for his brother to utter the words he longed to hear. Yen furrowed his brows, studying the situation for a moment before suddenly chuckling and feigning indifference as he headed toward the dining room. Seeing this, Itachi let out a sigh of relief. After all, Sasuke was easily swayed, while the other brother was far more challenging to deal with. Just then, Yen's voice drifted back from the dining area, light as a feather, yet his piercing question made Itachi tremble. In a scenario where you must choose between the village and our clan, how would you decide? Itachi's gaze sharpened, his hands clenched tightly between his legs. When he glanced at Sasuke, he relaxed his grip. He patted Sasuke's head, forcing a strained smile. Sasuke, you should go eat. Yen and I need to have a word. Perhaps sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sasuke did not throw a tantrum. He glanced at Yen, then at Itachi, and nodded firmly. All right, just don't fight. Sasuke was indeed fond of and admired his brother, but Yen was also his sibling. Even though Yen often bullied him, he recognized Yen's genuine care. If a quarrel were to ensue between Yen and Itachi, he truly would be at a loss. How could Itachi possibly win an argument against me? Yen spread his arms and shrugged, his tone oddly light, which incensed Sasuke enough to leave in a huff. Itachi shook his head and chuckled softly. He never knew what to say when Yen teased Sasuke. Nevertheless, his two younger brothers were undeniably endearing. After Sasuke departed, Itachi led Yen to the study. Once seated, the brothers fell into a profound silence, neither uttering a single word. Outside the study, Makoto and Fugaku leaned against the door, their expressions grave, even holding their breaths, fearful that their eavesdropping might draw the brothers' attention. Concerned for Yen and Itachi after Sasuke's departure, they had come to assess the situation. At that moment, Fugaku's emotions were tumultuous. The information gleaned from Sasuke led him to recall a prior, brief conversation with Yen regarding family matters. He could clearly discern that Itachi's stance was gradually aligning with the village. While he could not fully grasp Yen's intentions, it was evident that the boy wished to protect their family. Their positions, it seemed, were somewhat similar. Reflecting on Yen's recently displayed talents, from his perspective, Fugaku felt a deep sense of pride. Yet, safeguarding their family was no simple feat. As a mother, Makoto did not overthink the situation. Her sentiments were largely akin to Sasuke's. She merely wished for the brothers not to let family matters jeopardize their fraternal bond. Just as the couple strained their ears to listen, a sudden exclamation from Yen pierced the quiet of the study. What? 1 against 7? And father has hidden 100,000 Rio in the kitchen? Fugaku's expression darkened instantly. He shot a frantic glance at his wife, his mouth opening to offer an explanation, while internally noting his eldest son's transgression. Makoto shot a glance at her husband, then playfully tapped him on the back of the head, turning away toward the kitchen. They silently agreed to leave together, while Itachi inside the study sighed deeply. He understood that Yen's outburst was intended to drive their parents away, but could he not always be the scapegoat? Itachi took a moment to steady himself, straightened his posture, and spoke earnestly to Yen. Yen, it is time for us to have an open and honest conversation. After uttering this, Itachi worried that Yen might not comprehend his intent, so he added, just like adults do. Yen nodded, remaining silent as he awaited Itachi's next words. He too was curious about what Itachi wished to discuss. Father, has he confided everything to you? Itachi knelt before the tea table, his hands resting on his thighs, his fists trembling with discontent at their father's decision to share clan matters with his still young brother. This could endanger Yen. Yen stared into Itachi's eyes for a long while. After several minutes, he bypassed the topic and prepared to speak of Shursui. In a scenario of 1 against 7. Can you promise me one thing? All right. Itachi answered without hesitation, not even inquiring about the request. Naturally, if Yen's plea involved aiding their father in a coup, he would not comply. Protect Shursui. At that moment, Yan's gaze was so piercing that even Itachi found it difficult to meet his eyes. From the earlier inquiry regarding the village and clan, Yan had already deduced Itachi's position. He would continue to stand with the village and thwart their father's plans. While safeguarding Shisui might not alter the outcome, it would afford the Uchiha clan a reprieve, delaying the inevitable and preventing the clan from despairing too soon. Itachi's brow furrowed as if a thought struck him, then he nodded solemnly in agreement. I will. Yan, do you not have anything else to say to me? Itachi could not comprehend why Yan chose not to question him as their father did, but merely made a request that seemed rather trivial. I hope you can fulfill it. Yan propped his chin on one hand, fiddling with the teacup on the table, appearing entirely unconcerned with Itachi's response. Yan did not place all his hopes on Itachi concerning Shisui's rescue, nor did he dare to elaborate too much. If he mentioned that Danzo might act against Shisui, he feared Itachi would rush to inform the third Hokage, which would not only fail to change anything, but might expedite Danzo's intentions. Nothing else. I truly do not know how to manage you lot of inept teammates. Yin shook his head, muttering to himself as he stood to leave the study. Itachi, we are still brothers, right? Itachi's unexpected question did not halt Yan's departure, much like the brothers' differing stances that perhaps could never be reconciled. Let us say so. As for the future, who knows? After Yan left, Itachi sat in the study, pondering for a long while before gathering his belongings and deciding to head to the Hokage building. He intended to consult with the third Hokage to see if there might be a more gentle approach to mend the rift between the village and their clan. Chapter 11. Uchiha Hikaru. I will annihilate the shinobi world. In the small courtyard, Hikaru reclined on a chair, contemplating the future. At times, he envied his foolish younger brother. His greatest concern was merely that Itachi was not by his side, unlike himself, who was burdened with the weight of ensuring the survival of the Uchiha clan. His father's decision to lead the clan into conflict. If it came to that, Shisui and Itachi would undoubtedly side with the village and ruthlessly turn against their own kin. Those two would be irrevocably cast out of their ranks. Furthermore, lurking in the shadows was Uchiha Obito. It was known that the Uchiha clan possessed a suspected Manjiki Sharingan-level powerhouse, Fugaku. The Leaf Village was in a state of chaos. There was no chance of winning. Fleeing might offer a glimmer of hope, yet he knew that Fugaku, as clan leader, would never abandon his people. The others would also never allow the Uchiha to sever their ties with Konoha, unless, of course, they swiftly dealt with Danzo or confronted Obito and Itachi head-on on the night of the massacre. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would inevitably become sacrifices for his foolish brother to awaken a single Tomo. Thus, he had to rely on himself. Perhaps he could venture outside and trigger some task. At present, aside from enhancing his own strength, contemplating anything else was mere fantasy. Have you finished? Speaking with Itachi? Fugaku had appeared behind Hikaru without him noticing, gazing in the direction his eldest son had departed, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had a hunch where Itachi had gone. There was no need for excessive pondering. Everything would turn out fine. Hikaru rolled his eyes, leaning back in the chair with a deep sigh. Father, don't be foolish. You should be telling that to Sasuke, not coming to me with it. And, are you putting on such a sorrowful facade to seek my comfort? Hikaru retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and offered them to his melancholic father as a means of consolation. Ha ha ha. Fugaku seemed to have heard something amusing, bursting into laughter. The sudden commotion startled Hikaru, causing him to shudder. He looked up, bewildered and stunned, at his father's unexpected mirth. Fugaku, what is so funny? Bang! Fugaku raised his fist and struck Hikaru on the forehead, then sat down beside him, pausing for a long moment before speaking. The village appears peaceful on the surface, yet beneath, dark currents swirl. We, the Uchiha clan. Fugaku spoke extensively, reiterating the state of the village and their clan, which began to irk Hikaru. Just as he was about to urge his father to cease the lamentations, Fugaku's tone shifted. Hikaru, if there comes a day when your mother and I are no longer here, I hope you can take care of your brother. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Hikaru, and he turned to Fugaku, urgency in his gaze. Wait, what did you just say? Seeing his son's reaction, Fugaku wore an expression tinged with solemnity and began to repeat his previous words. No, you mentioned peace? Fugaku nodded in confusion, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. I've been saying so much, and you didn't grasp the essence at all. Fugaku, growing more agitated, felt the urge to reprimand his son. And then? Hikaru sprang from the recliner, turning to face Fugaku, taking deep breaths as if resolving to make a momentous declaration. I will annihilate the shinobi world. Fugaku? Upon hearing this, Fugaku was plunged into existential doubt, even rubbing his ears, suspecting that his age had impaired his hearing. What did you just say? Seemingly unsatisfied with the volume of his proclamation, Hikaru raised his voice further. I said, I, Uchiha Hikaru, will annihilate the shinobi world. Buzz. In that instant, Hikaru's words struck like thunder, leaving Fugaku's mind in a haze, ringing with confusion. He turned his stiff neck to glance at Sasuke, who was playfully igniting small flames in the courtyard, then back to the direction Itachi had departed. Finally, he returned his gaze to Hikaru. Fugaku's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions in mere seconds, transitioning from shock to bewilderment and then to disbelief. His mental journey was profoundly complex. His eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, constantly opposed him, while his younger son, Sasuke, was Navi beyond belief, lacking the traits of an Uchiha and possessing an unimaginably poor aptitude. He had originally thought Hikaru would be a source of relief, and yet, here he was, declaring his intention to annihilate the shinobi world. Fugaku was utterly flabbergasted, spinning around to bellow at Mikoto inside the house. "Wife, bring me my stick from the living room. It should be iron. Uchiha Hikaru. I must have been remiss in my parenting." As Fugaku ranted, he raised his leg to kick Hikaru. However, Hikaru easily sidestepped, then began to explain his reasoning. "Father, I know you are anxious, but please, do not rush. The annihilation of the shinobi world may not be a bad thing." The Uchiha clan had its fair share of issues. He was aware of this, even if others were not. As the clan leader, he understood the personalities of his 3 sons were relatively sound, leading him to believe that his children were, in fact, normal. Even if they were less than ideal, Fugaku felt they were still preferable to other clan members. Yet, he could never have anticipated that within his own household resided a madman like Uchiha Hikaru. While the more eccentric members of the clan might aspire to replace the Hokage, his son had bypassed several stages, straight to the intent to destroy the world. Fugaku, already furious, felt his blood pressure spike upon hearing Hikaru's justification, his veins bulging as he spat vehemently. "Nonsense. You think there is justification in annihilating the shinobi world?" His temper flared, and upon noticing Hikaru dodge his earlier kick, he began forming hand seals. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his father, Hikaru and Appo's body instinctively reacted. "Stop barking. Fire style, fireball jutsu." The 2 voices echoed simultaneously, however. The moment Fugaku unleashed his fiery attack, Hikaru vanished from the courtyard. Meanwhile, Fugaku, after expelling the fireball, was overtaken by rage, blood rushing to his head. And then he fainted, collapsing to the ground. "Uchiha Hikaru, what forbidden jutsu have you learned now?" Sasuke had noticed the commotion between Hikaru and their father, initially thinking it was merely Fugaku testing Hikaru's training. This ignited his competitive spirit, prompting him to immerse himself in training. Yet when he turned to look again, he found his father unconscious and Hikaru had employed that troublesome shadow clone technique. "How impressive. I must learn this jutsu." Sasuke's desire for the shadow clone technique reached a fever pitch. Back in the courtyard, upon hearing Sasuke's words, Hikaru smacked him on the head. "Idiot. Hurry and help carry father inside." "What? You defeated father?" Sasuke's perspective was peculiar. Rather than first considering his unconscious father, he clung to his earlier conclusion. "This jutsu is so powerful. I want it." Chapter 12. The Scholar's Encounter with the Fallen Fox Spirit. On that day, after the brothers carried the unconscious Fugaku into the bedroom with Mikoto's assistance, he remained bedridden, awakening intermittently to exclaim words such as "ungrateful child," "the Uchiha clan is doomed," and "disobedient offspring." It was evident that Fugaku was genuinely infuriated. To be frank, even if Yado had attempted to restrain him, he could have reasoned that his children were still young and lacked understanding. However, to immediately speak of world destruction. "What? Is it that you truly wish for the Uchiha clan to perish at an even swifter pace?" Mikoto, concerned for her husband's health, promptly sent the 2 children away, stating that their father was currently in a fit of rage and that it would be wise for them to avoid him for a while. Otherwise, she feared the children might face repercussions. Yado found her reasoning sound and took Sasuke by the hand, leading him outside. As they departed, their mother cautioned them against heading to the village entrance to engage in battles with ninja dogs. At that moment, any further ill news reaching Fugaku would surely exacerbate his condition. Yet, 3 days passed, and the 2 children showed no inclination to return home. By the riverside, Yado swung his fishing rod, the transparent line whizzing through the air as the float sank into the water, patiently awaiting a bite. Suddenly, with a splash, Sasuke, who was practicing treading water, fell into the river once more. After struggling for a moment, he clambered back onto the bank, drenched and disheveled. "Yado, are you certain this training will truly make me stronger?" Sasuke inquired, growing impatient. He felt no remarkable effects from his failures in treading water or climbing trees during this initial stage of training. His thoughts were consumed with the image of Yado defeating their father, fixated solely on mastering that peculiar technique of the shadow clone. Without glancing at Sasuke, Yado casually remarked something that left Sasuke utterly perplexed. "In the pond, there are 10 lotus flowers. I shall pick one." Sasuke, wringing out his shirt, looked on in confusion, unsure of Yado's intent. "Are you testing my arithmetic?" He ventured hesitantly. I will pick 9 lotus flowers? What does that mean?" Yado nodded in satisfaction and echoed Sasuke's statement. "You simply need to practice more, my dear Sasuke." "Yado, that is uncalled for." In a fit of rage, Sasuke hurled his freshly wrung shirt at Yado, who merely shifted his position, causing the projectile to miss entirely, resulting in the shirt tumbling into the water. Sasuke, disheartened, contemplated diving in to retrieve it, but upon seeing Yado, a crafty idea struck him. "Yado Uchiha, hypothetically speaking, if Itachi and I both fell into the water and could only save one of us, who would you choose?" Yato paused, momentarily halting his fishing, and regarded Sasuke with careful scrutiny before earnestly contemplating the question. Unlike Itachi, who often dismissed inquiries, Yato genuinely pondered this dilemma. Well, Yato mused. Falling into the water could only result in drowning, which occurs when a person inhales a substantial amount of water, leading to asphyxiation. Water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen. Sasuke? Knowledge encroached upon Sasuke's mind in an insidious manner, compelling him to remember this peculiar fact. However, he remained bewildered as to how the composition of water related to his question. Thus, if I were to unleash a large-scale lightning technique into the river, it could decompose the water into oxygen while simultaneously rescuing you both. Sasuke gasped, his hair standing on end at the horrifying vision of himself electrocuted while submerged. Yato Uchiha. Are you a demon? We are brothers. Yato shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke, internally sighing at the boy's antics. After failing to ensnare Yato in his previous ploy, Sasuke, regaining composure, continued to press Yato. Then tell me, if it were between Itachi and me, who would you choose? You, Yato replied without a moment's hesitation. This question was never a matter of choice for him. Sasuke was taken aback by Yato's response, momentarily frozen. After a prolonged silence, he leaned closer to Yato and whispered, Then, could you teach me the dog clone technique? With a splash. Yato could no longer contain himself at this moniker, giving Sasuke a light shove that sent him tumbling into the river. Practice your treading water properly. If you don't master it today, there will be no dinner for you. Emerging from the water, Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted, Yato, you deceived me. I will never trust you again. He had felt a fleeting joy of being chosen over Itachi, only for this wretched person to push him into the river. Yato Uchiha. Truly a cold-hearted individual. Sasuke vowed to ignore him from that day forward. Hey, you two. This is my territory. At that moment, a scruffy blonde boy sprang from the bushes, pointing at Yato and Sasuke while shouting loudly. He bore a makeshift, worn fishing rod, which paled in comparison to Yato's specially crafted gear purchased from a store. With a tattered water bucket dangling from his hand, its quality residing somewhere between battle-worn and dilapidated. Naruto Uzumaki noticed Yato's superior fishing rod and the bucket beside him. Observing the two boys splashing in the river, an unexpected wave of inferiority washed over him. Family. How wonderful. Naruto awkwardly concealed his rudimentary fishing rod and battered bucket behind him, but continued to shout at the duo. This is my territory. If you want to fish, go upstream. There are plenty of fish there. Sasuke bristled at this. Despite often bickering with Yato and playfully teasing his brother at home, he had never allowed anyone else to disrespect him. Sasuke leaped from the water, lightly skipping across the surface, quickly donning his shirt and patting the inconspicuous Uchiha clan emblem on his clothing, before looking down his nose at Naruto. Hey, kid. Who do you think you are? Displaying the Uchiha emblem was a show of status, standing on the water revealed his prowess. And his haughty inquiry was a direct retort to Naruto's earlier claims. Yet, Yato observed that Sasuke was hesitant to make a move. For even the slightest motion could send him tumbling back into the river. Sasuke, that's enough. Let's pack up and head home, Yato said as he dusted off his clothes, deliberately leaving the fishing gear and the bucket of fish at his feet. He then pulled Sasuke back from the water's edge, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of others. Humph, Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, trailing behind Yato as they made their way home. It was only after they had walked a considerable distance that Naruto finally registered the situation. He hurriedly picked up the heavy bucket and the expensive-looking fishing rod, stumbling as he rushed toward the two. Hey, wait, you forgot your things. Yen raised his hand and gently waved to Naruto behind him. If you want it, take it. If not, just discard it. However, just as he finished speaking, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed, nearly causing Yen to stumble. Ding! Task triggered. The scholar meets the fallen fox spirit. Yen damn. Chapter 13. I, Naruto Uzumaki, stand by my word. Task triggered. The scholar encounters a fallen fox spirit. Task. On your journey to the capital for the imperial examination, you encounter an injured fox spirit. Please take care of it attentively. Reward. The fox spirit's gratitude. The system's voice brought Yen to a sudden halt, and his expression darkened as his mind began to race. So, this is the immortal realm I was promised. Only for it to morph into a tale reminiscent of strange stories from a Chinese studio? The fox's gratitude. Why not choose someone else? Moreover, I am not a scholar. I am merely 6 years old. In the ninja world, how could I possibly be on my way to an imperial examination? Behind him, Sasuke noticed Yan's abrupt stop and was about to ask what was wrong when his gaze fell upon Yan's head, which seemed to be emitting smoke. Yan? Why is your head smoking? Sasuke exclaimed, worry etched across his face. He swore he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before and was genuinely concerned for Yen. I'm fine. We need to go home. Right now. Yen snapped, catching sight of Naruto stumbling towards them. And suddenly various images of fox spirits from films flashed through his mind. The two figures overlapped, causing the 6-year-old Yen to contort his face in disgust, exuding an air of disdain. This absurd task. I shall not undertake it. The notion of a fox spirit's gratitude. I refuse. Yen grabbed Sasuke's hand, quickening his pace as they fled the scene. They moved so swiftly that Naruto, trailing behind, could not catch up, merely watching their figures diminish in the distance. Straining to lift the heavy bucket filled with fish, Naruto felt a pang of emotion. Gritting his teeth, he set down the bucket and fishing rod, raising his hand to shout at the two vanishing silhouettes, indifferent to whether they heard him or not. Hey, big brother, stinky ghost. Thank you for the fish. I will definitely repay you. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am a ninja who stands by my word. Sasuke and Yen, however, did hear him. Both brothers nearly losing their balance and synchrony. Had they not supported each other, they would have surely fallen. Damn it, that kid, Yen. You shouldn't have given him anything. Sasuke grumbled, not only irked by the nickname, but also by Yan's decision to gift the items to that yellow-haired brat. After all, he had purchased that fishing gear. Furthermore, Sasuke was quite displeased with how that brat referred to him. If only the kid had merely called him Stinky Ghost without addressing Yen as Big Brother, he would not have felt this way. Yes, I regret it too. You should go back and reclaim it. Yen rolled his eyes, staring at the system's notification, feeling utterly drained and powerless. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, the Fox Spirit's Gratitude. Fox Spirit's Gratitude. The storyline involving the Fox Spirit's night meeting has been unlocked. At that moment, Yen longed to voice his frustrations with the system. Brother, I implore you, can you please grant me a different world before assigning this reward? Even if the Fox Spirit were to change into someone else, I would begrudgingly accept this wretched reward. Yen's words sparked Sasuke's ire. Why should I be the one to seek him out? The item was given by you, and now you're backing out? As he spoke, Sasuke glanced over his shoulder, ultimately turning his head away with a huff, feigning indifference. Whatever, I don't care. Yet, despite the disdain visible on Sasuke's face, Yen could discern a deeper sentiment of sympathy within him, albeit one he was too shy to express. Noticing Sasuke still gazing in Naruto's direction, Yen couldn't help but chuckle. You prideful little brat. I am not. Sasuke's voice rose an octave, adhering to the principle that a loud voice could mask his insecurity. The earlier bravado exhibited by that yellow-haired brat was indeed a bit over the top, yet he was subtly indicating that there were plenty of fish upstream. How foolish. Sasuke had never encountered such a dim-witted individual. The signs of malnutrition and the tattered clothing reminded him of many orphans in their village. Their circumstances were equally dire. Yet they still thought to share the location of the fish. How naive. The two brothers continued their journey homeward, during which Sasuke suddenly lamented, Yen, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could grow up quickly? Then, our father wouldn't be so tired. Also, once we grow up, we can learn many powerful jutsu and become exceptionally strong. Do you remember father's 3 tomo? Perhaps we could also possess such formidable power. Sasuke rambled on, discussing the powerful techniques of their clan, the prowess of genjutsu, and the might of the Sharingan. Filled with aspirations, he expressed a desire to master the shadow clone technique as well. Yen listened attentively, allowing Sasuke to dream without interruption. However, as they neared home, Yen, hands in pockets, gazed at the sun for a moment, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice as he spoke to his innocent yet naive brother. Sasuke, sometimes growing up isn't as splendid as it seems. You will encounter numerous worries and face many setbacks. At the conclusion of his words, he contemplated imparting the wisdom that strength does not correlate with age. Yet, fearing such truths would discourage Sasuke, he kept those thoughts to himself. Yen, are you trying to sound like father or brother? How dull. The young Sasuke, unable to grasp Yen's words, felt as though time was dragging on interminably, to the point where even his 6 years of life began to feel tiresome. By the time the brothers returned home, night had fallen, and the system incessantly prompted them to visit the Fox Spirit's abode to trigger subsequent tasks. Yen scoffed at the notion, his head throbbed with confusion. Initially, he had thought the system was malfunctioning, believing he had somehow entered a realm of immortality. However, after the earlier ordeal resembling strange stories, he realized that the system was not merely malfunctioning, it was a system operating within a bug. As for the subsequent tasks, not only was the Fox's gratitude task dubious, but the very idea of the son of the Uchiha clan leader venturing out alone at night to seek the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was tantamount to courting death. Regardless, Yen had resolved not to pursue any more of these bizarre tasks. Forget it. Since the system can trigger tasks, it implies I still have a chance. After Yen and Sasuke returned home, time seemed to fast forward, and before they knew it, a week had passed. It appeared that Itachi had received another mission. But Yen did not forget to conduct his regular divination before Itachi's departure. Afterward, he did not see him again. As for his foolish brother Sasuke, upon discovering he could not practice the shadow clone technique, the unyielding boy struggled to accept the harsh reality, repeatedly visiting the Inuzuka clan's doghouse for several days. He scoured the entirety of Konoha, from the Inuzuka clan's doghouse to the Nara clan's pharmacy and the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, yet he failed to trigger any new tasks. One day, as Yen routinely visited the doghouse in search of Sasuke, he unexpectedly heard the familiar notification sound from the system while passing a flower shop. Ding. Chapter 14. Let us not talk about strange stories from a Chinese studio, but why is there also Plants vs. Zombies? Ding. Task triggered. Task. The apocalypse is approaching, and zombies are about to invade your backyard. Please plant sunflowers before nightfall to collect sunlight to fend off the impending zombies. Reward: Special Sunflower 2. Yin confidently believed he could tackle any abstract system task, yet he never anticipated such a turn of events. He held his breath, hastily walked to the wall, braced himself with his hand, and began to breathe deeply. All right. Plants versus zombies, is it? Although the description of the task reward was rather vague, Yin could surmise that these sunflowers were meant to collect sunlight. As for their purpose, perhaps he would need to complete the task first before conducting any experiments to find out. He no longer expected the system to provide any serious tasks. He felt exhausted. Jinya, who was watering flowers at the shop's entrance, turned her head to glance at the boy nearby and found herself unable to look away. She became so entranced that she forgot about watering the potted plants. Water from the watering can spilled over the pot, soaking her shoes with muddy water. Your flowers are about to die. Huh. A strange voice startled Jinya, causing her to yelp. She lost control of the watering can, and although it was empty, a few droplets splashed onto Yin. Regaining her composure, Jinya noticed the boy's clothes were damp, and her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment as she chastised herself for her foolishness. She felt both ashamed and awkward. Customer. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Jinya's voice quivered slightly as she panicked and fumbled for a handkerchief, instinctively attempting to wipe the boy's damp clothes. Let me handle it myself. Yan's lips twitched as he grasped Jinya's wrist and took the handkerchief from her. This action made Jinya's face turn beet red, as if she were seeking a gap in the ground to vanish into. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to bow and apologize again. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Yin wiped the water stains on his clothes and then walked straight to a pot of sunflowers in the corner. Do you have sunflowers? I need a lot. It would be even better if you could help me transplant them. The system task required him to fill the backyard with sunflowers before nightfall, so for safety's sake, Yin decided to transplant them. After all, he had finally encountered a relatively normal task, and he needed to secure the rewards, whatever they might be. Is it useful? We'll see. Jinya, why are you just standing there at the entrance? Just as Jinya was about to respond, her mother, with a keen business sense, immediately noticed the prominent customer at the door. The Uchiha crest. What a wealthy family. Yin turned his gaze toward the shop, where the shopkeeper, adorned in an apron, quickly pulled her daughter aside. With a smile, she inquired, Customer, may I ask how much you mean by a lot? The entire yard. Rina's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the Uchiha family was indeed affluent, even in their flower purchasing approach. That's no problem. Just transplant the sunflowers in the backyard before tonight. Yin interjected, then waved at Jinya, who was hiding behind her mother, making a writing gesture. Jinya froze for a moment, then hurriedly pulled out a pen and paper, timidly handing them to Yin. However, while Yin wrote, she secretly lifted her head, her sly gaze noting each word he penned. This address is the Uchiha clan leader's house? Feeling as if she had uncovered a secret, Jinya carefully preserved the paper Yin had given her. Even after he departed, she stood at the door, gazing at the boy's retreating figure. Since I'm curious, why not ask for his name? Rina teased, causing Jinya's face to redden. Stop it. I'll find out when I deliver the flowers later. Jinya averted her gaze from her mother's eyes and turned to organize the delivery in the storage room. Meanwhile, hidden under the eaves, the Umbu ninjas quietly took out their pens and began documenting on scrolls. August 28th, sunny. Uchiha clan leader's second son, Uchiha Yen, visited the Yamashiro flower shop to purchase a large quantity of sunflowers. Purpose unknown, significance unclear. Threat level, C. Above it, they also noted Sasuke's movements. August 28th. Sunny. Uchiha clan leader's third son, Uchiha Sasuke, once again visited the Inuzuka clan's doghouse, reportedly to learn the dog jutsu. After a week of observation, the connection between the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans has been ruled out, assessed as Uchiha Sasuke having a mental disorder. Threat level, B. The Umbu ninjas had been monitoring the two brothers since their fortuitous encounter with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Whenever the two left their home, the Umbu would follow and record their every action. The result? The ninjas tasked with surveillance felt utterly drained. From day one, they had embarked on this assignment with high spirits, eager to uncover evidence of a potential uprising within the Uchiha clan. However, those two little boys, one wandering aimlessly around Konoha and the other frequently visiting the doghouse, exhibited peculiar behaviors. Initially, the assigned Umbu believed the boys were acting under Fugaka's orders, secretly plotting something significant. Yet, after consecutive days of observation, the Umbu began to doubt their life choices. Aside from roaming the village, Yin would often be found at taverns or ramen stands, visibly agitated, shouting bizarre phrases such as, "Hurry and give me the mission." NPC, please issue the task. Activate the cultivation mission. Phrases that left them utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Sasuke was preoccupied with dog-related ninjutsu, constantly racing to the Inuzuka doghouse. The Umbu ninjas were left utterly bewildered. You're an Uchiha. Study the Sharingan or use Shuriken. Why spend all day at the doghouse? What is wrong with you? In summary, after a week of diligent monitoring, they all arrived at the same conclusion. Fugaku's two sons, were not quite right in the head. Let us call it off. There's no need to waste time on these two foolish sons of Fugaku. Let us return to report. The Umbu squad leader sighed, issuing the command. And the remaining ninjas promptly vanished from the eaves. In the afternoon, with the help of workers, Jingye arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's estate, laden with sunflowers. She stood at the door for quite some time, staring at the doorknob, summoning the courage to raise her hand and gently knock a few times. Is anyone home? Perhaps her knock was too soft, or her voice too faint, for a full 10 minutes passed without a response from inside. Jingye turned to glance back at the closed door, then looked at the pile of sunflowers, suddenly feeling a bit lost. She contemplated returning home to seek her mother's assistance when a commotion echoed from around the street corner. Yin, let go of me. I'm about to learn the jutsu. Chapter 15. Fujiwara, there is no place for you in this home in the Uchiha clan territory. Yin held a bouquet of carnations in one hand while tugging at Sasuke's arm with the other, his expression impassive as he walked towards the entrance. The bouquet was a special gift he had brought back for his mother, an afterthought since he had already purchased numerous sunflowers. Acquiring the carnations posed no inconvenience, as they had been bestowed upon him free of charge by the shopkeeper, recognizing him as a valued customer. He had not forgotten his father either, intending to assign him the task of settling the bill, allowing the elder to feel a sense of involvement. Sasuke leaned back, resisting the pull. Yin, you said you wouldn't interfere with me. Yin had previously assured him that he would not disrupt his training at the kennel and had agreed to return home before dinner. The time was still early, barely past 2 p.m., with at least 3 hours until mealtime. Naturally, Sasuke was irked at having his training interrupted, and his stubborn temperament flared up. He struggled against Yan's grip, but his strength proved insufficient, dragging his legs along the ground in a long, reluctant trail. Wait a moment. Yan glanced apologetically at Ino, who stood at the door, and suddenly released Sasuke's hand. With Yan's sudden release, Sasuke toppled backward, flipping 180 degrees. Had he not reacted swiftly, adjusting his fall to mitigate the impact, he might have suffered a painful blow to the head. Sasuke rose from the ground, angrily pointing at Yan, ready to unleash his daily tirade, much like Yan's routine interrogations of Itachi. Yan, I detest you. Ino found herself in an awkward position, never having witnessed a quarrel between siblings, especially between twins. Her lips twitched slightly as she remarked, your brother is quite adorable. Upon hearing the blonde woman's comment, Sasuke erupted in fury. Blonde, I detest you too. Furthermore, our Uchiha clan does not welcome you. In contrast to his earlier words directed at Yin, Sasuke's tone towards Ino was notably icy. Ignore him. Yin turned the key, pushing open the door without glancing back at Sasuke. Ino had intended to lighten the awkward atmosphere and formally introduce herself, but her words only served to provoke Yan's brother further. I'll bring the flowers inside, she exclaimed, hastily turning to carry the stacked sunflowers, perhaps believing it would alleviate her guilt. Sasuke, come help with the flowers, Yin commanded, disregarding Sasuke's anger, as if a brotherly bond existed merely as fade of a landowner and his laborer. Despite his words, Yin was concerned about the time, forming hand seals to perform the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 3 clones appeared beside him. After a brief exchange of glances between the original and the clones, they quickly understood their task and rolled up their sleeves to assist. Shadow clones. Ino, hearing the commotion, looked at Yin in surprise, secretly delighted. A rumor had circulated among girls that the Uchiha clan's beauty correlated with their talent. Handsome equals genius. Initially, Ino dismissed such tales as nonsense, but now they seemed rather credible. Just shadow clones, what's so surprising? Sasuke scoffed, disdainfully lifting his chin before forming seals to summon his own shadow clones. This technique was particularly taxing on chakra, and he had only recently mastered it following his training in tree climbing and water walking. His intention in using the shadow clone technique was to demonstrate to the shallow-minded blonde the insurmountable chasm between ordinary individuals and a clan of prodigies. Sasuke's clones, though only 2 in number, wore faintly mocking smiles as they assisted Ino in transporting the flowers. Observing his brother's ostentatious display, Yin felt confident that he could easily manage the situation. Yin, Sasuke, have you returned? The commotion caught the attention of Makoto, who softly called out the names of her children from within the house. Mother. Sasuke rushed inside with the sunflowers, greeting her before dashing towards the backyard. However, he was soon met by the imposing figure of his father, blocking his path. Father. Sasuke noticed that his father's demeanor was not as casual as it had been with his mother. He quickly set down the flowers and bowed respectfully. Fugaku responded with a nasal grunt, his gaze drifting to the golden blooms in the courtyard and the vast field of sunflowers outside, his brow furrowing as he turned a stern look towards Yin. Ino, peeking in, saw Fugaku freeze in place, his fierce expression reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. Yin had grown accustomed to this, and even suspected that his father's intimidating visage was innate. He stepped over the threshold, presenting the bouquet to his mother, who was still contemplating the sunflowers at the door. Mother, this is for you. To be candid, expressing his feelings so directly made Yin feel somewhat bashful. He placed the flowers into Makoto's arms and promptly led Ino, who stood there, towards the exit, feigning busyness. Makoto gazed down at the bouquet of carnations, her eyes brimming with warmth. This child, she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Really? Casting a glance at Sasuke, who was covered in dirt, she sighed inwardly, lamenting her son's thoughtlessness. She had long realized this, but found herself too shy to inquire. Meanwhile, the expressions of Fugaku and Sasuke darkened simultaneously. Sasuke could not even bear to look at his mother, feeling guilt for not bringing anything back for her. Humph. Fugaku snorted again, signifying his profound dissatisfaction. He no longer had the desire to question Yen about the plethora of sunflowers he had purchased. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Just then, Yen's voice rang out. Father. This call caused Fugaku to halt and return to his previous position. He cleared his throat and meticulously adjusted his collar, assuming a posture of paternal authority. With a semblance of a smile, his expression was both serious and solemn, as if anticipating something. The sunflowers were purchased at the flower shop. Please settle the bill for me. Yan's tone remained unchanged from their usual exchanges, yet to Fugaku, the words felt colder than the sharpest winter chill, piercing him deeply. Get out. Oh dear, why are you being so harsh with the children, dear? Makoto interjected, unable to watch any longer. With a smile, she waved at Yen, her bouquet swaying triumphantly before Fugaku, as if celebrating a victory. Yen, the money for this is on me. Chapter 16. Sasuke, I detest blonde hair. Ultimately, Fugaku could not withstand his wife's insistence and reluctantly paid the bill. What vexed him further was that the boy, Yen, expressed his gratitude exclusively to his wife. Not only did he endure humiliation and physical discomfort, but he was also compelled to foot the bill. This left Fugaku quite irate, and in the coming days, he resolved not to see that insufferable boy again. The old father, harboring his grievances, turned and strode into the house, while Makoto found her husband's behavior somewhat amusing. How could a grown man act like a child, sulking over a mere boy? As Makoto watched her husband retreat, her gaze shifted to the trio in the courtyard tending to the sunflowers. She barely noticed her younger son, Sasuke, but her attention was irresistibly drawn to the young girl from the Yamanaka family, and Yen, unable to suppress a maternal smile. Did you remember everything I said? Ino held a small gardening trowel, explaining transplantation techniques to Yen as she worked. Speaking of her expertise infused her with newfound confidence, her voice no longer timid. Yet, she still dared not meet Yen's gaze directly. Got it. Yen nodded earnestly, his peripheral vision catching the strands of Ino's damp hair. Suddenly, he recalled that he had forgotten to return the handkerchief to her. He retrieved it from his pocket and presented it to Ino, who was crouched on the ground. Why not take a break? With plenty of daylight remaining, and with Ino's assistance, they had completed half of the task. Since there was no urgency, he decided to allow her a moment of respite. He was not a cruel taskmaster. Okay. Ino, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her handkerchief, accepted it and held it close to her chest like a treasured possession. She set down her trowel, and Makoto stepped forward to take it from her, offering refreshments in return. Sasuke, witnessing the blonde woman step away, cast aside his own trowel and plopped down onto the ground. Having recently practiced the shadow clone technique, he felt drained, especially since he had just begun to learn it. He stubbornly maintained the clones to avoid losing face in front of that blonde girl. Once the clones dissipated, he felt more exhausted than after a day of training at the doghouse. Yen, noticing Sasuke resting, immediately called out, Sasuke, pick up the pace. Your movements are too slow. Sasuke was taken aback by Yen's words. Instead of responding, he pointed angrily toward the house, his expression a testament to the injustice he felt. That woman was allowed to rest. Why was he not? Come on. If just using shadow clones tires you out this much, how will you ever grow stronger in the future? Yan's words were earnest. Yet Sasuke perceived them as personal attacks. That's enough. It's merely planting flowers with shadow clones. There's no need to treat it like serious training. I can just practice well tomorrow. Under ordinary circumstances, Sasuke might have exchanged a few heated words with Yen before reluctantly bowing his head to continue working. However, today, for reasons unknown, his ire flared at the sight of the blonde woman. I'm done. Sasuke scowled, brushing off the dirt from beneath him, hands shoved into his pockets as he strode toward the training grounds, unwilling to squander his time here. Ino, seated inside, kept a watchful eye on the outside, her conversation with Makoto lacking focus as she occasionally glanced at her handkerchief. Upon noticing Yan's younger brother throwing yet another tantrum, she promptly rose and bowed to Makoto. Auntie, I should go help outside. If my mother discovers I'm slacking off, she'll surely reprimand me. Makoto smiled without a word, appraising the young girl, causing Ino's cheeks to flush. Well then, I'll head out first. Ino fled in a panic, only to exhale in relief once she reached the courtyard. Yen, let me take over. Sasuke, having taken only a few steps, halted in irritation upon hearing the blonde's voice. Yen, engrossed in transplanting the sunflowers, had not paid much attention to Sasuke, believing that allowing the boy some leisure was not an unreasonable request. With Ino's help, their progress had noticeably accelerated. Huh, Sasuke, why are you back? Yin turned in surprise to find Sasuke laboring diligently, completely shifting from his previous defiant demeanor. Sasuke ignored him, continuing to work with his head down. However, his gaze frequently drifted toward the blonde girl. Yin merely smiled. This naive little brother of his could sometimes be far more endearing than he realized. As evening approached, with the assistance of the trio and Yin's shadow clones, they successfully completed the sunflower planting task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, special sunflower 2. As the system's voice resonated, Yin surveyed the golden courtyard, finally releasing a sigh of relief. How beautiful! Ino stood among the sunflowers, tiptoeing through the golden waves. Her golden ponytail swayed with her movements, resembling a fish joyfully swimming through water. After a moment, she suddenly turned to face Yin. Nice to meet you. My name is Yamanaka Ino, and I'm delighted to meet you today. Yin, captivated by her bright smile and earnest introduction, felt a smile creep onto his own face. I am Uchiha Yin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sasuke. The two stood amidst the flowers, exchanging smiles, while Sasuke lurked in the shadows, baring his teeth in frustration. Are they both out of their minds? What in the world are they so happy about? After a long day, Sasuke felt no joy, only an increasing disdain for the blonde girl. With a scowl, he shoved his hands into his pockets and trudged toward the house, devoid of any desire to converse with Yin. Not even tomorrow, unaware of his brother's mood. Yin escorted Ino home and promptly dashed back to the flower field to inspect his system rewards. Upon opening the system, he found a sunflower icon in his backpack, displaying a quantity of 2 in the corner. Everything appeared perfectly normal. After scanning his surroundings and confirming he was alone, Yin clicked on the sunflower icon. Whoosh! The moment he pressed the icon, a radiant golden light enveloped him. Seconds later, as the light dissipated, Yin crouched down, feeling a peculiar weight on his shoulders. To his astonishment, 2 sunflowers sprouted, one on each shoulder, each adorned with a face. Is this truly reminiscent of the sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies? But why are they growing on my shoulders? Is this some kind of imitation of Jiraiya? As Yin turned his head, his gaze met that of the sunflowers, and suddenly, 2 deep, resonant male voices echoed in his ears. Jiang and Leather Factory. Jiang and Leather Factory has gone bankrupt. Crazy Thursday v50 Kong Kong Strength. Chapter 17. Yin's Sunflower Jiraiya Toad? Shut your mouth. Yin whispered fiercely. He was not concerned about these peculiar sunflowers being discovered by his family. He could easily use the excuse of summoning beasts to cover his tracks. Primarily, however, it was rather embarrassing to have these oddities perched upon his shoulder. He could only imagine the laughter that would erupt from Sasuke if he were to see them. Snow Leopard, be quiet. Quiet, quiet. The 2 sunflowers appeared to be oblivious to human speech, yet they were capable of uttering all manner of words that made Yan's patience wear thin. In the end, he simply plucked 2 of the sunflowers he had transplanted that day and stuffed them into their mouths. This action startled the long-faced sunflowers, and as they felt their kind within their mouths, their gazes towards Yin turned fearful, silencing any further provocations towards this cruel human. Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to sense any changes within his body. Given that these peculiar sunflowers were able to grow on him, it was hard for him to believe that there would be no alterations at all. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in the refinement of his chakra. The chakra refinement speed has increased? The chakra within him seemed to be refining at a rate approximately 10% faster than usual. While the enhancement was not substantial, it persisted even when he ceased refining chakra. In simpler terms, the primary ability of these sunflowers appeared to be the automatic restoration of a small amount of chakra. As for the sunflowers themselves, Yin cast a disdainful glance at the 2 perched upon his shoulder and gazed up at the starry sky. Perhaps there would be some changes during the day. These plants likely originated from the realm of Plants vs. Zombies, yet considering his own rather abstract system, the notion of having sunflowers produce sunlight seemed unrealistic and unlikely to manifest. Of course, if they could actually produce sunlight, that would be truly terrifying. Given that the sunflowers could automatically restore a small amount of chakra, Yin speculated that this ability would likely be more potent during daylight hours. Yin, who are you talking to out there? Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. His mother's voice echoed from inside the house, startling Yin, who quickly concealed the 2 peculiar sunflowers. Coming, he shouted, racing into the bathroom to wash up. When he finally sat down at the dining table, he noticed the grim expressions on his father and Sasuke's faces on either side of him. Only his mother was diligently serving him food, insisting that he eat more since he was still growing. Unfazed by the low spirits of Sasuke and Fugaku, both of whom glanced at Yan's bowl overflowing with food. Their expressions darkened further. I'm full. Me too. The 2, having lost their appetite, cleaned their bowls and retreated to their respective rooms. Makoto, witnessing the 2, expressed mild annoyance. Honestly, these 2 are so hard to please. Turning back, she smiled and continued to serve Yin. Eat more, don't mind your father and brother. Yin, with a strained expression, managed to say, Mom, please stop. I really can't eat anymore. Although reluctant to reject his mother's kindness, he felt he was on the verge of bursting. Oh, by the way, Yin, what do you think of that girl from today? Did you become good friends? The innate curiosity of women flared up in Mikoto, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she inquired about such matters regarding her son, reminiscent of a young girl gossiping about others' romantic affairs, albeit focused on her own child. "She's quite nice," Yin replied, pushing some of his food towards his mother's bowl. A fleeting image of Ino as an adult flashed through his mind, and he added, "Yeah, she's a pretty cute little girl." Mikoto beamed with delight, concerned that her son might find her teasing bothersome. She turned to retrieve 2 envelopes from the living room, placing them in front of Yin. "Your enrollment notices. In 3 days, you and Sasuke will be starting school." Yin's movement suddenly halted, and after a complex look at his mother, he nodded. "Okay, I understand." His mood dampened as he picked up the enrollment notice and returned to his room. School was certainly not a welcome prospect for him. It meant that the time for the Uchiha massacre was drawing near. Mikoto, sensing Yin's unease, scratched her head in confusion. "That's strange. Aren't you excited about school?" The young girl from the Yamashiro family was of a similar age to both of her sons, and Mikoto had gone out of her way to ensure Yin would be in the same class as Ino. Yet she never anticipated Yin would react this way upon hearing about school. That night, Yin informed Sasuke about the upcoming school term, but the boy sulked, snatching the enrollment notice and retreating to Itachi's room in a huff. The next morning, as Yin was training, he heard commotion from the living room and promptly ceased his practice to rush out. He knew Itachi must have returned from a mission. "Huh? Yin, you're up so early today?" Itachi, who was munching on a piece of bread in the living room, turned to see a fully dressed Yin, his surprise evident. Usually, when he returned at this hour, Yin was either still asleep or wandering around in his pajamas. Today was indeed a rarity. His usually sleepy brother was up bright and early. Yin had no intention of revealing that he had spent the entire night cultivating chakra with the 2 sunflowers. He quickly approached Itachi and launched into his daily inquiries. 1 out of 7. "I ask you," hearing his name called. Itachi had almost been trained to respond instinctively. This time, he didn't wait for Yin to finish, quickly interjecting with his answer. "Choose you and Sasuke. Both alive. Both alive." Yin was momentarily taken aback by Itachi's response. Boring. He pursed his lips, opting not to say anything further as he walked past Itachi into the kitchen to grab a carton of milk. "Where are Dad and Mom?" It felt unusually quiet in the house. Sasuke was still asleep, and at this hour, their parents should have been up. After a brief silence, Itachi finally replied, "They went to a clan meeting." "Why didn't you go?" Yin's question struck a chord with Itachi, who forced a smile. "I came back to check on you and Sasuke. By the way, I have some free time over the next few days. I can train with you, and even take you to school." Itachi was always gentle with his younger brothers, as if their presence alone could alleviate all his worries. "I have plans today." Yin stood at the door, putting on his shoes and firmly declining Itachi's offer. The disappointment was evident on Itachi's face. "By the way, don't come home too often. You promised to look after Shursui well." Yin had a nagging feeling that Shursui's time was limited, and all he could do was ensure Itachi kept a watchful eye on him to prevent any mishaps. He was planning to leave soon to hide a shadow clone by the Southie River, accompanied by a few dogs. Oh, and some antidotes. Itachi, still hopeful that his brother might change his mind, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him again. "I will. Sometimes." He even felt as though Yin was the elder brother in their relationship. He sighed and added, "Please take care of Sasuke as well." Chapter 18. Oh, the flavor is truly authentic. Itachi bid farewell to Yin and promptly poked Sasuke's forehead before heading off to attend the clan meeting alone. However, he stood in the courtyard for a good 10 minutes, looking rather foolish. Yin, unsure of what was occupying his mind, assumed Itachi was admiring his own handiwork. After Itachi had left for some time, Yin chose not to exit immediately, but instead dove into the sea of flowers in the courtyard, intending to experiment with the sunflower's effects during the day. Venturing outside might attract the attention of the Umbu ninjas, especially with the Uchiha clan's meeting taking place today. Nestled among the blossoms, Yin found a secluded corner and summoned his 2 bodyguards. Thanks to the chaos he had orchestrated the previous night, they were now too terrified to utter a word, shivering in fear. This pleased Yin immensely. He raised his hand, snapping 2 sunflowers in front of him, forcefully tearing their blossoms apart before casting them to the ground and trampling them. This display served to instill a sense of dread in his guardians. "Be quiet for a while, understood? Use whatever abilities you have, and if you dare to shout, your fate will be as grim as theirs," Yin threatened, gesturing toward the trampled sunflowers, his expression menacing. The sunflowers quaked in fear, some petals falling from them. They dared not speak, merely nodding in agreement, convinced that this human was far more terrifying than the zombies in the back garden. Seeing that his guardians were no longer misbehaving, Yin settled down in the flower sea, closed his eyes, and focused on refining his chakra. Truth be told, if it weren't for his lack of access to cultivation techniques, he would have already found a way to advance to the chi refinement stage and open the novice gift package sent by the system. Unfortunately, he found himself stuck at the threshold of the chi refinement stage. He could only hope to encounter tasks from the cultivation world in the future. He promised himself not to mention the abstract nature of the system. For now, he had to place his hopes on chakra cultivation to gain strength. The blue chakra gathered in his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and permeating his entire body. The refinement speed was remarkably swift. In the past, It would take him nearly 10 minutes to feel any movement in his chakra, let alone circulate through his body. Now, the speed of chakra refinement had increased by 70%. Yin was inwardly astonished. Sensing the changes within him, he halted the chakra refinement. Even after stopping, the refinement speed remained at 50%. This meant that as long as he refrained from using any large-scale ninjutsu, his current chakra, combined with the recuperative abilities of his guardians, would be sufficient to sustain him in prolonged combat. The downside, however, was that this ability could only be utilized during the day. Nonetheless, the rewards from this mission were quite satisfactory. Aside from the somewhat abstract nature of the two sunflowers, it resolved his current predicament of insufficient chakra. With that thought, Yin formed a series of hand seals and performed the shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the technique's explosion resonated, and 10 shadow clones appeared beside him. This was the shadow clone technique executed under extreme conditions. His father had warned him countless times against this practice, cautioning that excessive chakra consumption could endanger his life, even if it didn't pose a life-threatening risk. The fatigue and mental strain experienced upon cancellation of the technique were usually unbearable for an ordinary person. However, after conjuring 10 clones, his chakra had replenished to its peak state in less than a minute, thanks to the sunflower's assistance. He could even continue to utilize the shadow clone technique. Of course, Yin chose not to do so. After dispelling the clones, he flicked one of the sunflowers on the shoulder. Can you spit out anything special? The two sunflowers tilted their heads to look at each other, swaying a bit before opening their mouths to shower Yin with sunflower seeds. The seeds fell upon him like a dense rain, and judging by the scattered seeds on the ground, if he were to roast them, it seemed he wouldn't need to ask Sasuke for snacks today. Despite the unexpected bounty of sunflower seeds, Yin felt no joy. His veins bulged as he grasped one sunflower by its neck, growling softly, "Stop. I don't want to eat this for now." Taking a deep breath, he resisted the urge to tear them apart, speaking with forced patience, "Give me something special. Don't tell me you can only spit out this stuff." Upon hearing this, the sunflowers seemed to understand the foolish human's request. They nodded vigorously and emitted a brilliant light. In that moment, standing still, Yin felt as if he had encountered the sun, reminiscent of a time in his past when a teammate had tossed a flashbang in his face during a game. Blinded by the brightness, he simultaneously felt the urge to strike someone. You better prepare to have your petals plucked. After about 3 seconds, the dazzling light began to fade. When he regained clarity, he noticed 2 golden orbs of light at his feet. This revelation made him reconsider his intentions toward his guardians. After all, that blinding light could be considered a means of offense, at least capable of causing temporary blindness. Quite impressive. Yin inwardly reassured himself, crouching down to examine the luminous orbs. After 3 minutes of meticulous observation, he found them to be quite intriguing, yet he could not discern any special properties. Pointing to the glowing orbs, he tilted his head and inquired, "What purpose do they serve?" The sunflowers contemplated the orbs for a long while before nodding in unison, declaring, "They are edible. The kids from next door are crying for them." "Oh, the flavor is truly authentic," Yin replied, his expression turning serious. The atmosphere grew tense as the sunflowers exchanged anxious glances, fearing their fate if Yin grew angry enough to consume them. After an extensive period of contemplation, Yin's murderous intent began to seep uncontrollably from him. He grappled with his inner turmoil, anxious that anger might compel him to harm these 2 creatures, continually reminding himself, "Stay calm. These flowers are useful. Mustn't kill, mustn't kill." After several minutes of calming his emotions, he extended his right hand and grasped one of the glowing orbs, intending to taste it. However, before it reached his mouth, the orb transformed into a shower of star-like particles that entered his body. Instantly, Yin felt his cells awakening with vigor. Is this the power of the sun? Or perhaps a healing effect? He closed his eyes, sensing the internal changes, and his expression softened. Glancing at the remaining orbs, he retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch and lightly drew it across his arm. As blood oozed from the wound, Yin repeated the earlier action. As the light dissipated into shimmering particles, the wound on his arm healed, confirming his suspicions. "It appears to be related to healing," he murmured, a hint of joy appearing on his face as he turned to head back inside, eager to share the delightful news with his dear brother. "My beloved brother, come here." Chapter 19. In the vast realm of the ninja world, possessing a spirit beast is quite reasonable, isn't it? "Yin, do you think I am a fool?" Sasuke, with a grim expression, clenched his fists, casting a sidelong glance at the detestable figure before him. 3 minutes earlier, Yin, adorned with 2 sunflowers, forcibly roused the slumbering Sasuke from the confines of his bed. Upon awakening, Sasuke's irritation flared. However, upon seeing the elongated faces of the sunflowers perched upon Yan's shoulders, he was so startled that he fell to the ground, exclaiming in shock and scrambling to the corner of the room with great haste. Then, Yin earnestly informed Sasuke that the sunflowers were spirit beasts. In such a vast ninja world, it is entirely normal to possess a spirit flower like a sunflower among the various spirit beasts like ninja dogs and ninja cats. Sasuke, however, was left in a state of shock and disbelief. The primary reason Yin sought out Sasuke was to test whether the sunflower's healing abilities could extend to others. Moreover, he had learned during their earlier conversation that the sunflower could release 3 healing orbs each day, summing up to 6 opportunities for healing. Healing oneself was sufficient. The remaining concern was whether it could heal others. I'm not lying. They can even speak, Yin declared solemnly as he administered 2 sharp slaps to both sunflowers, commanding them to speak. The sunflowers, having grasped the rudiments of interacting with this foolish human, began to showcase their impressive linguistic talents after receiving a couple of slaps. The left sunflower bellowed in a deep baritone, demanding, "Give him a job. Rough. Go." Ignore the right sunflower, upon receiving the command, let out a low growl followed by a resounding roar. A woof, 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 woof. As it barked, it leaned towards Sasuke, resembling a fierce dog from a landlord's estate. Hearing the urgent barks emanating from the sunflower's mouth nearly caused Sasuke's eyes to bulge out in disbelief. What on earth is this spirit flower? With an impassive expression, Yin even displayed a hint of coldness. He rewarded the sunflowers with 2 more slaps, indicating his increasing familiarity with this bizarre behavior. The 2 orbs of light. Upon receiving the command, the sunflower closed its eyes and began to radiate light. Sasuke, intrigued by the peculiar commotion, craned his neck, his eyes wide with curiosity about what this dog-like sunflower could accomplish. In the next moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly illuminated the room. Having learned from a previous mishap, Yin had closed his eyes in anticipation of the sunflower's command. Sasuke, however, was not so fortunate. "Oh, Yin." Sasuke cried out in anguish, covering his eyes. Even with his eyes shut, the world remained a blinding white. Minutes later, once he regained his composure, Sasuke, with a foul expression, expelled Yin from the room, delivering a parting kick to that wretched figure. "Get out. Leave my room." With a resounding slam, he forcefully shut the door, locking it with a decisive click, leaving Yin standing alone at the entrance. "My bad. I should have reminded you." Yin called from outside. "But Sasuke, have you heard about? Why don't you try seeing if that light orb can heal?" His voice carried an apologetic tone as he knocked on the door. He had barely checked on Sasuke's well-being before being unceremoniously shoved out. After about 10 minutes of silence from within, it was clear that Sasuke was genuinely upset. "Fine. If you won't try, I have matters to attend to. I'll bring you some sweet rice dumplings when I return." Yin lingered at the door for a while before reluctantly calling out a few more words, still receiving no response. He then put away the left and right sunflowers and turned to leave. 10 skewers. Sasuke roared, his voice still seething with anger. But Yan's lips curled into a smirk at the door. Understood. With that, Yin closed the door behind him and departed. The Nanha River was not far from Yan's home, and to avoid arousing suspicion, he strolled through the streets as usual. On his way to his destination, he carried in his left hand a takeaway of 20 skewers and a cake, while his right hand held 2 Shiba Inu puppies bought from a kennel. He also cradled several bouquets of chrysanthemums in his arms. The chrysanthemums, acquired from Ino's flower shop, were said to be used to honor the deceased. Yin felt it prudent to be prepared for both outcomes. Thus, he purchased a few bouquets. Should Shisui meet the same fate as in the original story, this bouquet would serve as a preemptive tribute. "Shisui-senpai, this is Uchiha Yin. Shall we monitor him?" At that moment, a root ninja glanced at Yan's retreating figure, signaling to his squad leader, Shuchi, "No need. Just a useless fool." Upon saying this, Shuchi paused for 3 seconds, then added in a somewhat peculiar tone, "Lord Danzo mentioned not to hand over Fugaku's 2 sons, even if they awaken their Sharingan. They are to be used for experiments." The thought of this brought a look of disdain to Shuchi's face as he recalled Danzo's expression while discussing those 2 boys. It seemed that madness could indeed be contagious through the Sharingan. Shuchi fully understood Danzo's sentiments. After all, while other Uchiha had character flaws, those 2 boys were genuinely unhinged. "Withdraw. Our focus will now shift to Shisui and Itachi." Shuchi waved his hand, and several root ninjas nodded in agreement before vanishing from the eaves. As the root ninjas departed, Kakashi, perched atop a tree while perusing Intimate Paradise, snapped his book shut with a click, murmuring to himself, "Chrysanthemums? Offerings? Is this to honor the deceased?" Assigned by the 3rd Hokage to observe, Kakashi squinted in the direction Yin had taken. It seems he is not headed to a cemetery. Sensing something amiss, Kakashi stowed his book back into his ninja pouch and leaped from the treetop, disappearing from sight. Yin spent nearly 2 hours in the village executing his tasks, and by the time the sun dipped below the horizon, he finally arrived at the Nanha River. This place was vast, and relying solely on the information from the original story, he could not discern where Shisui had taken his own life. Yin could only rely on instinct to place the chrysanthemums along the riverbank, worried that the wind might carry them away. He even picked up a few stones to weigh them down after laying them out. With each arrangement, Yin would clasp his hands together, offering a brief moment of silence in honor of Shisui. He placed 6 bouquets along the riverbank and 3 upon the cliff. After completing the preemptive tribute to Shisui, Yin began to walk the Shiba Inu puppies around the vicinity in search of temporary lodging. Observing the entire process from a distance, Kakashi couldn't help but feel exasperated. Watching Uchiha Yin strolling with his dogs, his eye twitched in disbelief. As Yin wandered the village, purchasing an assortment of peculiar items and arriving at the Nanha River to walk his dogs, Kakashi could only sum it up with 2 words: insane. After his outburst, Kakashi resumed his reading of Jiraiya's literary masterpiece, leaning against a rock. Chapter 20. The blossoming flowers of this place. Youthful times as the doppelganger took charge of the two dogs, Yin handed over the dog leash to his clone. Very well. I shall dispel the shadow clone when the time is ripe. Being Yan's shadow clone, it inherently understood the underlying significance of this task. Its duty was to care for the dogs by the riverbank and remain concealed. When the day came for Shui to leap from the cliff, the clone would cancel its technique, allowing Yin to receive the news instantly through memory transmission. His home was approximately 6 kilometers away, constrained by a 500-meter teleportation range. Upon returning, he would need to procure additional dogs from the kennel and settle them in the vicinity. As for whether this would raise suspicions, the likelihood was minimal. It was common knowledge that he and Sasuke had brought disgrace to the Uchiha clan. The entire village was abuzz with talk of the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku's 2 sons, who were expected to rival the Inuzuka clan in the realm of ninja dogs. Once the dogs were settled, and he had reminded his clone to act discreetly, Yin departed from the South Hegawa River. Yawn. Looks like it's come to an end. Kakashi stretched lazily, stifling a yawn as he closed his book, silently following behind Yin. Preoccupied with the thought of finishing work, Kakashi seemed oblivious to what he had overlooked. Or perhaps he simply did not care. I'm back. Yin returned just in time for dinner, the aroma of food wafting from the open door. Back already? His father stood like a gatekeeper at the entrance of the small courtyard, greeting Yin with a neutral tone, before his gaze shifted to a patch of sunflowers. Father. Is something the matter? Yin could tell his father had been standing there for quite some time, suspecting there was something he wished to discuss. Was it a family matter? Was the clan preparing to take action against Konoha? Or had Danzo already set his sights on Shui? In that moment, Yan's mind raced. Then, he saw his father, with a serious demeanor, raise his hand and point towards the sunflowers in the courtyard. Bring your brother out to me. Humph. Fugaku concluded, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to head inside. Before leaving, he cast a disapproving glance at Yin, clearly exasperated, having returned home weary from a meeting. Fugaku was taken aback to find Sasuke squatting among the flower beds. While he could understand a child's innocence, he could not fathom why his youngest son had uprooted 2 sunflowers and was now resting them on his shoulders, incessantly shouting phrases like speak, transform for me, and spit it out. This scene left Fugaku in stunned silence. As a father, he stood in a conspicuous spot, hoping Sasuke would notice him and emerge from the flowers to apologize. However, after standing there for over an hour, Sasuke remained in his whimsical state. This left Fugaku feeling frustrated and harboring deep resentment towards Yin, who had initially planted so many sunflowers in the courtyard. Moreover, you must tidy up the courtyard before dinner. Fugaku's low voice emanated from inside, leaving Yin utterly bewildered. So, you stood there for ages simply because you disapproved of my flowers? Why didn't you say so earlier? With a sigh about the dangers of being around one's father, Yin bent down to obediently uproot the sunflowers at his feet. Transform. Why won't you transform? At that moment, from within the sea of flowers, he heard his foolish brother's voice. Following the sound, he saw Sasuke crouched in the corner, entangled in transparent tape, half-dead sunflowers bound all around him. Save for 2 blossoms atop his head, every possible area was secured. Amidst the sunflowers, one could hardly notice his presence unless they looked closely. To make matters worse, Sasuke was slapping the sunflowers while speaking. From Sasuke's bizarre behavior, it was evident that after Yan's departure, he must have touched the light orb and experienced a wave of healing. Was he intending to summon his summoning beast amidst this floral expanse? Yin smacked his forehead, producing a crisp sound, his expression mirroring that of his father. The flowers in the courtyard, indeed, needed tending. What are you doing? Yin approached Sasuke from behind, startling him. He turned his head, caught sight of the plastic bag in Yan's hand, and swallowed hard, stubbornly returning to his task of slapping the sunflowers. Transform. Speak. Yin was taken aback by the sheer obstinacy of his brother. At this moment, he deeply regretted his earlier antics that had led to this situation. He wished he could summon a distraction to pull Sasuke's attention away. Aren't you going to practice the dog clone technique? Yin inquired, but Sasuke remained silent, his slapping growing more fervent. One cannot abandon their training midway. Didn't you say you were on the verge of mastering the dog clone technique? Furthermore, are you certain this method will grant you a summoning beast like mine? Yin's words finally halted Sasuke's defiance. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke shouted back, filled with discontent. It's none of your business. I can become strong on my own. Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. He had indeed experienced the healing abilities of the sunflowers, but it had also made him acutely aware of the growing chasm between him and Yin. His anger was not directed at Yin, but rather at himself for not being as powerful as Yin and Itachi, for not being able to make their parents proud. Hearing this, Yin smirked, recalling the earlier morning when Sasuke had called him a fool for believing such nonsense and dismissed the idea of a summoning beast existing in the ninja world. Children were indeed challenging to raise. Yin settled down beside Sasuke, casually retrieving the glutinous rice dumplings he had purchased that day and offering them to Sasuke. Tomorrow, I'll take you to train. The dog clone technique may not suit you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, with his back turned to Yin, seemed to waver internally. After a long pause, he finally spoke. School starts the day after tomorrow. Can we begin tonight? Having discovered that the light orb could alleviate the fatigue from training, he realized that possessing the summoning beast of the sunflower would allow him to train vigorously without concern for injury or chakra depletion. This was the reason behind his obsession with summoning beasts. Yin understood that part of Sasuke's desire to grow stronger stemmed from not wanting to embarrass the Uchiha clan at school. He chose not to expose Sasuke's hidden thoughts, merely chuckling softly. Very well, we shall commence tonight. Perhaps, you can attempt to practice lightning release. Chapter 21, Shattering Darkness with Thunder. Are you ready? Wait. Hold on. Yin, are you certain this won't end in disaster? Sasuke, we've conducted all the necessary safety tests beforehand. Have faith. All right. But could you first summon the sunflowers? Around 8 in the evening, Yin, as promised, took his younger brother for thunder release training. However, a minor mishap occurred. He suddenly realized his knowledge of thunder release was rather scant. The entire Uchiha clan, including himself, had primarily practiced fire release. And training in thunder release was exceedingly rare even in Konohagakure. Before departing, Yin consulted their father, Fugaku, who nodded and assured him he would find a way, albeit it would take some time. Unfortunately, Sasuke was impatient, eager to grow stronger. Coincidentally, Yin had gleaned a slight inspiration from the thunder release training in Kimogakure. After bidding farewell to their parents, Yin led Sasuke to a nearby utility pole, where, following a series of safety voltage tests, Yin concluded that in this ninja world, robust ninjas could safely endure around 90 volts. They were significantly sturdier than people from his previous life. Once the safety tests were complete, Yin promptly bound Sasuke to the utility pole and pulled 2 wires from above. To prevent their electric meter from reversing, Yin intentionally sought a secluded spot in the village that would not disturb others. He even chose an old, seemingly obsolete utility pole. Better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, Yan's appearance was particularly peculiar. To avoid drawing attention, he had adorned himself with numerous sunflowers, much like Sasuke had before. He also wore thick, insulated gloves. Lowering the 2 wires in his hands, he opened his backpack and summoned his guardian deities. Bound to the utility pole, Sasuke watched nervously as Yin held the crackling wires. Swallowing hard. Though resolute in his training, facing any adversity would not quell his determination to grow stronger. Yet, truth be told, the prospect of electric shock was undeniably daunting. With his insulated gloves donned, Yin bent down to pick up the 2 wires and, with utmost seriousness, asked Sasuke, "Are you ready?" Gulp. Sasuke swallowed again. "Yin, are you sure they train this way in Kimogakure?" I feel something is off." Hearing his brother's words, Yan's expression flickered. He could not reveal that the chakra of thunder release could stimulate the cells within, providing a potent enhancement. Otherwise, Sasuke would undoubtedly probe further. As for whether it would work, to be honest, he was uncertain. However, at the very least, it could help Sasuke develop some resistance to thunder release chakra, making it easier to master that technique in the future. The possibility of mishaps hadn't crossed his mind. A ninja's physical resilience should suffice. Moreover, he had the healing light orbs at his disposal. "Sasuke, there is nothing wrong. To master thunder release, you must first experience the sensation of lightning coursing through you," Yin stated earnestly, his expression grave. Sasuke, perplexed, gazed at the 2 sizzling wires in Yan's hands. Feeling deeply unsettled, he lowered his head and murmured, attempting to voice his concerns about Yan's assertion. "However, when we practiced fire release, we weren't burned. And water release doesn't require us to submerge ourselves, nor do we need to climb to mountaintops for wind release, right?" Yin. Sasuke's reasoning held a kernel of truth, momentarily leaving Yin at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Yin lifted his gaze to the moon. "So, are you going to train or not? If not, I might as well head back to sleep. If you're afraid, then perhaps we should abandon this." At this juncture, even if Sasuke wished to retreat, he felt too embarrassed to voice it to Yin. "Let's do this. I am not afraid at all." Sasuke tightly clenched his jaw, his body tense, resembling a figure ready for interrogation. Perched on a nearby tree, Kakashi observed the scene from above, rendered speechless. Kakashi had been trailing the 2 brothers since they left home. Naturally, he had witnessed their every move. Initially, he believed Uchiha Yin possessed a genuine thunder release technique to impart to Uchiha Sasuke. As one of the few ninjas in the village adept in thunder release, he was quite intrigued. Yet, the brothers' antics truly astonished him. Binding Sasuke to a utility pole and subjecting him to electric shocks. Was this truly not a form of interrogation? Kakashi was baffled by this training method, feeling profoundly shocked. After a prolonged silence, he focused on the brothers. Are they out of their minds? This is reckless beyond belief. With a sigh, Kakashi turned and swiftly made his way towards Fugaku's home, hoping to find an opportune moment to notify him. He wanted Fugaku to keep a close watch on these 2. Not to mention, he was genuinely worried that while monitoring them, they might inadvertently harm themselves, and he would be at a loss as to how to explain it to the 3rd Hokage. After Kakashi's departure, Yin commenced the special training for his brother, first instructing the guardian deities to monitor Sasuke's condition closely. Should anything go awry, they were to immediately release healing orbs to him. "All right, I'm beginning." Yin tightened his grip on the wires and decisively connected them. ZZZ. ZZZ. The moment the two wires connected, a powerful current surged through Sasuke's body, producing a crackling sound as he convulsed against the utility pole, shouting, "Ah!" The acrid scent of burnt hair quickly permeated the area, and under the influence of the electric current, Sasuke's hair stood on end, resembling a Super Saiyan. Whether he had grown stronger remained uncertain, but his appearance certainly conveyed an air of formidable power. Yin intently watched Sasuke convulse, ever prepared to summon the healing orbs if needed. Approximately 10 seconds later, bang, an electric arc burst from the utility pole, followed by a resounding explosion. Sparks flying around the brothers. In an instant, all the streetlights in Kanahagakure extinguished simultaneously, the sounds of televisions and homes ceased abruptly, and dogs barked in confusion. The entire village was enveloped in darkness, causing villagers to rush outside in a panic to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Umbu and Root ninjas stood on high alert, swiftly making their way towards the Uchiha compound. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, hands clasped behind his back, stepped onto the balcony, gazing up at the moon. His expression grave as he addressed Itachi and Shursui within. Itachi, has your father taken action? Itachi? Shursui? Chapter 22, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Have you investigated thoroughly? Is it true that the Uchiha clan is about to take action? In the dim light of the headquarters, Danzo inquired of his subordinates behind him. The power outage in Konoha tonight was exceedingly suspicious. Such an occurrence inevitably led Danzo to ponder whether the Uchiha clan was preparing to strike at this moment. However, this thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed by him. He was acutely aware that the Uchiha would not act overtly. After all, with Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, those inherently malevolent Uchihas would not choose to confront the village head-on. The ninja concealed in the shadows remained silent for about 10 seconds upon hearing Danzo's words. Recalling the power outage, his masked face contorted with difficulty. It was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. They had been practicing lightning release, and in doing so, had pulled down 2 power lines under the poles, causing a massive blackout in Konoha. Once this was stated, the empty and dark room fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Danzo spoke again. What is the recent status of Shursui? The Root ninja bowed his head, not daring to speak out of turn. Itachi has been by his side lately. We had no opportunity. At this, Danzo's brows knitted tightly, gripping his cane more firmly as he struck the tiled floor, his voice rising sharply. Incompetence. I demand results. I am not here to hear your excuses for failure. Go face punishment. You know well what the consequences of failure will be next time. The ninja in the darkness trembled slightly, bowing his head low. Yes, Lord Danzo. With that, he vanished into the shadows. After contemplating for a long while, Danzo, leaning on his cane, exited the Root base. In the Hokage's office, Lord Third, please believe us. My father would never declare war on the village at this time. Uchiha Itachi spoke earnestly, his head lowered, with Shursui following closely beside him. Indeed, the clan leader would never engage in such reckless endeavors. Both Shursui and Itachi understood that they were the Uchiha clan's trump cards. Fugaku and the other elders intended to utilize their powers to maneuver against the village's higher-ups without bloodshed. Confrontation with the village. The Uchiha clan had no chance of winning. Furthermore, neither wished for conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, which could lead to the tragic invasion of other villages. Is that so? The third Hokage's face was etched with worry as he gazed at his smoking pipe, his thoughts seemingly lost elsewhere. Itachi, Shursui, I hope you both will work together regarding the Uchiha clan's matters. With these words, the third paused slightly, took a deep breath, and continued. I will strive to devise a comprehensive plan. Thank you, Lord Third. Both Itachi and Shursui expressed in unison, exchanging glances. Feeling that the path ahead was clear and the Uchiha's future was bright. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking drew the attention of the 3 within the office to the door. Lord Third, we shall take our leave, Shursui said, bowing slightly as he pulled Itachi to depart. They deemed it prudent to avoid any suspicion regarding the Umbu's investigation into the Uchiha. No need. It is beneficial to listen together, the third Hokage replied with a smile, gesturing for the visitor to enter. The door opened to reveal an Umbu ninja. But upon seeing the newcomer, the 3 were somewhat taken aback. They recognized him. It was Kakashi. At that moment, a shared sense of puzzlement flickered through the minds of the 3. What was Kakashi doing here at this time? Lord Third. Kakashi's voice emerged from beneath his mask, laced with both resignation and disbelief. There is something I must report to you. For the next 10 minutes, Kakashi meticulously detailed the events of the night. Upon learning that the blackout was caused by Fugaku's 2 sons practicing lightning release, the room fell silent, including Kakashi. The third Hokage continued to smoke, his expression growing increasingly agitated. Shursui's gaze remained fixed on Itachi, his expression fraught with suspicion. He recalled that Itachi and Sasuke did not seem capable of such outrageous behavior, did they? Kakashi, who had been monitoring Uchiha Itachi for days, had developed a certain resilience towards such absurdities. If these 2 continued to engage in bizarre antics, he might not be overly surprised. As Itachi felt the weight of their stares, he was overwhelmed with embarrassment and helplessness. He was unsure whether to explain to the third or offer apologies. After approximately half an hour, the third finally broke the silence in the office. Itachi, have I placed too much pressure on you during this time? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi responded humbly, not at all. For the sake of the village and the clan, it is my duty and obligation. The third shook his head, indicating he did not wish to hear such platitudes. He rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a scroll, and turned to toss it to Uchiha Itachi. B-rank lightning release technique. Lightning clone. Take this back to your two younger brothers. Do not let them continue their reckless behavior in the village. Regarding Itachi's younger brothers, the third had gleaned from intelligence reports that they were two rather dim-witted children. Something akin to Might Guy's existence. Practicing lightning release techniques by pulling power lines. What kind of mindset would lead someone to do such a thing? Moreover, should the Uchiha clan truly become irrational and launch a coup against Konoha, the consequences would be unbearable for both sides. In summary, a ninjutsu scroll in exchange for a sense of security seemed a fair trade. Itachi appeared somewhat at a loss, opening his mouth to explain that his two younger brothers were indeed mischievous but not mentally deficient. However, finding no words to articulate, he saw the third's unwavering expression and promptly accepted the scroll with both hands. Thank you, Lord Third. I will ensure to keep a close watch on them. Kakashi, standing to the side, rolled his eyes. He did not believe Itachi could manage those two. Dismissed. The third waved his hand, and the three nodded in acknowledgement as they took their leave. Just as Itachi was about to exit, the third called him back. By the way, regarding tonight's losses. The third intentionally left his statement unfinished, elongating the final note. Itachi immediately understood, bowing his head with an apologetic expression. The Uchiha clan will bear the losses this time. Perhaps concerned that his weight might not suffice, he added at the end, my father would do the same. The third nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Itachi to depart. Just then, Danzo stormed into the office, leaning heavily on his cane. As the door closed behind him, he began to shout, Hiruzen, tonight's blackout is undoubtedly Fugaku's scheme. We must strike against them immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of his old friend's ulterior motives, glanced at him and sternly admonished, you have become too reckless lately. Do not forget your identity. Also, I am the Hokage. The third's immediate assertion of his position served as a reminder to Danzo to refrain from overstepping his bounds as an advisor to the Hokage. The position of Hokage had always been a sore spot for Danzo, and Hiruzen's words ignited his fury. With a cold snort, Danzo left, slamming the door behind him. Rijan, you shall come to regret this. Bang! The conversation between the two ended as discordantly as ever. At the scene of the incident, Sasuke, charred and electrified, was now embracing Yin in jubilation. Yin, this is useful. I believe I have grasped the application of lightning release. Chapter 23. Fugaku, as long as you don't destroy the ninja world, everything else can be discussed. Yin opened his mouth and exhaled a plume of black smoke, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Could you please let me go? You're still electrified. At this moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke, his body charred and hair standing on end, each breath carrying the acrid scent of burnt flesh. The unexpected short circuit that had plunged the entire village into darkness had genuinely taken him by surprise, resulting in an electric shock alongside Sasuke. Yet, Yin struggled to comprehend Sasuke's exuberance. What's the point? Yin's objective was to help Sasuke develop resistance, enabling him to better adapt to the training of lightning release techniques in the future. Instead, this kid had burst forth exclaiming, I think I know how to use lightning release. Together, our knowledge of lightning release is zero. We can only rely on his scant knowledge of electricity from his past life. What do you even know? Yin refrained from voicing his frustrations, however. Upon witnessing Sasuke leap about with excitement, fist flailing and uttering incomprehensible exclamations, the words he had almost spoken were swallowed back down. Fine. I suppose this is just a way for him to relieve some stress. Yin, I really figured it out. The essence of lightning release is to discharge electricity. What was that thing you mentioned at home that can store lightning release? Yin pondered for a few moments, then uncertainly replied, capacitor? Yes, that's it. Capacitor. I am a capacitor. Sasuke exclaimed, striking a stance with his legs apart, elbows resting on his waist, adopting a comical pose as he let out a low growl in front of Yin. Seeing Sasuke in such a state, with his hair standing defiantly, Yin felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Truly, at that moment, he began to question whether he had somehow traversed into the world of science. Sasuke's voice resonated like a V8 engine, powerful and brimming with a wild beauty. Of course, at this moment, Uchiha Yin felt nothing of the wildness or beauty. He only found his foolish brother utterly absurd. Suddenly, a sound like a breaking wind pierced the air. Sensing something amiss, Yin hastily drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Almost immediately, he heard his father's voice and witnessed the sight of Sasuke being kicked away. Damn it, why are you making such a racket at this hour? Fugaku, clad in his pajamas, slowly lowered his sizable foot. Sasuke flew through the air without a sound. slipping into a sweet slumber, and Fugaku observed this with a sense of relief, even neglecting to inquire further as his gaze shifted towards Yen. What met his eyes was his son, adorned with charred sunflowers, resembling Sasuke's earlier appearance at home. However, Yen's predicament seemed even more dire than Sasuke's. His face was darker, his brows alternating between relaxation and tension. At this moment, the emotions of his father, witnessing the state of both his sons, were incomprehensible to anyone else. Right now, this instant. Get back inside. Fugaku glared at his son, his body singed and hair standing on end, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Yen, instinctively shrinking his head at his father's angered demeanor, felt a wave of caution as they shared the same space. The widespread blackout in Konoha that night had truly caught him off guard. Who would have thought that this dilapidated power pole could cut off the electricity for the entire village? Yen, aware of his misstep, still found himself muttering complaints about the village's governance. Such rickety apparatuses should have been discarded due to their safety hazards. He rushed to the pile of debris, gently touched Sasuke's nose to ensure he hadn't been killed by their father's kick, and then hurriedly hoisted Sasuke onto his back, trailing behind Fugaku. Fugaku remained silent, casting a glance before heading home. However, Yen noticed his father exhaling a sigh of relief as he turned. It was clear that beneath the anger, there was also concern for them. The three of them formed a straight line heading home, the moonlight casting shadows that aligned perfectly. Fugaku's shadow stretched long, the moonlight illuminating him while casting his sons into darkness. Perhaps influenced by the environment, Yen suddenly perceived his father's figure as somewhat towering. Yet his back appeared slightly hunched, causing his nose to tingle with unshed tears. "I'm sorry, father. I didn't anticipate this trouble." However, after he spoke, no further communication transpired between them. Yen lowered his head, quietly following Fugaku. Sasuke leaned against his shoulder, sleeping soundly, even mumbling softly in his sleep. "It's nothing to worry about. This trouble is not that significant." Fugaku's footsteps slowed a bit, his tone more detached, and his expression softened considerably. No longer twisted with rage, yet the clouds of worry remained etched on his brow. "And I will find a way to master lightning release techniques. Do not give your brother any more foolish ideas." Upon reaching their doorstep, Fugaku glanced at Yen, gesturing for his sons to enter while he remained at the threshold, showing no intent to return home. "Father, is there anything I can assist with?" Yen stood at the door, not entering, gazing earnestly at Fugaku. At this, his father suddenly chuckled lightly. Once the smile faded, he resumed his previous seriousness, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Yes, just don't destroy the ninja world. I'm off." With that, Fugaku turned and headed toward the Hokage building. Yen stood at the door for a long moment, watching his father depart, before finally entering his home. However, his father's words did not dissuade Yen's thoughts. Rather, they solidified his resolve to save his family, and indeed the Uchiha clan. There was but one path to tread, and that was to obliterate the ninja world. Of course, the manner of destruction required careful consideration, with the village so eager to target the Uchiha clan and the restless clan members within. The root of the issue lay in the overwhelming peace. Simply put, they had become too complacent. Yen's strategy was to establish an organization within the ninja world, directly declaring war on Konoha. In doing so, the villages in need of strength would naturally refrain from antagonizing the Uchiha clan at such a critical juncture. The overarching plan mirrored that of the Akatsuki organization and Obito's approach. Now, however, the question arose, how could he create a formidable organization and then declare war on Konoha? Zzzt. At that moment, an unexpected jolt of electricity surged through his back, interrupting Yen's thoughts and causing him to instinctively toss Sasuke away. "Ah!" Sasuke's scream echoed, his irritable demeanor flaring once more. He rolled off the ground, sprang up, and pointed an accusatory finger at Yen, berating him. "Uchiha Yen, are you crazy? I was sleeping so soundly, and you." Huh. It seemed he had finally registered that something was amiss in his surroundings, causing his tirade to abruptly cease. "Wait, where am I?" Yen stood at a distance, not responding, instead fixating intently on Sasuke. "What was that noise earlier? Why were you discharging electricity?" Chapter 24. Sasuke, the electric defecator. The commotion in the courtyard stirred the mother, who had inadvertently dozed off in the living room while awaiting her two sons. Mikoto hastily exited the living room and, upon seeing her two sons, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She covered her mouth with one hand, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, the moment she beheld the outrageous hairstyles of the two boys, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Did you both venture out to get trendy haircuts for school tomorrow?" Mikoto leaned against the doorframe, laughing so hard that she could hardly stand upright, tears streaming down her face, whether from worry or amusement she could not tell. Sasuke had intended to share his newfound strength with Itachi, but upon hearing their mother's laughter, he instinctively touched his head, turning as red as a freshly boiled shrimp, curling up in embarrassment. Itachi, witnessing their mother's reaction, smiled nonchalantly, unlike his prideful younger brother. He then ruffled his hair and said, "Mom, what do you think? Sasuke dragged me out for a trendy hairstyle. Sasuke, suddenly furious, shouted, "I did not." The playful antics of Itachi, coupled with Sasuke's irate expression, sent Makoto into fits of laughter, her worries momentarily forgotten. How delightful. Ha 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 ha. Unlike Sasuke, who always bore a strong sense of pride, Itachi reveled in making their mother happy, considering it a stroke of luck. He thought that even if he appeared foolish, it was better than being regarded as a clown by others. It seemed that the contagious laughter affected him as well, and soon he joined in. Even Sasuke's lips curled into a reluctant smile. After comforting their concerned mother, Itachi led Sasuke to the bathroom for a quick wash. By the time they returned to their room, it was already the early hours of the morning. Yet, both boys were still abuzz with energy. Itachi, sitting on the bed, lowered his voice to inquire about Sasuke's earlier display. What was that electric phenomenon you exhibited? Sasuke had been waiting for this moment. As soon as he heard the question, his head tilted back in excitement, his smile barely contained. Since you, my dear brother, have asked earnestly, allow me to enlighten you. But before he could finish, Itachi's fist descended upon his head, leaving a notable bump that made Sasuke yelp in surprise and momentarily forget his pride. Itachi, are you insane? Why resort to violence? Sasuke rubbed the sore spot, on the verge of tears from the pain. Get to the point. Itachi, arms crossed and expression unyielding, maintained his cool demeanor. If Sasuke continued to act aloof, Itachi was prepared to deal him another blow. Suddenly recalling an earlier scene, Itachi reminded him, and speak properly. No more of that ridiculous defecating pose and shouting. Mother is asleep. Sasuke's scion-like antics were proving difficult for Itachi to endure, especially with the impending night of their clan's massacre looming. The thought of his brother shouting again made Itachi feel as though he might be sacrificed himself, truly ill-fated. Hearing his impressive technique likened to defecation infuriated Sasuke, prompting him to shout, "What do you mean, defecation? That is my new jutsu." Itachi raised an eyebrow, inviting him to demonstrate. Come on, show me what you've learned. Watch closely. Sasuke sensed Itachi's anticipation, threw off the covers, and struck the infamous pose once more. However, this time he refrained from shouting and instead muttered softly, "MMM. MMM." Sasuke squatted, his face flushed with effort, while Itachi observed. Yet, 10 minutes passed, and Sasuke remained in his original position. Oh no. Sasuke scratched his back 6 times and even swatted 3 mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Itachi yawned 3 times, stretched, and fought against sleepiness. Are you done yet? Itachi asked, growing impatient. It was now 4 a.m., and in a few hours, they would need to rise for school. Although his current body was stronger than in his past life, he was still only 6 years old and could not endure the all-nighter he had once accomplished. Don't rush me. I'm almost there. That's the 7th time you've said that. Finally, Itachi could take no more. He rolled his eyes and lay back down. But just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a faint sound. Zzz. Is that electricity? Itachi shot up in shock to see blue arcs of electricity beginning to emerge from Sasuke's body. There were only a few, about 3, as thin as strands of hair, dancing up and down Sasuke's frame. Sasuke was the first to notice the transformation. Seeing Itachi's astonished expression sparked a sense of triumph within him, even more exhilarating than before. Adopting Itachi's stoic demeanor, he proclaimed, "Itachi, speak." However, Sasuke's moment of pride was fleeting. As soon as he spoke, the flickering arcs of electricity vanished, as if they had never existed. Itachi's response was brief, yet high in praise. He had initially believed Sasuke had truly grasped a remarkable technique, capable of emitting arcs akin to those beneath power lines. Instead, he sighed, "You made me wait all this time for just this?" He turned over to sleep, covering his head with the blanket, unwilling to engage further with his foolish brother. Hey, wait, that last one doesn't count. Wake up, having spent years together. Sasuke understood Itachi's sarcastic tone and immediately began to explain. However, to Itachi's ears, Sasuke's explanations sounded as absurd as teammates blaming lag or broken mice. Furthermore, even if Sasuke could unleash arcs of electricity, it seemed rather trivial. He might as well wait to learn from Kakashi later. Alright, I got it. I believe you, good night. The dismissive tone from beneath the blanket was grating to Sasuke, igniting his desire to prove himself. I'm out of energy now. Just one more time, and my lightning chakra will be replenished. Sasuke clutched the blanket, but Itachi merely turned away, offering his back as a response. One more time. Do you really want to run to the power lines every day to train? Foolish. Sasuke was thoroughly incensed, spinning around to grab the hairdryer he had used earlier. With a swift pull, he yanked out the cord and, dragging it behind him, headed for the socket. Chapter 25. I see you have chosen the path to death. As dawn broke, the crowing of a rooster roused Yen from his slumber. No more sleep. Rise quickly, he rubbed his eyes, groggily pushing at the figure beside him, intending to call Sasuke to get up. However, his hand met only emptiness. More concerning, Yen was unsure if it was merely a result of his restless night, but he could distinctly perceive a faint, burnt odor lingering in the air. Where has everyone gone? At that moment, a voice emanated from the corner of the room. Yen, good morning. Sasuke exhaled a puff of black air, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, his face smudged with soot, and his body crackling with static as he greeted Yen. After a long night of taming his hair, he now resembled a wild-haired specter. Upon seeing this boy, Yin briefly questioned his own wakefulness, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. A few seconds later, he finally accepted this hard-to-believe reality. Uchiha Sasuke, have you lost your mind? Did you spend the entire night fiddling with the electrical switch? Regretful about the previous night's escapades, upon encountering this disheveled fool, Yin was tempted to corner the boy and deliver a sound thrashing. No, I did not. Sasuke single-handedly yanked the wire from the socket, gradually standing upright. Arcs of electricity dancing around him, even more than the previous night, crackling like an electric fly swatter in action. He smoothed his hair, and somehow, his wild mane returned to its original state. Yin, I am very powerful now. With a flourish, as Sasuke finished speaking, Yin had already drawn back the curtains and looked outside at the weather. Yes, it was undeniably a sunny day. The changes in Sasuke did not astonish him too much. After all, in this world imbued with chakra, extraordinary events were commonplace. Just a bit of electrical prowess from Sasuke, nothing remarkable. He had seen rats that could discharge 100,000 volts before. Look at me. Sasuke's arcs of electricity could not be sustained for long, and he desperately wanted to prove that he was different now, yet Yin stubbornly refused to turn around. This left the boy feeling quite anxious. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Itachi appeared at the threshold, his expression gentle. He wore a pink apron and held a spatula, clearly having prepared breakfast with great care. Nisan, you must look at me. My lightning release. With Itachi's arrival, Sasuke found his target for boasting once more, sprinting towards him with arms flailing. However, the flickering arcs around him had vanished, rendering him incapable of substantiating any claims. Upon seeing Sasuke, blackened and surrounded by a burnt smell, Itachi's smile faltered slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Last night, Konoha had been repaired by specialists, yet inexplicably, it had behaved as if haunted, flickering intermittently. He and Shisui had returned only to be summoned to the Hokage's office, where they endured the third Hokage's heavy sighs and the stench of secondhand smoke all night. Just now it was definitely there. Sasuke looked down, spreading his hands, his expression full of disappointment. Meanwhile, Yin had changed his clothes and cast a resentful glance at Itachi by the door, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Hey, 1 against 7. All selected. All selected." Upon hearing his name, Itachi immediately responded without hesitation, providing no opportunity for Yin to pose his question. "No, I didn't ask you that. Shouldn't you be with Shisui right now?" Yin rolled his eyes, indicating that he had anticipated Itachi's response. Primarily concerned that this fellow would leave Shisui and that Danzo might take immediate action. "I'm here. 1 against 7. I envy you for having such adorable younger brothers." Shisui appeared at the door, casually draping his arm over Itachi's shoulder, his smile faltering upon seeing Sasuke's condition. "Brother Shisui," Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, rushing towards Shisui, only to be halted by Itachi, who poked him on the head, preventing his impolite behavior. "Go wash up. You can't be so reckless, you know?" Shisui waved his hand dismissively. 1 against 7. You know I don't mind that." Amidst the jovial banter, Sasuke dashed off to the bathroom to tidy himself up. Yin observed with a peculiar gaze, rolling his eyes at Itachi and Shisui. Upon entering the dining room, he was met with a table overflowing with fried eggs, and his exasperation reached its zenith. Yin raised his head, locking eyes with a somewhat tense Itachi, focusing intently on the latter's gaze. However, aside from the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, he found nothing amiss. 1 against 7. Has he activated the Manjiki Sharingan? Yin mused inwardly, scanning between Itachi and Shisui. Itachi, feeling uncomfortable under Yan's scrutiny, wiped the sweat from his forehead and awkwardly inquired, "Does it not suit your palate?" "No." Yin shook his head, raising his hand to point at the two of them. "Don't you think you two are a bit too intimate?" "Itachi, Shisui." He thought it was appropriate for Itachi to closely guard Shisui, but did they really need to sit so close together? Their elbows were practically touching. Was this what friendship in Konoha looked like? Terrifying. The two understood Yin's implication and, somewhat embarrassed, each shifted their chairs to create a bit of distance. The atmosphere fell into silence until Shisui broke it a few minutes later. 1 against 7. Your brother is quite difficult to handle. Also Yin, if you don't hurry, you'll be late." Itachi nodded and turned to urge the boy in the bathroom to hurry up. "It's just the start of school registration. Honestly, I don't even want to go." Yin scoffed at the notion of attending, still feeling the fatigue from the previous night. However, before he could finish his thought, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Task triggered. Awaken martial soul. Task. You have reached the optimal age to awaken your martial soul in the martial soul world. Now, hurry to the village entrance to find a grand soul master to awaken your martial soul." Yin? Upon hearing this task, Yin summoned the system interface, scrutinizing it repeatedly. After enduring tasks involving demon slaying, foxes repaying debts, and battles against zombies with plants, Yin believed he could handle any abstract task. Yet, he never anticipated that each task would be so unexpectedly bizarre. But, system, have you considered what you were saying? Awaken martial soul? Seek out a grand soul master at the village entrance? It seems you are already on the path to your own demise. Reward, secret art of hidden weapons. Upon seeing the reward at the bottom, Yen's attitude underwent a drastic transformation. All right, I can accept this. I was mistaken in my earlier judgment. This task's reward is perfectly suited for the Uchiha. The system's task is splendid, not abstract at all. Yen, what are you daydreaming about? Sasuke's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Itachi and Shursui also turned to look at him. Oh, coming right away. Yen hastily finished his breakfast, donned his shoes, and stepped outside. Although he was uncertain how to accomplish this task, he had a vague suspicion that it was likely related to his schooling. Appropriate awakening of Martial Soul Ninja Academy registration. Quite reasonable. Awaiting your initial text for refinement and translation. Chapter 26. The Beast Walks Alone. Only sheep and cattle gather in herds. Jishui, Yen had met him only a few times, and his overall impression resembled that of a sunny, cheerful neighbor. However, there was one aspect of him that Yen found exceedingly distasteful. Yen, you must establish good relations with your peers at school. You cannot wear a sour expression like some of our kin. The power of bonds can sometimes surpass even the strength of the Sharingan. As the four of them walked down the streets of Konoha, Jishui walked shoulder to shoulder with Yen, while Sasuke had just descended from a confrontation. During this time, Jishui patiently spoke to Yen about the village, comrades, and the significance of bonds. To him, it seemed that the Uchiha clan had fully integrated into Konoha, with everyone looking forward to a bright future. Among the Uchiha, Yen considered Jishui to be the most formidable contender. As for Jishui, he was indeed impressive, yet he was also rather naive. If one were to draw a comparison, Jishui resembled a college student living in an ivory tower, untouched by the harshness of society, always harboring optimistic dreams about the future. Yen, somewhat inattentively, let Jishui's words flow in one ear and out the other, occasionally offering a few words to appease this loquacious neighbor. However, Sasuke could hardly tolerate such remarks. He believed that others could not be compared to the formidable Uchiha clan. With a few swift steps, Sasuke positioned himself before the trio, his expression brimming with arrogance, head held high, and words dripping with pride. Humph, the beast walks alone. Only sheep and cattle gather in herds. The three halted simultaneously, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Itachi and Jishui refrained from voicing their opinions at first, instead turning to Yen in unison, as if to suggest that Sasuke's current state was somehow Yen's fault. What are you looking at? Yen stepped aside, distancing himself from the two. Can you blame me for what he has become? The two nodded in silence, but the implications were clear. Only Yen possessed the peculiar audacity to utter such words. Sasuke's current demeanor could be attributed to Yen's influence, at least in part. Jishui sighed, covering his face. Sasuke, strength is not the sole measure of worth. Even the mightiest have their limits. This sentiment always reminded him of his own struggles between the village and family with Itachi. Even the prodigies of the Uchiha clan could not single-handedly alter their circumstances. Itachi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Jishui's words. Yen yearned to cite Uchiha Madara as an example, but he sensed the two would not be receptive. So he wisely remained silent. Young Sasuke, unable to grasp Jishui's meaning, wore a serious expression and spoke with unwavering conviction. Then I will become even stronger. Stronger than my brother, Yen, and Jishui. Stronger than the Hokage. Stronger than everyone. The naivety in his words carried an unprecedented strength, leaving Itachi and Jishui momentarily speechless. A few minutes later, Yen's voice broke the tranquility among them. Hey, beast, it's time to go. He stood ahead, glancing back at the trio, his gaze lingering on Sasuke for a considerable time. If we don't leave now, we will truly be late. At his reminder, the three displayed varying degrees of panic, ultimately relying on Jishui's body flicker technique to arrive at the ninja school's playground just in time for the third Hokage's speech, where the leaves dance. The fire continues to burn. Cough, cough. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and help the new leaves to sprout. Children, cough, cough, cough. You are the hope for Konoha's future. The third stood on the podium, his voice resonating as he proclaimed the will of fire to everyone. Today, he donned casual attire, resembling an ordinary bald man with a goat beard. Yet, for some reason, he incessantly coughed at crucial moments, occasionally tilting his head to expel phlegm in small amounts. Only Itachi and Jishui understood that the third had returned at 6 that morning after a night of smoking, barely managing to come to school after a sleepless night. It was no wonder he looked fatigued. The parents accompanying their children gazed at the frail old man on stage, their hearts filled with admiration for the sacrifices the third had made for the village. Once the speech concluded, parents left their children behind and students proceeded to their respective classes under the guidance of their teachers. Unlike Yen's previous world, the ninja school commenced its courses immediately after enrollment. Yen intended to follow the group of parents out the door after the third speech, but if not for Sasuke calling him back just in time, he might have already been home napping. Yen yawned, groggily trailing behind Sasuke as they entered the classroom. His mind was preoccupied with how to fulfill the system's tasks. Yet, he couldn't fathom why Sasuke, who had seemingly stayed up all night, appeared so animated. Sasuke, you brought your brother along? Inazuka Kiba, seated at the back of the classroom, waved his arm to greet Sasuke. Woof Akamaru, Kiba's dog. Seemed to share a good rapport with Sasuke as well. Noticing the keywords, Yin was forcibly pulled from his thoughts and shifted his gaze to the classroom. Sasuke's brother? Me? Yin had little impression of Inuzuka Kiba. He had mostly been attended to by Kiba's sister during his visits to the Inuzuka compound. Nevertheless, the distinctive markings on the Inuzuka clan's faces, whether paint or tattoos, were easily recognizable, with Kiba's red canine-like markings and his wild demeanor being particularly notable. It seemed he might just qualify as one. However, what puzzled Yin was why Kiba was wearing a down jacket on a day when temperatures approached 30 degrees. Was it hot? After scanning Kiba, Yin's gaze quickly landed on Sasuke's younger brother, who stood with his hands in his pockets, feigning a cool demeanor. Sasuke could clearly sense the subtle hostility emanating from Yin, causing his usually stoic expression to stiffen. Almost as if he wanted to rush over to Yin and clarify that things were not as they seemed. Why are you just standing there? Sasuke, hurry and bring your brother over. I have space here. Uchiha Sasuke felt an overwhelming desire to unleash a powerful lightning jutsu on Kiba for his incessant chatter. You talk too much. Fearful that Yin might expose his deception and thereby tarnish the cold persona he had tried to cultivate, Sasuke was apprehensive. You've made some good friends. To his surprise, Yin did not call out his lie immediately. Instead, he bypassed Sasuke and walked directly into the classroom. Sasuke's expression shifted, his gaze toward Yin softening. This guy. Doesn't he seem so bad after all? Just as Sasuke was musing over this, Yin spoke again in a peculiar tone, resembling someone mimicking another's voice. The beast walks alone. Only sheep and cattle gather in herds. What initially sounded like a profound and reasonable statement inexplicably caused Sasuke to freeze up, his face turning crimson with embarrassment as he desperately scratched at his toes, wishing he could find a crevice to hide in. Ah, so cool. At that moment, a pink-haired girl who had just entered the room spotted Sasuke standing there, her face lighting up with infatuation. However, her untimely exclamation pierced through Sasuke's heart like a dagger. The girl's praise did not lift his spirits. Instead, it intensified his mortification. Awaiting your initial text for refinement and elegant rendition into English. Chapter 27. A new deskmate who makes Shikamaru question life. Yin looked toward the back row, favoring a seat by the window. However, that spot was already occupied by a black-haired boy with a pineapple hairstyle. He rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window, yawning every few seconds. His lethargy surpassing even Yin's. He appeared utterly disinterested, as if nothing could capture his attention. Nara Shikamaru. Yin murmured to himself, opting not to ask for his permission and taking a seat beside him. Since Nara Shikamaru was reputed to possess the highest intelligence among the Hokage, he should be able to assist me with my task, right? Ever since entering the school, he had been pondering the connection between the awakening of martial spirits and the start of the academic year. He had even sneaked into the restroom to quietly call out a few phrases about martial spirit awakening when no one was around. The result? Aside from the nauseating stench in the restroom, there was no response at all. This had indeed become quite a predicament for him. You're supposed to be the older brother, right? At that moment, Shikamaru's languid voice broke the silence, sounding almost like a lullaby to Yin. It made him feel drowsy. Shikamaru glanced at the Uchiha sitting next to him, curiosity piquing in his mind. After all, twins were quite rare in Konoha, and the Uchiha clan was even more scarce. Shikamaru was eager to see what set these twins apart from ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that the clan leader's two sons seemed to have some issues. In short, various rumors had piqued Shikamaru's curiosity about their existence, despite his tendency to view everyone as fools. Yin did not respond, but instead looked toward Sasuke's position. Shikamaru remained silent, as he was not adept at socializing, turning his gaze back out the window. Sasuke, seemingly afraid of confrontation or perhaps concerned about his pride, chose to abandon Yin and sat at the front of the class. Once seated, he rested his chin on his hands, lowering his head slightly, feigning a deep demeanor. Inuzuka Kiba, meanwhile, was relentlessly attempting to engage him in conversation from behind. Hey Sasuke, are you troubled lately? Why haven't you been to the doghouse? By the way, how's that ninjutsu of yours coming along? Sasuke, why aren't you speaking? Sasuke lowered his head even further, and Yin could see the corners of his eyes twitching furiously from the back. You, be quiet. You're so loud. Inuzuka Kiba. The cold words were like a bucket of icy water, dousing Kiba's enthusiasm. At that moment, he seemed betrayed, sulking back to his seat, his expression a mixture of disappointment and anger. Oh, Ino, look, he's so handsome. Haruno Sakura exclaimed upon seeing Sasuke, her limbs flailing in excitement as she burrowed into Ino's side, as if the person beside her was not her best friend but Sasuke himself. Ino merely smiled silently, her gaze fixated on Yin. She had entered the classroom with Sakura and had already seen Yin seated, which left her feeling somewhat regretful. Sasuke, who was busy hiding his embarrassment, immediately noticed the blonde woman covertly glancing at his younger brother, instantly recalling a recent unpleasant encounter, and let out a cold huff. Humph. This sound caused several girls in the class to gasp and cheer. Hey, what are you being so arrogant about? Don't you know how to speak to others properly? Uzumaki Naruto, who had previously held a decent impression of Sasuke, found it hard to tolerate when he coldly dismissed Kiba. Clearly, he was so friendly and tried to talk to you. Why do you have to say it like that? Naruto felt indignant, as Sasuke's disdain seemed to belittle everything Naruto had longed for. Moreover, Naruto thought Sasuke was overly pretentious. He leaped onto Sasuke's desk, sticking his rear in the air and leaning his head closer to Sasuke's face. Today, I want to see how long you can keep up this act. At this point, Yen was oblivious to the changes occurring with his brother and had begun conversing with Nara Shikamaru. Uchiha Yen, Nara Shikamaru. Their introductions were succinct, devoid of pleasantries or greetings. As they got straight to the point, after staring at the back of Shikamaru's head for about 30 seconds, Yen finally spoke. I heard, you're quite intelligent? Fair enough, smarter than some fools, he replied, casting a sideways glance at the noisy blonde before shifting his focus back to the somewhat different Uchiha. Despite Shikamaru's humble response, Yen could sense the underlying pride emanating from him. This reassured Yen. After organizing his thoughts, Yen said, my friend recently encountered a dilemma. Shikamaru paused, looking at Yen with a peculiar expression. The intensity of Shikamaru's gaze made Yen feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to clarify, of course. This person is not me. Yen was at a loss. Sometimes, befriending someone with high intelligence wasn't necessarily a good thing. It felt as if there were no secrets left between them. Shikamaru reclined in his chair, hands resting behind his neck lazily. So, you're here seeking my help? Yen nodded earnestly. Although he was not particularly fond of the feeling of being seen through by Shikamaru, he needed to accomplish his task. Of course, even if you see through me, it doesn't matter. The level of abstraction in my thoughts is likely to leave this clever fellow questioning his own existence. Go on then. If it's too troublesome, I might not assist. Ultimately, Shikamaru agreed to his new deskmate's request. Although he wore a facade of annoyance, his ears were perked up, revealing his curiosity. Ahem. Yen cleared his throat a couple of times before outlining his situation to Shikamaru in a more straightforward manner, hoping to elicit a solution from him. It's about my friend. One day, he suddenly received a mission from a certain jonin. It is said that completing this mission would grant my friend an immense benefit. Shikamaru's expression grew increasingly peculiar. However, he did not interrupt Yen, but instead raised his chin slightly. What exactly is this mission about? Yen glanced around, worried that revealing the details might embarrass him. After confirming that no one was paying attention to them, he finally spoke. It's about coming to school to find a way to awaken a special bloodline limit. Shikamaru. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru rubbed his nose, and then his ears, squinting slightly as he inhaled and exhaled repeatedly. Yen briefly wondered if Shikamaru was about to perform an eye exercise right in front of him. Could you repeat that? Shikamaru's tone was laced with confusion and disbelief. He even doubted whether there was something wrong with his hearing rather than admitting that his deskmate's mind was troubled. Come to school, to awaken a bloodline limit. Are you out of your mind? What kind of task is that? Even if you belong to the Uchiha clan and possess the Sharingan, you can't just waltz into school and unlock it. It's just about awakening a bloodline limit. And then that jonin will grant my friend a tremendous benefit. Yen himself was somewhat at a loss for words, simultaneously uttering absurdities while furiously tapping his shoes with his toes. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru fell silent, his gaze fixed on his new deskmate, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. His expression seemed to convey the sentiment, are you seriously joking with me? The two exchanged glances for an extended moment before Shikamaru finally spoke. What is the name of your friend's bloodline limit? Martial spirit. Shikamaru. Chapter 28. The abstract concept of the Uchiha clan difficult for the Nara clan to comprehend upon hearing the term spirit soul. Nara Shikamaru spent a full 10 minutes in a mental whirlwind, searching his memory in vain for a corresponding bloodline limit. Initially, he had speculated that the other party would mention the Sharingan, but instead, a bizarre and perplexing term escaped their lips. Shikamaru doubted whether the individual was playing a trick on him, yet the sincerity in their expression suggested otherwise. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the wisdom possessed by the Nara clan was somewhat inadequate to grasp the thought processes of the Uchiha clan. Their conversation fell into silence. Suddenly, Naruto, squatting atop Sasuke's desk, looked up and noticed the presence of Itachi behind him. With a wide grin, he shouted towards the corner, "Big brother, it's you." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of everyone in the room to Itachi. The interruption startled Itachi, who turned to see Naruto crouched before Sasuke, his pupils narrowing dramatically like tiny beans. He opened his mouth to warn his foolish younger brother to move aside, but in the next moment, Naruto, caught up in his waving, lost his balance, swaying back and forth before lunging towards Sasuke. Having endured a series of distressing events, being backstabbed by Kiba, having his lies exposed by Itachi, and facing the unwanted attention of a blonde woman, Sasuke's mind was already in disarray. Now, with Naruto suddenly magnifying in front of him, he froze in place, unable to evade the impending collision. A loud smack echoed throughout the classroom, and an immediate hush fell. Sasuke's admirers, including the pink-haired Sakura, were left agape in shock. What on earth is he doing? Sasuke's first kiss is mine. They seethed, their bodies radiating murderous intent as they charged towards Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto were pressed together for a full 3 seconds before they each realized the situation, instinctively grasping their own throats and tilting their heads in a frantic display of disgust. "You idiot. I'm going to kill you." Sasuke was on the brink of collapse. His cool demeanor shattered on the very first day of school, and all under the watchful eyes of so many. Moreover, Itachi was still present. Naruto was the first to sense the murderous intent emanating from the group of girls, and by the time Sasuke reacted, he had already dashed toward the door. The girls followed suit, racing out of the classroom. In a corner, Itachi and Shikamaru exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. Itachi felt a mix of helplessness and resignation. He sensed that his foolish brother was destined to be ensnared in the complexities of Konoha's friendships. Meanwhile, Shikamaru struggled to maintain his composure. He had initially thought that the Uchiha standing beside him was already outrageous, but it seemed that this fellow's brother was no less extraordinary. "You brothers are quite unique," Shikamaru remarked cautiously, attempting to maintain politeness while fearing reprisal. "No, this is simply Konoha friendship. You wouldn't understand." "Konoha friendship?" Upon hearing this, Shikamaru shot a bewildered glance at Itachi, then turned to observe the still grooming Sasuke, unable to suppress his imagination of himself in place of the blonde with Itachi's brother. Ugh, terrifying. He quickly extinguished that thought, casting another glance at Itachi and involuntarily shivering. He seemed to grasp the implications of the man's words. Itachi, catching Shikamaru's eye, was oblivious to the latter's thoughts and merely wished for some constructive feedback. "Shall we continue? I still have more to say." Although he had previously rephrased the system task into a less abstract explanation, he understood Shikamaru's feelings. It was only natural. He had also questioned his life when encountering the Fox's gratitude task. "You mentioned bloodline limits. Are you certain it isn't the Sharingan? Or is it a unique term your family employs?" After regaining his composure, Shikamaru sought clarification once more. However, one thing he was certain of, the individual before him did not appear to be lying. "It is indeed the spirit soul." Itachi nodded, beckoning Shikamaru to sit down, and began to recount the tale of the spirit soul. A minute passed. Itachi slowly unfurled a worldview distinct from that of the ninja realm, weaving in a narrative about a reincarnator's arrival. Throughout, Shikamaru cast sidelong glances at the peculiar Uchiha beside him, uncertain whether he was jesting or serious. "Are you also a reincarnator, Itachi?" Shikamaru's skepticism was not unfounded. After all, he had never encountered this version of the story in his family's extensive library. It is worth noting that the Nara clan possessed the most comprehensive collection of literature within the ninja realm. At times, confronting an exceptionally intelligent individual could ignite a desire to curse. Yet, Itachi firmly held a belief. The wisdom of the Nara clan would inevitably fall short in grasping the Uchiha clan's abstractions. Indeed, Itachi admitted, prompting Shikamaru to pinch his thigh in astonishment, his face reflecting an unprecedented sense of panic. Just as Shikamaru's mind raced, Itachi continued, "I am the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara." Stealing a glance at Sasuke, who was still rinsing his mouth, Itachi added, "If you assist me in completing this task, I will awaken all my memories. Should I become Hokage, I shall appoint you as my advisor." Nara Shikamaru. All right. He suddenly began to doubt whether the affliction plaguing Itachi was contagious. Otherwise, why would he expend brainpower contemplating such a ludicrous notion? Uchiha Madara. What a jest. Why not claim that your brother is the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna? Proceed. Shikamaru sighed, evidently dismissing the idea of Itachi being a reincarnator, attributing the tale of the spirit soul to either an uncharted experience or mere flights of fancy on Itachi's part. Another 10 minutes passed. Itachi narrated the tale of the twin spirit souls leading to the protagonist's entrance into the academy. One was engrossed in storytelling, while the other was wrapped in listening, completely oblivious to the other boys in the class gathering around. Even Sasuke, who was still in the process of cleaning his mouth, had perked up his ears from a distance, his little face reflecting utmost seriousness as he absorbed Itachi's narrative. And then what? "No. Brother, don't stop. We're at a critical juncture. How does one acquire the soul rings?" "Continue. Brother, I beg you for just one more segment." When Itachi's tale abruptly ceased, the surrounding classmates wore expressions of agony, desperately yearning to know what transpired next. Meanwhile, Itachi and Shikamaru sat in their seats, their faces devoid of expression. After listening to nearly half an hour of the story, the only conclusion Shikamaru could draw was, Uchiha Itachi was indeed unwell. Shikamaru shifted slightly towards the window, but when he turned to gaze outside, he spotted a teacher from the ninja academy. The scar on the bridge of his nose, coupled with his stern expression, added an unintentional air of terror. Yet, in the next second, the words that escaped the teacher's lips nearly caused Shikamaru to tumble from his desk. This story. What comes next? Itachi instantly recognized their homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino, by the scar on his nose, causing Itachi's expression to darken once more. That's it. Chapter 29. The awakening ceremony of martial spirits, skipping the brief interlude of Irika eavesdropping outside. The students in the classroom were organized back to their respective seats by their new homeroom teacher. Well, The story shared by that student was quite remarkable. However, I hope everyone can focus on learning ninjutsu now, Irika stated, picking up a piece of chalk and swiftly writing his name on the blackboard. With a few taps of the chalk against the board upon completing his name, he captured everyone's attention and smiled, saying, "My name is Yumino Irika." Following his self-introduction, Irika shared his fondness for ramen and hot springs. Unlike many in the village who aspired to become Hokage, his dreams were simple and unpretentious. He merely wished for all the students in his class to graduate. He represented the ordinary citizens of Konohagakure. Yet, Yin thought that the scarred Irika was, in fact, a commendable homeroom teacher. "Now it's your turn. Please follow my lead," Irika said with a smile, sequentially calling upon the students in the front row. Yen and Shikamaru, seated at the back, were the last to introduce themselves. The first to stand was Ino Yamanaka. She tossed her blonde hair and adjusted the ribbon in her hair, standing with a smile as she said, "I am Yamanaka Ino, and I love sunflowers. My dream is..." At the mention of her dream, she subtly glanced at Uchiha Yen, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. "My dream is to experience a sincere and passionate love in the future." Sasuke, overhearing this, shifted his gaze between Ino and Yen. Since the moment this blonde woman entered the class, she had stolen glances at Yen 43 times, each averaging about 3 seconds. It was evident that this woman wanted Yen to buy flowers. How infuriating. Was the wealth of the Uchiha clan that easy to deceive? Focused solely on his training, Sasuke had little interest in girls, and he merely thought the blonde woman's proximity to Yen boded ill. When it was Sasuke's turn, he shot a warning glare at Ino. "I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I detest all those with blonde hair." "Ino?" Sasuke coldly rose from his seat, hands in pockets. His gaze shifting to Naruto's position, where their eyes met instantaneously. They locked eyes for a full 3 seconds, as if sparks were about to fly. "I have no favorites. My dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world." As he spoke, Sasuke's peripheral vision swept over Yen in the back row. Naruto thought this guy was provoking him, gritting his teeth and letting out a scoff, his competitive spirit igniting. He leapt onto the desk, raising his hand and shouting, "I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become Hokage in the future." The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. "Haraha, what a joke. You think you can become Hokage? Exactly. You're just a little fox demon. How can you say that without shame?" Sasuke's brow furrowed suddenly. He recalled Yin telling him never to mock someone's dreams. Though he disdained Naruto, the derision from others irked him even more. Unperturbed by the ridicule, Naruto had grown accustomed to such treatment throughout his life. He jumped onto the desk again, proclaiming, "I will become Hokage. Just wait and see." Baka, Shikamaru, seated in the back, expressed his thoughts, considering the noisy Naruto rather foolish. Nevertheless, he admired the audacity to loudly declare one's dreams. Yin gazed at Naruto with a serious expression, knowing that Naruto would indeed achieve what he claimed in the future. However, if possible, could the fox's repayment not be necessary? Perhaps it could be replaced with my brother Sasuke instead. Yin sighed, concerned for his brother's future while turning to Shikamaru to discuss their tasks. "Yes, I'm still not giving up." "Shikamaru, about that task. Do you have any clues?" Shikamaru, hearing Yen's words, was at a loss for how to respond. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed deeply. At the tender age of 6, he felt burdened with the worries and troubles of one who had lived 60 years. Perhaps exasperated by the commotion, Shikamaru squinted his eyes and casually remarked, "Since you wish to awaken your martial spirit, why not try approaching Irika-sensei at the podium?" Shikamaru's wisdom instantly illuminated Yen's mind, unraveling all his confusions. How insightful. The start of school equals martial spirit awakening. Shikamaru equals village chief. And Irika equals great soul master. This meant he only needed to follow Shikamaru's guidance to present himself before Irika to complete his self-introduction, martial spirit awakening, thus fulfilling the task. Everything aligned. "Shikamaru, you truly are remarkable." His eyes brightened as he genuinely absorbed Shikamaru's words, repeatedly glancing toward the podium. Yet, his expression was somewhat conflicted, for he could envision how abstract his actions would be soon. Yin hesitated within, repeatedly opening the system interface to check the rewards, hoping that the others would take a bit longer with their introductions. Forget it. For the sake of the task, everything else is inconsequential. The remaining introductions concluded swiftly, during which Inuzuka Kiba argued with Naruto over shared dreams, and Hinata fainted after her own introduction, causing Irika's expression to contort in distress. He had anticipated that managing this class would be challenging, but he never expected such troublesome students to cluster together. The little fox demon, the dim-witted Uchiha twins, the exceedingly shy Hinata. How exhausting. For a moment, Irika contemplated turning to the Hokage's office, seeking a vacation report from the third Hokage. It wasn't he that he was irresponsible, but this group of students was genuinely filled with issues. Nara Shikamaru enjoys sleeping, daydreaming, dislikes fools and idiots. His dream is to live a peaceful life in the future. Shikamaru spoke lethargically, surveying the class with a hint of regret. School was truly a hassle. Irika's formal smile began to falter. He longed for the day to end, to return home and relax in a hot spring to soothe his weary self. Yet, thankfully, there was only one student left. Seeing the final Uchiha, Irika sighed deeply. All right, the student in the back. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin nodded and stood from his seat, confidently walking toward the podium amid the bewildered gazes of his classmates. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, leaping to his feet with a look of terror and helplessness on his face, reaching out as if to stop him. However, Yin moved too swiftly for Shikamaru's reaction, leaving him helplessly watching as Yin approached the podium. No, come back. I was just joking. The distance from the back row to the podium was short, merely a few steps, yet Yin felt as if that journey stretched into eternity. Irika looked at the Uchiha standing beside him, a dark line appearing on his forehead. This student can certainly introduce himself from his own seat. Yin disregarded the homeroom teacher's words and immersed himself in his own awakening of the martial spirit. My name is Uchiha Yin, and my passion is the awakening of the martial spirit. Shikamaru. Irika? Sasuke? Chapter 30. A training method beyond even the strongest ninja's comprehension. After completing his self-introduction, Uchiha Hikari successfully fulfilled the system's task. However, a minor mishap occurred during the process. Teacher, my son has caused you trouble. The two standing before Mizuki, Fugaku, and Mikoto expressed with a hint of apology. As Fugaku spoke, he firmly pressed down on the heads of both children, compelling them to bow in apology to their teacher. It is noteworthy that Fugaku, infuriated by his two sons, had prepared 2 ropes on the way with his wife, intending to hang them from a tree and give them a good beating upon their return home. These 2 boys had not only caused trouble for themselves, but had also begun to lead other children astray. It is essential to remember that every child in this class belongs to the esteemed Uchiha clan. When Fugaku heard the teacher mention that all the children were shouting martial spirit awakening, he felt utterly defeated. We apologize. We promise not to cause any more trouble. Hikari and Sasuke mumbled, heads bowed in a feeble attempt at contrition. As for why their teacher was not Irika, he was outside smoking. Hikari was filled with excitement, but also a touch of exasperation, for this task had been accomplished through his mother's binding him with a rope. It was indeed a rather abstract experience. Sasuke, on the other hand, was filled with indignation. He had done nothing wrong, yet he was forced to apologize alongside Hikari. He cast a sidelong glance, his eyes aflame with anger, silently blaming Hikari for the day's misfortunes. At that moment, Hikari understood, threatening Sasuke with a look that conveyed, surely you wouldn't want your father to find out about your escapades with Naruto, would you? Sasuke gritted his teeth, his mind swirling with images of Naruto, his expression revealing a mix of peculiar embarrassment and shame. Perhaps we should let them rest for a couple of days. Otherwise, Irika-sensei will have quite the headache. Mizuki suggested with a gentle smile, prompting Hikari to take a closer look at this renowned yet unremarkable figure. He wondered if his fire release, great fireball technique could inflict any harm upon him. After concluding the office reprimand, Fugaku and Mikoto led their sons back home. Though Fugaku was furious, he did not truly intend to hang Hikari and Sasuke for punishment. He simply declared, "You will not eat dinner today," before departing the house. As a caring mother, Mikoto felt sympathy for her sons. Although they were denied dinner, she prepared an array of snacks and treats. Sasuke found himself thinking that snacks were far more delectable than a proper meal, even nurturing the outlandish thought that he wished every day could be like this. Hikari, I think you should avoid associating with that blonde girl in the future, Sasuke remarked while squatting in a corner of the yard, munching on a glutinous rice ball, his words somewhat garbled. Despite Hikari's unique ability to summon ninja flowers amidst a sea of sunflowers, such occurrences were rare. What if, one day, Hikari had a whim to summon some other ninja floral beast? Would he then have to rush to the flower shop? How would they manage their household? Hikari rolled his eyes in response to Sasuke's complaints. Look at you. How dare you criticize me when you were all over that blonde girl in class? She has a name, Sasuke retorted. It's impolite to give someone a nickname. Really? Hikari raised a finger and playfully poked Sasuke's forehead, causing him to clutch his head in surprise. Are you out of your mind? Why did you give me a nickname today then? Beast sounds so embarrassing. Hikari's double standards infuriated Sasuke, akin to awakening a slumbering beast. That's different. Our relationship doesn't hinge on such trivial matters. Besides, what is wrong with calling you Beast? You said you wanted to become stronger. Hikari spoke with sincerity, as he had no intention of mocking Sasuke. He deeply understood that Sasuke had the potential to become one of the 2 greatest forces in their world in the future. Sasuke's mouth fell open, his anger simmering, only to be swallowed back upon hearing Hikari's words. In the end, he could only manage a weak huff. Humph. He turned away, indicating that he would no longer engage in conversation with Hikari. Hikari, do you wish to become stronger with lightning release? Yet in the next moment, Hikari's words seemed to echo like a devil's whisper in Sasuke's ears, instantly altering his previous demeanor. Yes, Sasuke was not particularly knowledgeable, but he could discern that his father had been troubled by clan matters lately. He yearned to grow stronger quickly, hoping to alleviate his father's burdens. Wait a moment. Hikari discreetly retrieved a light bulb from his pocket, examining it closely before addressing Sasuke. What you did earlier with your lightning. Sasuke interjected loudly. It's lightning release. Fine, lightning release it is. Show me what you can do. Hikari had noticed the changes in Sasuke that morning. He simply had not yet devised a solid plan. After all, the expense of reversing an electric meter was not worth the effort compared to diligently honing his lightning release skills. However, this did not imply that it was of no use at all. Hikari believed he could impart some unconventional knowledge to Sasuke. He did not expect his dim-witted brother to assist him. Rather, he hoped to spare him from future hardships. All right. Sasuke cast a skeptical glance at the light bulb in Hikari's hand, then assumed a stance reminiscent of someone straining to relieve themselves, gathering the lightning release chakra within him. At times, one could not help but marvel at Sasuke's innate talent for lightning release, which far exceeded his proficiency with fire release. In under 10 seconds, Hikari witnessed arcs of electricity flickering around Sasuke. Try holding this, Hikari suggested, placing the light bulb on the ground, signaling for Sasuke to pick it up. And then what? Sasuke inquired, bewildered, unsure of the connection between the light bulb and his lightning release practice. Remember the chakra control exercises we did before? The precision of chakra control determines the power and consumption of jutsu in controlling lightning release. Hikari genuinely intended to teach Sasuke some electrical concepts. Whether or not it would prove effective remained uncertain, but he was confident that Sasuke could create a unique jutsu even more powerful than Kirin in the future. All right. Sasuke grasped the general idea, promptly seizing the light bulb, closing his eyes, and concentrating on releasing electricity. Bang! The moment the electric arc made contact with the bulb, it shattered, glass fragments scattering across the ground. I'll try again, Sasuke insisted, unwilling to accept defeat, spreading his hands to signal that his previous attempt was merely a fluke. Okay. Hikari seemed to have anticipated Sasuke's reaction, turning to retrieve 3 boxes of light bulbs from a corner of the yard. Just then, Uchiha Itachi returned home to check on his younger brother, opening the door to find Shursui standing at the entrance. Hikari was incessantly handing light bulbs to Sasuke, who would take one and promptly shatter it. Their antics resembled a firecracker display, the only difference being that they had replaced firecrackers with light bulbs. Even the formidable Shursui began to question the meaning of life at that moment. 1 against 7. Do not tell me. Are they practicing lightning release? Itachi. Itachi did not respond, yet his silence was deafening. Chapter 31. Witness the supreme thunder technique of this celestial emperor Sasuke. Listen closely. Yenpan sat on the ground, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes narrowed. Despite being merely 6 years old, he exuded an inexplicable aura of superiority. Sasuke held a light bulb in each hand, flickering intermittently like the old street lamps with poor connections. He gazed earnestly at Yen, devoid of any gratitude towards his brother, his eyes brimming with a thirst for power. Yen, perhaps influenced by an abstract system or spurred by an unexpected desire to perform, suddenly uttered a peculiar and perplexing phrase. Today, this celestial emperor shall impart to you the supreme thunder technique. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback, nodding vigorously as if his head were being pounded like garlic, his face radiating 4 simple words. So powerful. I want to learn. Realizing his tone was somewhat inappropriate, Yen raised a hand and lightly tapped his own mouth, then continued, forget what I just said. Sasuke, confused, inquired, huh? Yen ignored Sasuke's bewilderment and picked up a twig from the ground, beginning to doodle. Current? Voltage? Resistance? What do these mean? Sasuke tilted his head, pondering these 3 terms, recalling that Yen had mentioned them before. However, he had dismissed Yen's words at the time as nonsense. The only term he vaguely remembered was capacitor. Their scribbling on the ground caught the attention of Itachi and Shursui nearby. Shursui, could you wait for me a moment? Itachi, unable to tolerate the abstract nature of his younger brother's training in lightning techniques, spoke to Shursui and retrieved the lightning technique scroll given by the 3rd Hokage. Striding towards the two, Yen, Sasuke, I have a gift for you. Itachi beamed, hoping to guide his younger brothers back onto the right path of training. To avoid a future where the village of Konoha hears whispers of 2 charred 6-year-olds found beneath a utility pole, Sasuke, engrossed in his lesson, turned to see Itachi and greeted him with joy, surprise evident in his voice. Nisan, how did you come back? Itachi replied with a stoic expression. Yen opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Itachi. Stop. Yen, you've already asked me today. Gifts? Yen immediately noticed the scroll in Itachi's hand, surmising it was a lightning technique. A few days prior, he had asked their father about lightning techniques, and given Sasuke's tendency to blabber, it wasn't too surprising that Itachi was aware. Unfortunately, Yen's chakra affinity was solely for fire. Gifts. Upon hearing this, Sasuke abandoned his studies, springing to his feet, eager to look at his brother. Yen sighed deeply at this scene. A-class ninjutsu, lightning clone. Itachi sidestepped Sasuke's eager hands and lightly tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Give this to Yen, and don't go off the rails in your training. After saying this, Itachi's expression suddenly faltered, and he looked at Yen with a somewhat peculiar gaze. On one hand, based on Yen's swift mastery of fire techniques, allowing him to guide Sasuke's training seemed a wise choice. Yet, the activities Yen and Sasuke had engaged in over the past few days were rather concerning. Lightning clone? Is this technique stronger than the dog clone? Sasuke's first thought upon hearing clone was of the technique Yin had used. Even if Yin had previously stated that what suited him best was the strongest, he still couldn't forget that technique capable of defeating their father. Itachi was momentarily at a loss for words, while Yin remained silent, suppressing the urge to lash out. Sasuke glanced back and forth between Itachi and Yin, puzzled by their lack of response. Why aren't you speaking? Yin redirected Sasuke's attention, taking the scroll from Itachi's hands and gesturing for him to go find his friends in Konoha. Leave the lightning clone to me. You go take care of your own matters. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, pretending not to notice Yan's subtle actions, seemingly waiting for some words of gratitude from someone. Understanding his brother well, Sasuke sweetly said, "Thank you, Nisan. I will definitely train hard." Yin nodded in silence, not expressing his gratitude, which left Itachi feeling somewhat disappointed. I have a mission in the next few days. Take care of yourselves, Itachi said, pausing for a few seconds. And don't go training beneath utility poles, it's dangerous. Upon hearing the words utility pole, Yin subtly remarked to Itachi, "Fine, you shouldn't be sitting under utility poles either. It and Appo's, dangerous." "I know," Itachi replied, although Yin and Appo's concern stemmed from the fact that if Itachi sat beneath a pole, the lifespan of the entire Uchiha clan would begin to dwindle. Suddenly, Itachi's smile returned as he took a step back, glancing back towards Shursui. Just before departing, Yin called out loudly, "Itachi, don't forget our agreement." "I won't," Itachi replied. Sasuke, bewildered, asked, "What agreement? Why wasn't I informed?" "Also, Yin, you should call him Nisan." Sasuke felt a twinge of jealousy, sensing that the relationship between Yin and Itachi had advanced significantly without his knowledge. "Shut up, you. Continue." Yin picked up the twig he had been using as a pointer and lightly tapped Sasuke's calf, prompting them to resume their earlier lesson. As for the source of Itachi's lightning clone, neither Yin nor Sasuke paid it much heed. While the technique suited Sasuke, he likely lacked the sufficient chakra for it, and Yin hadn't prepared him in advance. Sasuke simply found Yin's teachings more valuable. And he still couldn't forget the dog clone. Approximately 3 hours later, Yin pointed at the exceedingly simple Ohm's law drawn in the dirt. Suppressing the urge to yell in frustration, and impatiently looked at Sasuke. "Have you understood it yet?" He could genuinely feel his blood pressure rising due to his foolish younger brother. He had spent a full 3 hours explaining the concepts of current, voltage, and resistance. At that moment, he suddenly understood the exasperation of parents helping their children with homework in his past life. Sasuke kept his head down, wearing a confused expression mixed with a hint of incomprehension, maintaining that infuriating half-understanding demeanor. He stared at the formula for a long while. And after 10 minutes of contemplation, he finally lifted his head and stammered, I think I understand. A little." Yan's eyes widened in fury, raising the twig as if ready to strike Sasuke. Under the immense pressure, Sasuke shut his eyes, somewhat resigned, and shouted, "The voltage depends on the strength of the lightning chakra. The current depends on the power of the jutsu. The resistance relates to the distance of jutsu release." Chapter 32, Apologies, Abido. I was wrong. Sasuke's words struck Yan's heart like a heavy hammer, stirring ripples within him as he gazed at his foolish younger brother with fish-like lips. From the original work, Sasuke's creation of the Kirin technique alone demonstrates his remarkable talent in lightning release ninjutsu, achieved without any guidance. In the future, this lad may very well excel further in his mastery of lightning techniques. Concerned about being reprimanded, Sasuke shielded his face with his hands and cautiously opened his eyes. Glancing timidly at Yin, "Did I say something wrong?" "No." Yin casually tossed aside a branch. "Sasuke, you are a genius." Suddenly receiving such praise left Sasuke momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at Yin, his nose tinged with an aching sensation, his eyes shimmering as if caught in a sandstorm. "Yin, you praised me?" Noticing Sasuke's unusual reaction, Yin approached him, waving his hand lightly. "What's this? A little compliment has brought you to tears?" Even a fierce beast can shed a tear, it seems. Yin couldn't help but tease him, a smile playing on his lips. Realizing what was happening, Sasuke quickly turned away, awkwardly wiping his face with his arm, his voice laced with a hint of a sob. "I didn't. It's just my eyes." My eyes suddenly watered. With a strong sense of pride, Sasuke turned his back to Yin and extended a hand to prevent him from getting closer. "You should go. I can study on my own. You go rest." Sasuke understood everything. He had spent 3 hours struggling to grasp the knowledge Yin had imparted, feeling a sense of urgency within himself. When he saw Yin's anger, he couldn't help but blame his own foolishness, fearing that Yin might become unwell due to his frustration. His desire for Yin to leave stemmed from both a wish to conceal his embarrassment and an annoyance at this bothersome companion's concern. "All right, fierce beast. I shall take my leave. Yin, I dislike you." After receiving Sasuke's daily dose of disdain, Yin returned to the house in high spirits, searching for tools. Next, he needed to prepare to forge some special hidden weapons. Opening his backpack and gazing at the manual of hidden weapons, his thoughts began to wander. While he harbored little hope of crafting weapons with significant lethality, he realized that the materials available in the ninja world might not suffice for such ambitious creations. To even manage a rough imitation of 30% of their power would be considered a stroke of luck. When I speak of luck, I do not refer to the fortune that brought me here. The workshop contained very few items. The Uchiha clan's ninja tools were always more abundant than these miscellaneous objects. After searching for a long time, he managed to find only a worn-out wooden hammer. He lifted it, seriously questioning whether this tool had ever shown or served a purpose in the household. It made sense. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan head, likely had no time for carpentry. It seemed he would have to venture out to purchase some supplies. Muttering to himself, Yin grabbed the old hammer, casting a glance at Sasuke, who was diligently practicing with a light bulb, before resolutely heading to his room. Forgive me, Sasuke, this truly is the last time. With a resounding thud, Yin smashed Sasuke's cherished blue cat-shaped piggy bank, stealthily gathering the approximately 200,000 Ryo in coins and bills into his arms and pockets. Finally, with a clattering sound, he evaded Sasuke and left the house. He had no desire to engage in such acts, but his father had confiscated all his pocket money as punishment for planting sunflowers in the yard. Wait. It seems I didn't receive my allowance for today. As he walked down the street, Yin realized this, and his expression twisted slightly. He was uncertain whether the savings from Udu could cover the cost of a complete blacksmithing set. Navigating through the bustling streets, he arrived at the ninja tool shop owned by Ten with ease. He was unsure where to buy blacksmithing tools, but he figured that this chain store in Konoha would assist him with his dilemma. If worst came to worst, he could always ask his father for a bit more. Though his actions were somewhat inappropriate, everything he did was for the Uchiha clan. Good afternoon, esteemed customer. How may I assist you today? We have an extensive range of products. Ten greeted him with a sales smile, narrowing her eyes as she addressed the customer. However, upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothing, she couldn't help but comment. Hey, Uchiha clan? Don't you have your own purchasing channels? Yin ignored the remark, but upon hearing her words, his face darkened. He understood that Ten was referring to the clan's ninja cats, which were notorious for being far more troublesome than the likes of Kaku. Their main focus was on slaughtering prey. His father Fugaku had likely been deceived into spending a fortune. Even if he needed to buy something, it would be wiser to do so outside, as a 6-year-old child wouldn't attract undue attention in the village. Yin observed the girl with the bun hairstyle, dressed in a style reminiscent of ancient China, and chose not to respond to her query. Instead, he confidently expressed his requirements. I need a hammer, an anvil, tongs, and a crucible. Ten's previously cheerful smile suddenly stiffened upon hearing his list of blacksmithing tools. For a moment, she glanced around the store, questioning whether her establishment was indeed a blacksmith shop. Wait, Uchiha brat, this is a ninja tool shop, not a blacksmith's workshop. And why would Uchiha need these items? Are you planning to open a blacksmith shop in Konoha? Won't your family punish you for this? Ten spoke rapidly, struggling to articulate her bewilderment at this Uchiha child's bizarre behavior. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi observed the scene and silently gave the charming girl a thumbs up. She was practically his spokesperson. Perched on a tree, Kakashi gazed at Yan's figure and murmured softly. Apologies, Obito. I take back my previous words. You are not a fool of the Uchiha clan. After voicing his thoughts, Kakashi's gaze drifted toward the cemetery, his expression dimming once more. Clattering, I don't know where to buy them. Could you assist me? I can pay extra. Yin rummaged through his pockets, producing a handful of loose coins and crumpled bills, carefully stacking them on the counter of the ninja tool shop. Ten's eyes lingered on the coins for about 10 seconds before she held her forehead and sighed deeply. Fine. This is a fair trade. But your money might not be sufficient. Ah, truly. As her voice dwindled, she could see that these coins represented all of Yan's pocket money. The thought of a child from the Uchiha clan engaging in blacksmithing would certainly lead to a beating if discovered by adults. Yet, seeing the urgency in Yan's eyes, she found it hard to refuse him. Yin maintained a fair demeanor, thinking that if necessary, he could always have Fugaku cover the costs. No need, if it's insufficient. My family can help. Moreover, I have an aversion to being indebted to others. Naturally, Sasuke's situation is an exception. Hearing this sentiment repeatedly has only incited a sense of rebellion within her. She waved her hand dismissively, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. After all, they are comrades from the same village. In any case, the amount is negligible. Yin remarked, very well. The tone of a wealthy lady is indeed distinctive. Immediately, Tian produced paper and pen, gesturing for this individual to provide his address. With the address noted, delivery would be made within an hour. Then, you may take your leave. What more could Yin say? He was eager to return and delve into his blacksmithing studies, so he simply nodded in agreement, providing his home address. However, as he departed, he cast a glance back at the girl inside. Thank you. I shall remember this favor. Hinata Niji. I will undoubtedly rescue him. Seated at the counter, Tian waved her hand, seemingly indifferent to the words of the Uchiha youth. Chapter 33. The grueling training of the Uchiha brothers upon returning home. Within less than an hour, items had already been moved into the small courtyard. Ten even left a note tucked among the goods. Dear little Uchiha, I've secretly delivered your things. No one will find out. But do be careful not to get a spanking from your clan leader father, okay? The message was adorned with a cartoonish expression of Tintin making a silly face, which left Yin both amused and exasperated. After reading the note, Yin tore it into pieces and glanced towards his foolish brother, feeling an inexplicable wave of nostalgia. It seemed that the moniker of the foolish son of the Uchiha clan leader, Sasuke, was unlikely to be shaken off. What are you buying all this stuff for, Yin? Are you planning some special training? Sasuke squatted by the anvil, poking and prodding at it, even sending a spark of electricity its way, his curiosity palpable. Yet, Yin felt a strong inclination to avoid conversation with this brother of his. At that moment, Sasuke was adorned with a riot of colorful lights. A necklace of bulbous lights strung from wires around his neck. The decorations on him likely surpassed those of any Christmas tree. With the enhancement of his lightning release, the bulbs flickered in a dazzling manner, displaying an array of colors, at least 6 or 7. Setting aside the embarrassment this caused, Yin was simply unwilling to engage with him. Wait, where did you get all this money to buy these things? Sasuke seemed to sense something amiss, turning to Yin with a furrowed brow. It was given to me as a reward for a 1-on-7 match, Yin responded nonchalantly, showing no signs of deceit in his demeanor. Sasuke, agitated, pointed at Yin and exclaimed, I knew it. You must have taken my share too, right? Ever since his brother had left and Yin had uttered the word agreement. Sasuke had been pondering what the two of them could possibly be conspiring about behind his back. It was evident that his brother had given Yin pocket money while excluding him. You are really loud. Uchiha Yin, you have gone too far. To Sasuke's ears, Yin's calm tone sounded like an admission of guilt regarding the pocket money, prompting the boy to storm off in a huff. What could Yin possibly say in response to his brother's accusations? The notion of pocketing the allowance. Perhaps he would discover something even more outrageous tonight. After feeling a twinge of guilt for 3 seconds, Yin began to quietly arrange the blacksmith tools in the courtyard. After all, these tools were imbued with a certain affection for his brother. Setting up the blacksmith's equipment was not overly complicated. The only heavy item was the anvil, which took him a good half-hour to position properly. It was worth noting, however, that the strength of children in this world was remarkably disproportionate, especially since his current power was nearly equivalent to his adult self in his past life. Once everything was in place, Yin sat on the ground and pulled out the book titled The Art of Hidden Weapons to peruse. Dragon Whisker Needle, Materials, Hair Gold. Judge of the Underworld. Materials, Mysterious Iron. Storm Pear Blossom Needle, Materials, Deep Sea Secret Silver. Repeating Crossbow, Materials, Mysterious Iron. This tome not only detailed the methods for crafting hidden weapons, but also included a unique set of techniques, thoughtfully listing the required materials. However, for Yin, whose knowledge of forging was solely derived from knife-making competitions, the content proved somewhat challenging to grasp. The only material he was somewhat familiar with, mysterious iron, was likely tungsten or high manganese steel. Then came the dilemma. Holding the art of hidden weapons in his hands, Yin slowly crouched before the anvil, sinking into contemplation. While he had a vague understanding of the names of the materials, distinguishing them in their tangible forms was an entirely different challenge. Perhaps the blacksmiths in Konoha might have the necessary materials, and it was not impossible to commission someone to forge the hidden weapons. Yet, Yin believed that if he were to pursue this path, the finished products would likely end up in the Hokage's office before reaching him. He hoped that the omnipotent chakra would assist him in realizing his aspirations. For more commonplace materials, he could use regular iron for crafting, but for the unique ones, he intended to procure some chakra-infused metal. After determining his subsequent manufacturing plan, Yin hurried into the house to gather all the useless scrap metal lying around, piling it together haphazardly. Lacking a furnace, he constructed a makeshift one and began to heat the metal materials with fire release. During this process, he worried about running low on chakra and took out a sunflower to continuously replenish his chakra reserves. After approximately an hour, was it done? Yin gazed at the glowing crucible in the furnace, grasped the tongs, and walked cautiously to the prepared mold, pouring the molten iron from the crucible into it. As he awaited the iron ingot to set, he brought it to the anvil, picked up the heavy hammer, and began to strike rhythmically. Makoto and Fugaku arrived home almost simultaneously. As they pushed open the door, Fugaku was greeted by an unbelievable sight. Sasuke was entangled in a myriad of colorful lights, a necklace of bulbs hanging around his neck, and each hand clutching a large bulb. He was undeniably dazzling. Beside him stood his elder brother, Uchiha Yen, who stood in the center of the courtyard, facing away from his parents, holding a pair of tongs in one hand and a hammer in the other, rapidly striking the anvil. In the courtyard, aside from Sasuke's glaring light pollution, there was also the cacophony of Yen hammering iron, clanging and clanging. Fugaku stood at the doorway, frozen in disbelief for approximately 3 seconds. His expression a mixture of confusion and incredulity. He then took 3 quick steps back and slammed the door shut with a thud. Husband, Makoto, standing at the door, noticed her husband's unusual demeanor, her face etched with concern. Fugaku remained silent, instead glancing at the nameplate on the door and surveying the surroundings, confirming that they were indeed home, which intensified the frown on his face. Dear, please check for me. Did I mistakenly walk into the wrong house? Fugaku's complexion had grown pale, and his lips trembled as he spoke. He truly wished he had made a mistake. Eh? Are you just exhausted? Makoto reached out to touch his forehead, assuming that recent overwork had caused him to feel unwell. This is our home. And what is that noise? Clanging? Her words did nothing to reassure Fugaku. Instead, they made his legs feel weak, nearly causing him to stumble at the door. He had come to accept that everything he had just witnessed was indeed real. As realization set in, Fugaku's anger surged, and he kicked the door with all his might, sending it flying open with a crash. Father, you're back. Clanging and clanging. Sasuke, upon seeing his father return, instinctively shrank back, his body illuminated intermittently by the flickering bulbs. Revealing his trepidation, Fugaku, enraged, pointed at the two, yet the duo was so infuriating that he momentarily did not know which one to address first. Tell me, what are you two doing? Clanging and clanging. Sasuke, startled, quickly hid the bulbs behind his back, but with so many lights on him, he couldn't remove them in time. In his panic, the lights on him flickered even more brilliantly. Clanging and clanging. Fugaku, overwhelmed, gasped for air and collapsed backward, fainting with a thud. Chapter 34. The destruction of the ninja world begins with forging regarding his two younger sons. Fugaku had little expectation. Whether they could uphold the glory of the Uchiha clan was uncertain. He merely hoped they would not bring shame to him or their family in the future. However, the outcome was far from what he wished. His youngest son, Sasuke, exhibited peculiar behavior, his aura reminiscent of the vibrant lights of a brothel in the Hidden Leaf village. As for training, he tolerated it. But who could explain the sight of his second son, Hikaru Uchiha, wielding a hammer and striking a piece of iron in the courtyard? Was he planning to become the first blacksmith of the Uchiha clan? This was even more outrageous than the previous talk of destroying the ninja world. Lying in bed, Fugaku stared at the ceiling, contemplating for quite some time, yet he could not fathom why his sons had turned out this way. It appeared that everything began when they started mingling with those ninja hounds. Clang, clang, the sound of metal striking metal persisted from outside. Fugaku pulled up the blanket, weary of the noise, yearning only for rest and an escape from this wretched reality. Yet, the relentless clamor of iron clashing rang out almost every 3 seconds. A continuous barrage that prevented him from finding peace. That little rascal seemed to possess boundless energy. Since last night, Hikaru had been hammering away tirelessly. Clang, clang, Hikaru Uchiha. Fugaku could no longer contain his frustration. He rolled out of bed and stormed outside. You're awake, dear? Makoto, upon seeing her husband's furious expression early in the morning, felt a wave of concern, fearing he might harm his health. Tell that little brat to go to school. Fugaku rubbed his temples, feeling faint at the thought of confronting Hikaru. This was truly infuriating. Makoto bit her lip, helplessly responding. But the school has given them a break until the day after tomorrow. Fugaku, upon hearing this, felt a sense of collapse. So, unable to torment others at school, he had started to torment his father at home? Fine, I'll go find him. Fugaku stood still for a moment, calming his chaotic thoughts, before making his way to the makeshift blacksmith shop in the courtyard. Inside, Hikaru bore dark circles under his eyes, and when his hammer struck the anvil, sparks flew. In a way, Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction with this son. After all, a 6-year-old working tirelessly since yesterday demonstrated an exceptional aptitude for physical training. As he pondered this, unbeknownst to him, Fugaku's expression softened while he stood silently behind Hikaru. Thud, the hammer fell, and Hikaru tossed a piece of iron into a nearby water bucket, producing a splash. He then picked up the iron bar, examining it closely. Fugaku's eyes narrowed as he observed that the length of the metal in Hikaru's hands was nearly comparable to that of a ninja blade. Perhaps this child merely desired to forge his own ninja sword? Clearing his throat, Fugaku forced a smile, one that resembled a grimace, and quietly approached Hikaru. Though this is your first time forging, the sword you're shaping already reveals your talent. Well done, my son. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask your father. Money is not an issue. Fugaku's thoughts were simple. Having realized Hikaru wished to craft a ninja sword, the next steps would be straightforward. A few words of praise and a promise to buy a quality ninja blade would surely persuade the boy to abandon his blacksmithing dream, allowing for a peaceful life ahead. A ninja sword in exchange for future tranquility. It seemed a fair trade. Hikaru glanced at his father, though his expression darkened. The two stared at each other for a full 10 minutes before Hikaru finally spoke, holding up the iron piece. This is 1,000 books. Fugaku, as Hikaru spoke. The atmosphere between father and son grew awkward, enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, Fugaku continued. If you require ninja tools, you can retrieve them from the family armory. The rest no need to forge your own. Hikaru remained silent, shaking his head, and continued towards the anvil with the 1,000 books in hand. Truth be told, he had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of forging. However, after nearly 3,000 strikes throughout the night, he had infused his fire-style chakra into the metalwork. Chakra was indeed a wondrous thing. Through this method of striking, he could manipulate the material according to his will, though the precision still needed refinement. As for the 1,000 books he held, it was indeed 1,000 books, but it was merely a rough replica of the storm pear blossom needle he intended to create. The first version didn't need to possess lethal power. It simply had to be functional. As for a high-quality replica, Hikaru planned to purchase chakra metal later. Regarding poison, he was well aware of cyanide and wondered how it could be combined with his hidden weapons. Seeing Hikaru intent on continuing, Fugaku quickly grasped the boy's clothing, urging, "Take a break. You've been at it all night, go back and rest." His tone held an undeniable authority, perhaps born from concern for his son, or perhaps for himself. Hikaru shook his head again. "No, Sasuke burned my bedding. Last night, upon returning home." Sasuke had let out a heart-wrenching scream, perhaps mourning a piggy bank, and then had carelessly tossed Hikaru's bedding outside, setting it ablaze with a grand fireball that left a gaping hole. Sasuke hadn't uttered a word to him since then. He didn't want to sleep in the shared room, and since he had to forge, he decided to stay in the courtyard as a dedicated worker. Humph. Fugaku was thoroughly incensed, his eyes widening as he coldly remarked, "Forging? Uchiha Hikaru, what exactly do you intend to do?" No matter how patient he was, he could not endure this child's antics. It was one thing for the clan leader's son to be 6 years old and still unawakened, but to take up blacksmithing was entirely another matter. If word got out, the Uchiha clan would be the laughingstock of the village. Moreover, Fugaku believed his son lacked any talent for blacksmithing. Even if he had some, it would be of little use. A ninja need only learn the art of killing. Why bother with such frivolities? To destroy the ninja world and save the Uchiha Fugaku. Hikaru uttered those words with conviction, his hands and feet never ceasing their movement, and as the last word fell from his lips, the hammer struck down. Clang, crash, the moment the metal collided. Flames erupted from the anvil, nearly singeing Fugaku's eyebrows. The sudden transformation startled Fugaku, causing him to momentarily overlook the phrase "destroy the ninja world." He stepped back several paces to get a clearer view, activating his Sharingan to discern the details. Each strike of the hammer caused the metal on the anvil to glow red from the intense heat, its shape gradually shifting. Fugaku's pupils trembled, not out of surprise at his son's talent for forging, but rather because this application of chakra resembled rudimentary ninjutsu. His son was truly a genius. The more Fugaku pondered, the more astonished he became. Had he not feared disturbing Hikaru, he might have thrown his head back and laughed heartily. About half an hour passed, and Fugaku could no longer contain himself, interrupting Hikaru. "Would you like to learn the fire techniques practiced by the clan?" Awaiting your initial text for refinement and elegant rendition into English. Chapter 35. The flickering lifespan of the Uchiha clan. Ever since that fateful day, Fugaku entrusted all the family's fire release scrolls to Uchiha Hinata, urging him to dedicate himself to mastering these ninjutsu techniques. Previously, he had refrained from allowing him and Sasuke to learn, fearing their tender age and insufficient chakra reserves could lead to self-harm or jeopardize their potential. However, after witnessing Hinata utilize rudimentary fire release techniques in conjunction with a hammer for forging, Fugaku was both astonished by his son's innate talent and acutely aware that Hinata's chakra far surpassed that of his peers. The boy's capabilities already eclipsed those of Itachi at the same age. This realization piqued Fugaku's curiosity about whether equipping Hinata with the full repertoire of fire release techniques would refine this forging ninjutsu. A week later, in addition to forging in the courtyard, Hinata, under his father's vigilant supervision, had mastered several powerful techniques, including Great Fire Annihilation, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Great Dragon Fire Technique. Although he had indeed learned them, Hinata found himself at a loss on how to explain his limitations to his father, as he could only attempt to unleash a few of these techniques with the aid of his protective guardians. The formidable Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Destruction techniques employed by Uchiha Madara were beyond what his current chakra could sustain. Simply put, his chakra was insufficient for even a single release. Clang, clang, in the courtyard. The rhythmic sound of metal striking metal echoed as Fugaku and Hinata stood at their respective anvils, hammering away and sweating profusely. Makoto, watching the duo from inside, noticed their increasing worry and turned her gaze towards Sasuke, who was preoccupied with a light bulb, feeling a headache coming on. Her husband had promised to dissuade Hinata from forging at home, yet the following day, Fugaku had purchased his own blacksmithing gear and set up a station 10 meters away from Hinata to forge alongside him. Makoto wholeheartedly supported her husband and refrained from interfering with her son's dreams. Yet, her husband was occupied with clan affairs during the day and would spend nights forging with their son until the early hours of the morning. Hinata was even more extreme, often returning to his room only at dawn. He utilized shadow clones to attend school while forging was a daily necessity. Makoto sighed deeply, rubbing her forehead, and called out to Sasuke, who was still fiddling with the light bulb. "Sasuke, go call them for dinner." Sasuke tilted his head, pouting, glancing at the annoying figure outside, hesitating for a moment before shouting, "Dad, that annoying guy? Dinner's ready." As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata turned and shouted in response, "Father, Sasuke called you annoying." Fugaku had grown accustomed to the brothers' antics, and, maintaining an impartial stance, reprimanded both of them equally to prevent any feelings of discontent between them. When lunchtime arrived, Hinata remembered Itachi, who had been absent for several days without a word, and frowned as he inquired, "Father, have you heard any news about Itachi recently?" Though his shadow clone had been stationed at the southern He River, his own journey would inevitably trigger subtle changes. The timing of Danzo's actions and Shirsue's leap could potentially shift. In short, each time he caught sight of Itachi, he felt as though the lifespan of the entire Uchiha clan was flickering. With chopsticks in hand, Sasuke, hearing Hinata's rare concern for his brother, smirked and called out, Hey, Hinata, you miss Itachi, don't you? You tsundere. As Sasuke elongated the word tsundere, it was evident he was using Hinata's previous words to retaliate against his annoying brother. However, seated at the head of the table, Fugaku's expression darkened upon hearing the mention of Itachi, and he sternly chastised the two. We're here to eat, so focus on that. No other discussions. Furthermore, Itachi has his own matters to attend to. You should mind your own business. This topic incensed Fugaku. He had recently quarreled with his eldest son, who had refused to disclose any information from the Hokage. This was nothing short of betrayal against him in the Uchiha clan. It implied that they now had but one trump card left, Shisui. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and Fugaku hoped his children would lead a good life, free from entanglements in clan and village affairs. Faced with his father's sudden shift in demeanor, Sasuke sat up straight, lowering his head to eat. Too intimidated to utter another word. Hinata, sensing the tension, observed his father's grim countenance and felt the flickering lifespan of the Uchiha clan grow more pronounced. Father, he began, but Fugaku abruptly set down his utensils and stood to leave the room, clearly dismissing his son's attempt to converse. I'm full. There are clan matters to attend to. I may not return tonight. With that, Fugaku strode to the entrance, slipping on his shoes. Before departing, he turned to Hinata with a serious demeanor. Hinata, keep a close watch on your brother. The two exchanged a long, contemplative glance, silently acknowledging their understanding. In that moment, Hinata became convinced that the countdown to the Uchiha clan's demise had already begun. I'm full, he declared, placing his utensils down, politely greeting his mother before racing outside to his forge. What's this? Clearly concerned about Itachi, yet putting on a front. Sasuke remained oblivious to the tension between Hinata and their father, focused solely on why his brother had been absent for so long. Let us skip training tonight. Get some rest, don't you think? Mikoto smiled at her youngest son as usual, though the smile bore a hint of strain. Her hands, concealed beneath the table, were clenched tightly. She knew her eldest son had irrevocably severed ties with her husband, leaving no room for reconciliation. Caught between the two, she felt lost on how to act, only able to comfort her youngest, the most innocent of them all. All right. Sasuke reluctantly set down the light bulb, glanced at the light outside, hesitated for a moment, and then returned to his room. For some reason, he felt that Hinata had been acting strangely lately. The normally lazy brother had begun training relentlessly day and night. Sasuke pondered this, suspecting that Hinata might have sensed his recent progress and felt threatened, thus sparking a sense of urgency. Well, Hinata, I want to lose to you. Leaving the light bulb behind, Sasuke dove into bed after returning to his room, grabbing a prepared light bulb to prepare for a sleepless night of training. According to Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke would surpass everyone. In the courtyard, Hinata chose not to forge that night. Instead, he discreetly retrieved a large wooden box from a corner. Upon opening it, he revealed 60 scroll-like objects within. These were all replicas of the storm pear blossom needles he had crafted from chakra-infused metal. Considering their lethality, he had even modified the size of the thin, hair-like projectiles, aiming to catch his opponents off guard and pierce them thoroughly. He wondered if this would be sufficient. Chapter 36. Shisui, isn't it quite advantageous? 1 against 7. The Uchiha coup is now irreversible. Once the clan goes to war with the village, other villages will undoubtedly launch attacks on Konoha. War is inevitable. At the Naka River, Shisui stood on the cliff, his back to Itachi, feeling the gentle evening breeze caress his face, while a sense of relief washed over him. It was accompanied by a wave of sorrow. For that 1 against 7, his younger brother had once said, he was far too naive. At that time, he had dismissed it, thinking that the insights of a mere child could hardly grasp the intricate relationships between a nation, a village, and a clan. In hindsight, Itachi was indeed correct. Shisui squinted slightly, a hint of regret in his voice as he continued. I had intended to use Kodo Amatsukami to prevent all of this. But Danzo took my right eye from me. I placed too much trust in him. That man solely seeks to protect the village through his extreme ideologies. I fear he will not spare my left eye either. Turning to face his dear friend one last time, he gently removed his left eye. I entrust my vision to you. I hope you will safeguard the village and the Uchiha clan. Itachi stood frozen, yearning to stop Shisui from doing this. Yet he understood that his friend had no other path left to tread. Should Shisui return alive, it would only exacerbate the rift between the village and the clan. Danzo would not spare the Uchiha. Shisui, Itachi murmured, his eyes brimming with tears. He realized he had failed to fulfill his brother's wishes. As Shisui handed over his eye, Itachi could only accept it in stunned silence, staring at his friend's bloodied visage. And, do not tell Azumi and Sasuke anything about me. I implore you, my dearest friend. With those words, Shisui leaned back and plunged into the Naka River. Itachi snapped out of his stupor, never anticipating that Shisui would leap from the cliff. He reached out, desperate to grasp his friend. Alas, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Shui fell into the waters below. Shui! Itachi cried out in anguish, a torrent of emotion reaching its zenith. His Sharingan spinning uncontrollably in his eyes. When he opened them again, the patterns within had transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Is this madness? Why leap at such a moment? At the riverbank, a shadow clone, occupied with walking a dog, heard the resounding splash nearby, clearly indicating someone had fallen into the water. Moments ago, he had also heard the shouts of 1 against 7. Fearing for Shusui's life and worried that he might be discovered, the shadow clone scooped up a Shiba Inu and dove into the river. On the other side, Izumi, having just finished checking his gear, froze, his pupils dilating, and without a moment's hesitation, activated his teleportation ability. Why is the dog barking? What is happening? The peaceful night in Konoha was suddenly disrupted by a chorus of barking. Perched on a tree, Kakashi, blissfully asleep with a book covering his face, stirred slightly, smacking his lips and scratching his face before sinking back into slumber. When Izumi materialized at the riverbank, he found himself inside a cave, the entrance obscured by hay, likely left by the shadow clone. Meanwhile, Shursui lay on the ground, drenched. Blood still oozing from his eyes. Judging by the amount of blood, he should have succumbed to blood loss long before drowning. As he gazed at the barely conscious Shursui, memories of his friend's smiling face flooded his mind. Izumi clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Suppressing his emotions, he turned Shursui onto his back to provide some comfort, then summoned his guardians. He unleashed golden orbs of healing light upon Shursui. 10 minutes later, is it 1 against 7? Shursui, recovering but disoriented from his blindness, called out Itachi's name. Why save me? You realize this will only lead to... Bang! Izumi, expressionless, seized Shursui by the collar and struck him hard across the face. After taking the blow, Shursui seemed to realize something. A flicker of shock crossed his face before he broke into a sunny smile. Izumi pulled him back up, steadying him before delivering a flurry of punches to his face. With each strike, Shursui maintained his smile, as if doing so would mask his humiliation. He did not retaliate. He simply awaited the storm to pass. After a prolonged silence, Izumi ceased his assault, standing there with his hands hanging limply at his sides, his fists bloodied and bruised. One must admit, sometimes, beating someone up requires skill. But Izumi's heart was filled with resentment towards Shursui. It seemed this was the only way to vent his feelings. Izumi, it's you, isn't it? Shursui beamed, still smiling, unaware that his mouth was filled with blood, giving him a rather ghastly appearance. From the moment he felt the weight of the first punch, Shursui knew that the one who saved him was not Itachi. Excluding his dearest friend, the only person he could think of was this one. Izumi patted the shoulders of his guardians, releasing 2 more orbs of healing light. Once they had tended to their injuries, he regained his composure and coldly addressed Shursui. You are endangering everyone. Is dying truly beneficial? Shursui retorted. Foolish. Both you and 1 against 7 are fools. His voice was hoarse, not befitting that of a 6-year-old child. Even knowing the outcome of Shursui's leap, he kept telling himself, that neighborly older brother, filled with sunshine, innocence, and positivity, perhaps, because of his presence. There was a glimmer of hope that Shursui would not resort to such foolishness. Reality proved him wrong. He should not have underestimated Shursui's wisdom, despite his formidable strength. Must he choose such a suicidal finale? Shursui accepted the rebuke, granting Izumi the respect he deserved, absorbing his fury. Once the silence descended, Shursui began, Izumi. Some matters are not as simple as you perceive. The clan, the coup is now unstoppable. A 6-year-old like you cannot fathom the consequences of the current situation for the clan and the village. Izumi sat there, his crimson eyes reflecting the single Tomo. Amidst the resentment and rage, his Sharingan naturally activated. To be honest, upon realizing his transformation, Izumi even contemplated giving Shursui another beating. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. Shursui rambled on, exacerbating Izumi's irritation. Be quiet. I do not require a blind man lecturing me. Shursui paused for a few seconds, sensing the familiar energy within Izumi's gaze, then smiled gently once more. Isn't it quite advantageous? My one leap off the cliff allows 2 to awaken their eyes. Izumi. The Uchiha clan is truly deranged. Chapter 37. The Lives of Others. What is it to me? The Uchiha clan has always been this way, willing to gamble their own lives to awaken the eyes of their friends and family. Upon hearing Shursui's words, Itachi was convinced that Shursui's suicide was largely motivated by a desire to stir Itachi's emotions in order to unlock his Manjiki Sharingan. In doing so, there might still be a glimmer of hope to prevent the clan's coup. However, Shursui did not anticipate that this act would inadvertently allow him to awaken his own Sharingan as well. Had it been any other Uchiha, they would have clung to Shursui, weeping uncontrollably while spouting strange words about friendship and bonds. Itachi, however, simply delivered a punch to this self-righteous individual. With a thud, Shursui's head tilted to the side, his expression unchanged. It seemed that if given another chance, Shursui would still choose to leap off the cliff into despair. The flaw of humanity is their unwavering commitment to their beliefs, often continuing to uphold them until death. Only Naruto Uzumaki, blessed with the protagonist's aura, could persuade these fools with mere words. When Itachi had watched the anime, he had once felt admiration for these characters, but now, as they appeared in his life, leaving an indelible mark on his path, he found their actions to be utterly foolish and tragic. Itachi sat in silence, gazing at Shisui for a long time. Memories of their first encounter flooding his mind, his emotions gradually becoming complex, and his gaze towards Shisui growing increasingly irritated. Time passed, and eventually, Itachi regained his composure and abruptly stated, "I have a way to save the clan." He did not expect Shisui to understand him, but he at least hoped this fool would refrain from any more reckless actions. Upon hearing this, Shisui, facing Itachi, maintained his smile. Once, he too had been as confident and naive as this boy. In his youth, he had arrogantly believed himself capable of anything. "Itachi, I believe in you. But the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has become irreparably strained." Shisui shook his head, continuing, "Even if my eyes remain controlling your father, he cannot suppress the other clan members." Since regaining consciousness, Shisui had replayed everything in his mind. He realized his previous thoughts had been overly naive. Danzo did not trust him. He did not trust any other Uchiha. Danzo only wished for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Conflict between both sides was inevitable, and other villages would seize the opportunity. The destruction of the shinobi world was imminent. Konoha was currently too peaceful. Should a force arise to incite war in the shinobi world, Konoha, in a bid for survival, would never act foolishly by self-sabotaging. Itachi slowly articulated his thoughts, his expression more serious than ever. For a moment, he even began to understand Nagato. This fractured shinobi world, this group of foolish humans must be made to suffer a little, lest they continue their incessant infighting. Itachi's plan was sound, providing a means for both the village and the clan to reach a truce in the short term. Yet Shisui felt a chill run down his spine, horrified at the prospect of a 6-year-old child calmly discussing such terrifying matters. Moreover, Shisui could tell this child was serious. "Itachi, I understand you. But do you realize how many innocent lives this would cost in the shinobi world? How many happy families would be shattered and plunged into despair?" As Shisui spoke, memories of the brutal battlefield surfaced, draining the color from his face and causing his lips to tremble. War is far more brutal than you can imagine. Though the current peace may not last long, it is a peace that everyone has sacrificed greatly to achieve. Even if you succeed, the conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan will persist, and you will not succeed. Shisui, a firm believer in peace, could not condone Itachi's approach. For the sake of harmony in the shinobi world, he had to dissuade Itachi from this horrifying notion. With every word Shisui spoke, Itachi's expression darkened further, his anger intensifying. His once endearing demeanor twisted into one of fury as he gritted his teeth and spat out words filled with contempt. "Foolish. This is nothing but the compassion of a fool." Itachi considered himself no great hero. In truth, he was quite selfish, as he had always been. When Shisui realized his attempts at persuasion were futile, he grew desperate, shouting, "That will kill so many people. I don't care. I just want my family to live." At this, Itachi cast a fiercely aggressive gaze at Shisui, declaring, "Destroying the shinobi world, saving the Uchiha, is the only way out." Realizing he could not sway the child, Shisui let out a deep sigh and began to state the harsh realities, preparing to undermine Itachi's ideals. "No, you won't succeed. You are far too weak. You can accomplish nothing." Shisui even wore a mocking smile, displaying his gleaming teeth. "Even if you could, I, along with Konoha, your father, and the entire shinobi world, will stop you. To fight the entire shinobi world with your own strength, even Uchiha Madara could not achieve that. Wake up, Uchiha Itachi. You can accomplish nothing." Itachi clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike Shisui again as he resolutely replied, "Then let us see. Just you? And your absurd training methods?" Shisui smirked derisively, mocking Itachi's past abstract actions, which completely ignited Itachi's fury. Shisui's merciless words struck at Itachi's fragile spirit, causing him to awaken his Sharingan and grab a stick from the ground, pointing it threateningly at Shisui. "Uchiha Shisui, you absolute fool." Shisui nodded slightly. Though he could not endorse Itachi's beliefs, he had to admit that at this moment, Itachi was indeed a qualified Uchiha. "Itachi, perhaps I must make you aware of the gap in our powers." With that, he swiftly drew a kunai and vanished from sight. In the dead of night, "What are you barking at?" Itachi's figure swapped places with a prearranged ninja dog, returning to the backyard. However, he appeared quite disheveled, his clothes tattered and his body marked with bruises. A black eye adorned his face. Shisui was indeed formidable, even without his eyes. That bastard's body flicker technique and sharp combat instincts were beyond what he could contend with at present. Even though he possessed teleportation abilities, he had only managed to use them 3 times before Shisui detected the flaws and lay in wait before the dog. Yet, Shisui was not unscathed during their initial encounter. He had caught Shisui off guard, and had Itachi not been reluctant to kill this fool, he he would have already thrown his concealed weapons. Had he known, he would have brought more dogs. The flying thunderhound was undoubtedly effective, but it was just too useless. Standing in the courtyard, Yin muttered a phrase, summoning the guardians to exhaust the final opportunity for healing. Just then, the door creaked open and Itachi entered. Cradling a bundle of wilted flowers in his arms, his gaze vacant, resembling a mere shell of a human. Yin had intended to approach and say something, but upon seeing the items in Itachi's hands, he abruptly halted, for he recognized that the withered bouquets were reminiscent of the chrysanthemums he had left by the Nanjechuan River. Chapter 38. Sasuke, I want them all. Sure sway. Itachi lingered in the corner of the room, gazing at a pile of withered flower bouquets, his eyes dim and devoid of any luster. Upon returning home, he did not even greet his younger brother before turning and sitting down in the corner. The image of Shursui jumping off the cliff lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Itachi was filled with regret. He had intended to give Shursui a proper burial after his leap, but to his astonishment, he discovered an array of bizarre arrangements along the Nanha River, where numerous withered chrysanthemums had been placed at various cliff edges, as if preemptively mourning Shursui. It was evident that such an act could only have been orchestrated by the root ninjas under Danzo's command. As he had anticipated, shortly after Shursui's jump, the root ninjas began searching in that very direction, to conceal everything and prevent Danzo from discovering his dear friend's body, as well as to fulfill Shursui's last request. Itachi led the root ninjas away, erasing the signs of the chrysanthemums along the way. Uchiha clan. Itachi raised his hand to gently touch his eyes, softly murmuring. A trace of sorrow etched upon his face. Onaizen. Bang. 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 Sasuke sensed Itachi and Appo's return and rushed out of his room, his bare feet thumping against the floor, revealing his urgent desire to see his brother. However, his eagerness drew a stern look from Hikari. As the two passed each other, Hikari swiftly grabbed Sasuke by the collar. Get back to bed. Thud. Sasuke, caught off guard, fell to the ground, wincing in pain. He flailed his arms and kicked his legs in a desperate attempt to escape Hikari's grasp, but Hikari, having recently increased his strength, effortlessly dragged Sasuke back to the doorway, akin to pulling a small chick. This infuriated Sasuke. Uchiha Hikari, let me go? Or else, don't blame me for being rude. Sasuke tilted his head, his pupils turning crimson, and as he glanced back, two eerie red glows emanated from his activated single Tomo Sharingan, his confidence nearly overflowing. The Sharingan had awakened after he had seen a broken piggy bank a few days prior. Had it not been for Hikari's overbearing demeanor, he might have eagerly shared this good news with him. Sasuke's boastful words prompted a slow realization to dawn on Hikari. Wait. You think you can flaunt your single Tomo Sharingan in front of me? Hikari wouldn't reveal to his foolish younger brother that he had already activated his own double Tomo Sharingan. He had awakened it once during a confrontation with Shursui and again after receiving a beating from him. He refrained from disclosing this, fearing it would shatter Sasuke's fragile spirit. Sasuke, upon hearing this, grew even more arrogant, his eyes widening in an attempt to showcase his newfound power. His late-night visit to seek out Onaizen was fueled not only by longing, but also by a hint of pride. Hikari merely scoffed, producing his protective jutsu, coldly uttering two words. Flash him. As soon as he finished speaking, two sunflowers on Hikari's shoulders burst forth with radiant light, releasing healing orbs. Perhaps they couldn't achieve much today, but they could certainly allow the foolish red-eyed child before him to catch a glimpse of the sun. In that moment, the corridor seemed to explode with blinding brilliance. Sasuke, wide-eyed, felt as though he was gazing directly at the sun. Sasuke's scream echoed as his vision was engulfed in white. Hikari squinted, flicking his right foot, causing Sasuke to tumble face first into the ground. Uchiha Hikari, I hate you. You're just jealous that I awaken my eyes. Let me go? I don't want to be with you tonight. Hikari. Amidst the wails, a reluctant Sasuke was dragged back, having suffered a considerable defeat. He was too afraid to curse back, keeping his eyes shut, fearing that in the next moment, he might be blinded again by Hikari's dazzling jutsu. Get to bed early. You have school tomorrow. If you sneak out to see Itachi tonight, don't blame me for hitting you. Hikari knelt by the bed, slowly tidying up the light bulbs, speaking without turning to the fuming Sasuke. There's someone who really misses Onaizen. I see you want to wait until I fall asleep. To go find him alone, right? Sasuke pouted, his gaze darting toward the door. A thought that Hikari chose not to voice. Sasuke knew all too well that whenever Hikari saw Itachi return, he would rush to ask him peculiar questions. Though he didn't understand why Hikari behaved this way, perhaps it was his unique way of expressing his emotions. Shut up. Mama's already gone to bed. Keep making noise, and I'll make you swallow a light bulb. Sasuke. At this, Sasuke trembled in fear. Just a few days prior, out of curiosity, he had swallowed one and received a harsh beating for it. He still vividly recalled the force of his father's punishment. Humph. Sasuke huffed weakly, ultimately lying down obediently, covering himself with the blanket. However, he had not abandoned his desire to see Onaizen. The next day, Hikari, fully dressed, kicked the sleeping Sasuke, provoking a series of complaints from the latter. The previous night had been sleepless. as he had spent the entire time engaged in a battle of wits with this foolish boy, an experience akin to enduring a night of torment. On Aizen, the first thing Sasuke did upon waking was to curse the annoying pest, neglecting to change out of his pajamas as he dashed out of his room to find Itachi. At that moment, Itachi sat alone in the living room, staring blankly at breakfast. Even upon hearing his beloved younger brother's call, he did not lift his head to acknowledge him. Sasuke sensed something was amiss with Itachi's mood and halted in his tracks as he approached. The words he wished to say choking in his throat, ultimately transforming into concerned inquiries. On Aizen, what's wrong? Sasuke, good morning. Itachi raised his head, feigning nonchalance, offering a forced smile. When he saw Hikari, he braced himself for a response. Hikari, morning. Before the other could finish speaking, Hikari nodded and casually greeted him, then took the bread and milk from the table, turning to put on his shoes at the entrance. Itachi's gentle demeanor faltered for a moment, and Sasuke's gaze toward Hikari grew increasingly perplexed. What is going on? Why hadn't Hikari asked that either or question today? Sasuke glanced between Itachi and Hikari, standing awkwardly between them, sensing something was off. On Aizen, did you two have a fight? Itachi shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Hikari. After a long pause, he reached out to pat Sasuke's head, offering a gentle smile. How could we? We are brothers. In that moment, Itachi seemed to gain some understanding, his eyes looking at Hikari as if he could see through everything. He watched Hikari leave, murmuring to Sasuke. Sasuke, let me ask you, if the death of some could save many, or if saving a few would require the deaths of many, which would you choose? Itachi's tone bore an uncanny resemblance to Hikari's, causing Sasuke to contort his expression upon hearing the question. On Aizen, do you and Hikari have some kind of agreement? Why has this question suddenly become a topic of discussion? Sasuke scratched his head, feeling that his elder brother's approach today was somewhat abstract, yet he obediently shared his thoughts. He pondered for scarcely a second, then imitated Itachi's gesture, grasping the air with a clenched fist and exclaiming, Of course, I want it all. Itachi chuckled softly, shaking his head with a sense of resignation, and remarked, Sasuke, sometimes, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Chapter 39. Let this be the final care I extend to you, my junior. The village is under strict martial law. At the banks of the South He River, Yen retrieved a bento box, bread, and milk from his backpack, placing them before Shirzue. If you intend to leave, do so swiftly and depart from Konoha. Shirzue fumbled with his hands in front of him, still struggling to adjust to his blindness. It was only when Yen pushed the food within reach that he could finally eat. The family would soon take action. As Shirzue spoke these words, he paused for a moment, often unconsciously associating the person beside him with Itachi Uchiha, forgetting that it was, in fact, his 6-year-old brother. He twisted the cap off the milk and took a sip before slowly addressing Yen. I have told you, there is no need for you to return here. It is far too perilous. One could easily surmise that Danzo would undoubtedly send individuals to search for him, and the Uchiha clan, having lost this trump card, would choose to fight to the bitter end. Even if Yen possessed that unique technique, in time it would inevitably be discovered by those with ulterior motives. By then, his situation would be perilous. Do you think I wish to meddle in your affairs? Yen shot a glance at the blind boy, shifting his feet slightly. Had he not seen Shirzue's ears twitch, he might have approached to deliver a kick. The reason he had lost sleep the previous night was partly due to Sasuke's noise, but primarily due to contemplating how to prevent Shirzue from facing a 7-to-1 battle. The conclusion he reached was that only by annihilating the ninja world could there be a path forward. Shirzue chuckled, opting not to bicker with Yen, and then retrieved a scroll from his robe, tossing it in Yan's general direction. Here, take it. It contains my insights on training. Consider this my final act of care for you, my junior. With a soft thud, Yen caught the scroll, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Given Shirzue's harsh demeanor towards him last night, particularly upon hearing his thoughts on the destruction of the ninja world, he had assumed Shirzue viewed him as a growing menace, destined to threaten the ninja world. Yet, what was the purpose of this scroll? To cultivate a great villain? Of course. It would be preferable if you could abandon the notion of destroying the ninja world. The unseen Shirzue seemed to perceive Yen's expression and teased him lightly. Though his words bore a semblance of seriousness, Yen rolled his eyes, stowing the scroll close to him. I accept the scroll, but I refuse to heed your counsel. I am leaving. After packing his belongings, Yen slung his backpack over his shoulders, his mind conjuring images of the traps laid around him. Just as he prepared to teleport away, Shirzue suddenly called out to him. Wait, could you use that ability to heal me once more? It seems I inadvertently pulled at my wound today. Shirzue scratched his head awkwardly, gesturing towards his eye sockets, appearing somewhat embarrassed. In an effort to assuage Yen's worries, he added, I shall depart tonight. Very well. Be cautious tonight. Yen did not refuse, summoning a sunflower and casting 2 healing orbs before teleporting away without further thought. If he delayed any longer, the nearby traps would soon be activated, and he could not predict when he might have another opportunity to escape. Half an hour after Yan's departure, Shirzue, concealed within a cave, softly called Yan's name. When no response came, he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Yen, let this be the last time I care for you, my junior. He picked up the ninja sword lying on the ground, securing it to his back, then conjured an Oni mask from his ceiling scroll. After disguising himself and erasing all traces of his presence in the cave, he departed. Minutes later, the disguised Shirzue launched an assault on a root base, successfully eliminating half of the personnel. Utilizing his familiarity with the village and exceptional body flicker technique, he managed to escape Konoha while the others were caught off guard. However, during his escape, Shirzue did not directly kill those pursuing him from the root. Instead, he merely incapacitated them. Return and inform Danzo. If he desires my eyes, I shall await him 3 days hence at the border of the Fire Country. Gazing at the 4 severely injured root ninjas before him, Shirzue removed the Oni mask, revealing his visage. To enhance his credibility, he had wrapped his right eye with bandages in advance and cast an illusion on these root ninjas, making them see his left eye as a manjiki. He crafted an appearance of being injured and having defected from Konoha. Shirzue was confident that Danzo would take the bait. With a swift motion, Shirzue vanished from his location. Let us return and report to Lord Danzo. Remember, do not speak of this. Lord Danzo does not wish for this matter to be known by others. Understood. After a brief exchange, the 4 root ninjas swiftly retreated to their base. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Sasuke found himself unable to refrain from glancing at Yan's position. Odd, hasn't that guy gone out today? Why is he still utilizing a shadow clone to attend class? Others might not discern the difference, but Sasuke clearly recognized that the figure attentively listening in the back was undoubtedly a shadow clone. Recently, he had grown increasingly suspicious of Yan's mysterious behavior. He hardly attended class and was often absent from home. A sense of worry began to creep in. Oh no, Yan, that guy, he isn't secretly plotting against me, is he? When noon arrived and classes concluded, the students began to eat lunch, prompting Sasuke to rush over to Yan's shadow clone and demand answers. Where is your real body? The shadow clone shrugged nonchalantly. I have no comment. If you wish to inquire, you should ask your real body tonight. Sasuke, infuriated by the clone's flippant response, raised his hand with the intention of obliterating it. Curse it. Why is this shadow clone so infuriating as well? Stop. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing? At that moment, the righteous Naruto leaped forth, positioning himself between Sasuke and the shadow clone, intent on stopping this delinquent from assaulting his brother. Even if Brother Yin is your sibling, you cannot. This is none of your business. Sasuke coldly retorted, feeling that this blonde was meddling unnecessarily. Even if Yan's real body were present, it was not for this blonde to intervene. How dare you speak like that? Brother Yin has helped me. I cannot allow you to lay a hand on him. Even if you are brothers, it is unacceptable. Sasuke. Naruto's anger flared immediately. He found this character named Sasuke exceedingly detestable. Brother Yin is such a wonderful person. How could he have such a wretched younger brother? At that moment, facing the blonde, Sasuke suddenly empathized with Yan's exasperation. This blonde truly has some serious issues. Get lost. Sasuke coldly spat, drawing a shuriken and accurately hitting Yan's shadow clone. Bang! The shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of smoke, and rather than resolving their grievances, the animosity between them intensified. Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you. If you lose, you must apologize to your brother. Sasuke. Naruto shouted loudly, particularly emphasizing the word brother. Sasuke originally intended to ignore him. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, his temper flared instantly. It is worth noting that in class, he had proclaimed that Uchiha Hinata was his younger brother. With his hands tucked into his pockets, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Sasuke's eyes as he thought, I'll make you pay, you blonde fool. The two exchanged glances before heading towards the playground. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hinata, standing in front of the tool shop, suddenly sneezed, and the memories of his shadow clones flooded his mind. Recalling the scene of Naruto arguing with his brother in the classroom, Hinata's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Could this be the fox repaying a debt? 10:10. Chapter 40. Why doesn't a mechanical dog count as a dog? Uchiha brat, why are you here again? And another thing, we don't have any foxes here. Tion, sitting behind the counter, buried her face in her hands, exhaling deeply in exasperation, for she often felt that this young lad treated her shop as a wishing well. I want to buy a puppet. Yin pointed to a small puppet beside the counter, indicating that he was genuinely not here to cause trouble this time. Even Tion, the embodiment of sarcasm, fell silent for a full minute upon hearing the Uchiha boy's request. Not that. Although your choice this time is somewhat more reasonable than last. Have you considered that you are an Uchiha? If possible. Tion genuinely wished she could peer into this boy's brain to see what was going on inside. An Uchiha coming to purchase a puppet. Isn't that a bit absurd? Facing Tion's skepticism, Yin nodded earnestly. Yes, I want to study puppet techniques. 100,000 Ryo. Tion glanced at the dusty puppets in the shop, her brow suddenly furrowing as she waved her hand, signaling that they could be sold as a bundle. Forget it. That one has been here too long. If you want it, you can take it all for 100,000 Ryo. Of course, this was also a way to hastily send off this Uchiha brat. She was genuinely worried about the path this boy might take in the future. She didn't want the Uchiha clan leader coming to her shop for an explanation later. Yin nodded, leaving behind his secret stash of money acquired from his father's room, and pulled out ropes to bind the puppets together. These puppets were not large, roughly the size of dolls, totaling 6 in number. They seemed designed for beginners. However, it appeared that there were not many in Konoha who practiced puppet techniques. Even if one wished to delve into more advanced skills, they might need to mark their headband and defect to Sunegakure's Puppet Academy for further study. To progress even further, it seemed one would need to possess strength on par with the Kage and actively join the hidden sect of the Akatsuki to learn from the puppet master. Sasori. Yen, however, did not ponder such matters deeply. He came here to purchase puppets primarily to discover the limitations of his Flying Thunder God technique. After all, dogs are meant to move, and unlike the Inuzuka clan, he did not view ninja hounds as mere companions. He had not reduced his canine partner to a mere consumable weapon to be hurled at enemies. And yet, a puppet was something altogether different. A mechanical dog. Should it not also be considered a dog? With a mindset of experimentation, Yin decided to first create a mechanical dog, intending to leverage its teleportation ability to significantly enhance his combat prowess. After purchasing the puppets, Yin borrowed various tools from Tion's equipment shop and began disassembling and reassembling the puppets. After spending 4 hours, nearing dusk, he managed to piece together a puppet that somewhat resembled a dog. As is well known, the current situation in Konoha was tense, especially concerning the Uchiha clan. The sight of a Uchiha boy lurking outside the ninja tool shop drew considerable attention. Villagers and ninjas passing by the street paused to watch, curious to see if this Uchiha brat had some grand scheme in mind, ready to report it to the Hokage. Coincidentally, a root ninja from the Umbu, upon recognizing the Uchiha boy, did not slow his pace in the slightest. Rather, he quickened his steps. It seemed that stopping to watch for even a few seconds would risk having his intelligence rubbed into the ground by that young lad. Some even feared that pausing to observe might lead to being infected by such a mental affliction. However, the bewildered crowd found the scene quite entertaining, gathering about 10 meters from the shop to watch. After half an hour, their expressions mirrored one another, filled with confusion and existential doubt. Am I seeing things? That Uchiha brat is holding a puppet, right? What is he doing? What is wrong with the Uchiha clan playing with puppets? Our village has no place to learn puppet techniques. Wait, isn't that the blacksmith's son from Fugaku's household? Among the crowd, someone seemed to recognize Yen, leaving with a disgruntled expression, as if suffering from constipation. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized they had wasted half an hour of their precious lives standing there. Ignoring the mockery and skepticism of the onlookers, Yen remained focused, intent on assembling his mechanical dog. Casting a glance at the dispersing villagers, his only evaluation was 5 words: foolish humans. Yet, Tion was quite indignant. Although the Uchiha boy's dream seemed a bit far-fetched, the leap from blacksmithing to puppetry was considerable, yet mocking others' dreams was a despicable act. Unable to bear it, Tion scolded a few of the onlookers before turning back to console the introspective Uchiha boy. Hey, Uchiha brat. Although it's hard to understand why the Uchiha clan would dabble in puppet techniques, I must admit that the centipede puppet you've created is somewhat interesting. But the moment those words left her mouth, Yan's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he looked down at the puppet he had crafted. What a lovely girl. It's a pity her eyes are problematic. After a lengthy pause, he coldly replied, this is a dog. Tion. The 3 words left her utterly dumbfounded, causing the embodiment of sarcasm to momentarily forget to criticize this boy. Yen ignored her, grasping the leash attached to the puppet dog and dragging it outside. The puppet portion was complete. All that remained was to add a sound device and enable the puppet to move for it to be a success. Ding! Task triggered. Yen? The long-awaited sound from the system did not bring him joy. Instead, it startled him to the point where he nearly dropped the dog leash. Task: Spirit Pet Cultivation. It is well known that spirit pets are an essential aid for practitioners. Please care for your spirit pet diligently for 3 days and nights, sharing meals and living together to cultivate a deep bond. Current progress: 10. Reward: Spirit Awakening Pill. After reading the system's task, Yin, somewhat questioning his life choices, tightened his grip on the dog leash and turned to glance at the crooked puppet dog. Pray tell, how does this puppet have anything to do with the concept of a spirit pet? Will the Spirit Awakening Pill even have any effect on this dog puppet? Rather than feeding this dog puppet, Yin felt it would be more worthwhile to give the Spirit Awakening Pill to Sasuke. Perhaps it would make his foolish brother a bit smarter. Yin was somewhat skeptical, even suspecting that the system had mistakenly identified its target. He turned his head, searching the vicinity for any other small creatures. However, he found nothing of the sort. Oh, those villagers fleeing from him, didn't he count? With a heavy sigh, Yin tugged at the dog leash, dragging the puppet as he walked slowly toward the ninja school under the envious gazes of the crowd. For the sake of becoming stronger, the task must be completed. As for whether the Spirit Awakening Pill would work on the puppet, it mattered little. After all, he could always give it to Sasuke later. Chapter 41. Brothers should share honor and dishonor and face difficulties together. Hey, what kind of person is your brother? As school was dismissed, Naruto, lying beside Sasuke, mumbled with a pig-like expression on his face. Sasuke, though slightly better off, bore some bruises on his face. He's not a bad guy, I suppose. Despite being bullied by Yen on a daily basis and having his piggy bank smashed, Sasuke had to admit that there were times when that guy treated him quite well. He instinctively responded, his mind racing, ready to say more. When he suddenly realized he was beside that annoying blonde and promptly fell silent, clenching his teeth in disdain. TCH, you're really bothersome. Sasuke stood up, dusted off his back, shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked out. Naruto, lost in thoughts of having a twin brother, yearned for companionship. But Sasuke's words abruptly shattered his daydream. Hey, Sasuke, tell me more. He continued, ISNT it's supposed to be. Suddenly, Naruto realized he had overstepped. As he spoke, his voice dwindled. The notion of friends felt distant, almost unattainable. With his hands still in his pockets, Sasuke paused momentarily, taking about 2 seconds before he spoke. Who said you're friends with this blonde? Naruto, initially morose, erupted with anger upon hearing Sasuke's taunt. You conceited jerk. It was as if yelling would dispel the awkwardness and sadness from earlier. As they neared the school gate, Sasuke turned back, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Let us go, or the school will close. In that instant, Naruto froze, his expression shifting from disappointment to joy in no time. And the perceived annoyance of that conceited jerk seemed to fade. Hey, wait for me. Naruto shouted, trailing behind Sasuke, incessantly asking, Hey, shouldn't we be friends now? I have a name. Though Sasuke did not directly respond to Naruto's inquiry, the implication was unmistakable, even to Naruto. Ha, Sasuke. You don't seem so bad. With a wide grin, Naruto playfully nudged Sasuke with his shoulder, prompting Sasuke to call him an idiot multiple times. In retaliation, Sasuke shoved back, and the two playfully tussled as they exited the school. However, just as they stepped outside, they spotted Yen approaching from a distance. Hey Sasuke, ISNT that brother Yen? Shut up, that's my younger brother. Sasuke corrected Naruto with a dark expression, particularly irked by Naruto's reference to Yen as brother Yen, as if it implied he was the younger one. Yet, Sasuke found Yen's presence puzzling because he should have been at home at this hour. Why would he come to find him? Do you need to pee? Yen babbled on, his expression growing increasingly sinister with each word. It wasn't that he was losing his mind. Rather, he had a task with a progress bar. If he didn't converse with his spirit pet, the progress would not budge. With a strange sense of purpose, Yen dragged his puppet, producing odd clattering sounds, and expressionless, approached the two. Sasuke intended to greet him, but upon catching sight of that thing behind Yen, he felt so awkward that he nearly turned to flee. Naruto was inclined to say hello, but Sasuke feared that this blonde brat would shout, drawing unnecessary attention and further embarrassment. Yen, where did you find that junk? What junk? Yen exploded at this remark. Completing this task had already been frustrating enough. He had finally gotten the progress bar to 29 through conversation with his spirit pet. Now, Sasuke's comment had caused it to plummet back to 20. Perhaps hearing an outsider's evaluation displeased the spirit pet, and consequently, it soured Yan's mood as well. If it weren't for Naruto's presence, he would have dealt with that broken puppet himself. Task progress. 19. It was as if the system could read his thoughts. The moment he contemplated this, the progress bar dropped another percentage. Left with no other choice, Yen adopted a stoic expression akin to an NPC and began introducing his spirit pet. This is my new spirit pet, Uchiha. To make his actions appear less bizarre, Yen tugged on a leash, bringing the spirit pet forward to greet them. Naruto. Sasuke. Task progress bar. 27. The two exchanged bewildered glances, the incomprehensible words and actions leaving even the oblivious Naruto at a loss for words. Sasuke felt utterly embarrassed, shoving his hands into his pockets and lowering his head as he walked away, fearing that Yan's foolishness would drag him down with it. The notion of keeping a puppet as a pet was incomprehensible to Sasuke, and the fact that Yen not only did so, but even named that wretched thing was beyond him. He believed that staying even a second longer would tarnish the honor of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he intended to go home and report this absurdity to their parents. Hey, Runtu, don't you want to go home with your brother? Yen felt a twinge of sadness. He thought that brothers should share both honor and disgrace and face difficulties together. But what did this distant demeanor from his younger brother mean? My brother. Wait for me. Don't you like my new friend? Yen hurried after him, while Sasuke, initially walking quickly, broke into a run, desperate to distance himself from any association with that guy. Upon arriving home, they found the house empty. Fugaku and Mikoto were out, and Itachi seemed to be on a mission. In the vast house, only the two brothers remained. Sasuke, concerned about catching something from that peculiar guy, tidied up his bedding and fled to Itachi's room. Meanwhile, Yen was busy installing a sound device for his spirit pet. He had bought it from the Konoha grocery store and even recorded a dog barking at the kennel to replicate the sound. Alright, let us see if this mechanical dog actually counts as a dog. Yen gently turned on the sound device, squinting his eyes and searching for nearby teleportation targets in his mind. Woof woof. Almost simultaneously with the sound device, a phantom image appeared in his mind. With a smirk, Yen picked up the spirit pet from the floor and tossed it outside, then began to chant. Why are you barking like a dog? Chapter 42. It is the future of our Uchiha clan in a swift motion. As the puppet dog was hurled out the window, Yen, standing at the ledge, vanished into thin air, and in an instant, their positions were exchanged. Success! Yen executed a graceful flip in midair, landing deftly while surveying his surroundings with a surge of joy in his heart. However, his elation was short-lived, for the spirit companion seemed quite displeased with being tossed out moments earlier. It was unclear if it was merely his imagination, but at the moment the system task appeared, the puppet dog appeared to have developed its own sentiments. Now, any misbehavior resulted in a rapid decline of the task progress. Task progress, 10 good, good, good. Runtu, you are the best. Yen sincerely praised for 3 minutes in an effort to lift the spirit's mood, which successfully halted the downward spiral of the task progress. Nevertheless, his actions drew ire from the recently awakened Sasuke. Uchiha Yen, what on earth are you doing at this hour? Sasuke exclaimed, brandishing 2 light bulbs as he pushed open the window, their brilliance illuminating the room, and immediately began berating Yen in the yard. Yen bit his lip in silence, his heart racing. If one must speak of absurdity, who else would be holding light bulbs, radiating warmth, while attempting to sleep at night? Feeling inferior to Sasuke, Yen shook his head and returned to his room to soothe his spirit companion, lying down to rest. He couldn't help but wonder, had Shursui, that blind fool, left the village tonight? Yen absent-mindedly touched the scroll on his chest and drifted off into slumber. The following day, the clamor from the living room abruptly roused the 2 brothers from their dreams. Sasuke, thinking Itachi had returned, dashed towards the living room, while Yen sluggishly led his spirit companion out of his room. Good morning, Sasuke. Yen, Mei-chin, in the kitchen, greeted her sons with a squint and a smile. At the dining table, Fugaka sat in deep thought, lost in contemplation. Good morning, Mom and Dad, Sasuke replied, a frown crossing his face when he noticed his brother's absence, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. He turned and went back to his room to change clothes. After exchanging pleasantries, Yen took a seat beside Fugaku, leaning in close and lowering his voice conspiratorially. Father, did something significant happen in the village last night? I noticed there were quite a few Umbu ninjas on the streets yesterday. Yen's inquiry disrupted Fugaku's reverie, prompting him to slightly turn his head, furrowing his brow as he glanced at his son. If you need pocket money, just ask me. Do not rummage through garbage for it, he replied curtly. Yen? From the moment the 2 brothers entered the living room, Yen had noticed the tattered object in his hand. Given the recent turmoil caused by Shursui's disappearance, Fugaku was already troubled. Now, seeing Yen bringing a piece of junk to the table early in the morning only exacerbated his frustration. This is my new partner. Yen, almost gritting his teeth, corrected Fugaku word by word. And even if you don't give me pocket money, I have my own sources. Fugaku's expression turned sour, and the corners of his eyes seemed to crinkle with irritation. Yen, however, ignored his father's discomfort and gently patted Run's head, ever mindful of improving the task progress. This is Uchiha Runto, my future partner. The hope of the Uchiha, Yen declared earnestly, prompting Fugaku to fall silent, punctuated by a deep sigh. What hope of the Uchiha? Fugaku felt as though the future of the Uchiha clan was shrouded in darkness. After a lengthy pause, perhaps fearing his son's naivety, Fugaku hastily shifted the topic. Stay at home obediently, apart from school and home. Do not go anywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Fugaku stood and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, heading outside. At that moment, he sought to alleviate his mental strain. I have work to do. I may not return home with your mother for the next few days. You too. Take care of yourselves. Though reluctant to admit it, Fugaku recognized that the future of the Uchiha clan rested upon his 2 sons. The Uchiha had no retreat left. Mei-chin, having prepared breakfast, watched lovingly as the brothers finished their meal before leaving the house herself. As she departed, she embraced each of them. Yen, have you noticed that Mom and Dad have been acting a bit strange lately? Sasuke stood at the door, staring blankly outside, muttering to himself. This remark left Yen taken aback. Could it be my foolish brother has finally noticed? While contemplating this, Yen found himself at a loss for words in response. After all, sharing the impending doom of the Uchiha clan with his brother would only serve to increase his worries. I know. It's because you're always taking Dad's secret stash of money. You've been discovered. Yen. Sasuke's unexpected accusation caused Yen to bury his face in his hands. All right, fine. It is my fault. I overestimated this little brat. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. Do not speak so grandly as if I have deprived you of your share. Sasuke's face flushed as he retorted, You're talking nonsense. You only gave me 1,000 out of 100,000. Recalling how Yen had smashed his piggy bank, Sasuke clenched his fists in anger. You annoying brat. After their quarrel, Yen called out to Sasuke, who was preparing to leave for school, and they began practicing in the courtyard. For 3 consecutive days, they remained confined within their home. Sasuke tirelessly practiced his lightning release with the light bulb, while Yen devoted his attention to caring for his spirit companion, Uchiha Runto. That afternoon, after exhausting the light bulb, Sasuke intended to train his Sharingan. Upon noticing his foolish brother chatting with that tattered object, he felt a surge of motivation to encourage Yen. Yen, can you blow on my eyes? There's sand in them. Sasuke glared with his single Tomo Sharingan, blinking rapidly as he jogged over to Yin, appearing quite serious. Yet, Yin noticed that the corners of Sasuke's mouth were perpetually turned upward. Go wash your face, Yin said dismissively, turning his back to Sasuke, resuming his conversation with Naruto. Seemingly indifferent. It appeared that he cared more for the puppet than for Sasuke. Task progress. 99. With the task nearing completion, Yin had no inclination to engage with Sasuke. He was solely focused on concocting the Spirit Awakening pill, eager to see if it could enhance Sasuke's intellect. Naturally, it would be even better if Naruto could partake in it as well. Seeing that Yin was ignoring him, Sasuke became thoroughly exasperated. Uchiha Yin, can you set down that? Naruto, do you think hugging a puppet will make you stronger? As Uchihas, our greatest power lies in the Sharingan. Yin scoffed derisively. Casting a knowing glance at Sasuke for 3 seconds before responding, you do not understand. It is the future of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's expression turned fierce. At times, he would question whether Yin spoke to him in such a manner to provoke him into activating his Sharingan. As Yin finished speaking, the system notification chimed. Ding. System task completed. Reward. Spirit Awakening Pill. Exclusive flavor from Magical Hounds. Chapter 43. The Spirit Pet. Not intelligent at all. Exclusive flavor for the demon dog. Upon glimpsing the small text after encountering the Spirit Awakening Pill, Yin felt a fleeting moment of confusion, but he quickly dismissed it and opened his backpack to click on the pill. In the next instant, he felt a heaviness in his palm as a fist-sized, dark pill materialized out of thin air. Before he could even revel in this moment of joy, a foul stench reminiscent of rotten eggs invaded his nostrils, overwhelming him. Ugh! Faced with this noxious odor, Yin could not bring himself to discard the Spirit Awakening pill, even as he bent over in dry heaves. Instead, he held the object at arm's length, stifled his breath, and called out to Sasuke with great effort. Sasuke, come here. I have something wonderful for you to eat. Sasuke, engrossed in his training, approached with a look of bewilderment but soon halted, scrunching his nose and swiftly retreating. Yin, are you playing with filth? Hurry and discard that. Wait, don't come any closer. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he saw Yin staggering toward him, clutching the dark object while retching. Terrified, he backed away to the corner of the courtyard. Sasuke, you should eat this. It can enhance your intellect. Ugh. As an elder brother, Yin was genuinely concerned for his younger sibling, always eager to share anything beneficial. Unfortunately, his foolish brother failed to comprehend his intentions, showing no sympathy and instead adopting a look of disdain. Do you even hear yourself? That's disgusting. If you want to enhance your intellect, you eat it yourself. Sasuke was utterly terrified, pinching his nose, curled up in the corner with his eyes tightly shut, appearing helpless. To him, it seemed that Yin was the one in dire need of intellectual enhancement. Who in their right mind would think of consuming such a thing? Sasuke seriously suspected that Yin was trying to make a fool of him. Really? Ugh. Sasuke, trust me. If you eat it, you will become stronger. Ugh. Yin remained undeterred, persistently waving the abhorrent object in front of Sasuke, attempting to persuade him. Their exchange dragged on for half an hour, ultimately leading to Sasuke vomiting and cursing as he dashed to the bathroom, leaving Yin with a deep sense of regret as he set aside the Spirit Awakening pill. Honestly, what is this system thinking? If only the pill were not the size of a fist, he would have been confident in his ability to deceive Sasuke into willingly consuming it. Resigned, he decided to bring the Spirit Awakening pill to the puppet dog. The puppet dog, composed of multiple humanoid puppets, did indeed possess a mouth. Yet Yin remained skeptical about whether a puppet could derive any significant benefit from consuming such an object. Well, I suppose I can only give it a try. Yin held his breath, knowing he couldn't endure this for long. He feared he might vomit as well. First, he removed the sound emitter from the puppet dog's mouth, donned a pair of gloves, and forcibly stuffed the Spirit Awakening pill into its mouth. Whoosh! Approximately 3 seconds later, as Yin was removing his gloves, he noticed a golden light flickering on the puppet dog. This is exceedingly unscientific. Yin had intended to discard the black pill into the dog's mouth, but to his astonishment, it had actually taken effect. Crack, crack, crack. As the golden light dimmed, the joints of the puppet began to creak, and the once motionless puppet dog started to stir. The single eye that Yin had drawn began to flicker with a red glow, and an eyeball rotated within it. Hiss. Huh. Woof. The puppet dog exerted considerable effort to adjust to its body, then wagged its tail and barked twice at Yin as a greeting. Run to sit. Yin pointed to the ground, initiating an intelligence test. Woof, woof, woof. The puppet dog glanced down at its body, barking in apparent discontent, seemingly ignoring Yin's command, and turned to dash into the nearby blacksmith shop. What the? Yin stared incredulously as the spirit pet plunged into the blacksmith shop, his eye twitching furiously. It seemed rather dim-witted. While it was indeed surprising that the Spirit Awakening pill had animated the puppet dog, Yin wondered if it was truly incapable of understanding his commands. After all, he could easily bring home any stray dog, and under his persuasive influence, they could even play a game of basketball. Forget it, at least it can move. Yin consoled himself and stepped forward, preparing to properly train this spirit pet. Woof, woof, woof. The sounds of the dog echoed within the blacksmith shop as it first dragged out a box of materials and then grasped a hammer with its puppet arm. In astonishment, Yin watched as it began to forge metal. Even more troubling was the fact that the dog would occasionally cast disdainful glances in Yan's direction during the process. At that moment, Yin halted, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Ah, so you find my exceptional puppet assembly skills lacking, do you? How ungrateful. Uchiha Yin. Sasuke, having just showered 3 times, was nearly driven to madness by the cacophony of clanging from outside. He had not even had time to put on his shirt before storming out of the bathroom, hurling a barrage of curses at Yin in the courtyard. However, when Sasuke emerged into the small courtyard, he first laid eyes on Yin, who stood there in a daze, and a colossal question mark appeared in his mind. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Wait a minute, isn't that Yin? Then who is currently forging metal? As the implications of this question struck him, a wave of terror washed over Sasuke, causing his hair to stand on end. He stiffly moved his feet, cautiously approaching the source of the clanging sound. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of the terrifying bedtime stories Yin had once told him. It was profoundly frightening. At that moment, the puppet dog was skillfully maneuvering its 5 arms, each wielding hammers, tongs, and crucibles, creating a striking scene. Sasuke was so startled that he fell onto the floor, instinctively reaching for his explosive tags to obliterate the bizarre entity. Yet, he forgot he had just emerged from the shower, and instead, he could only gasp in shock and sprint to Yan's side, clutching his shoulder. What? What is that? Why is your spirit pet alive? Yin, say something. Sasuke's complexion turned pale, and his lips trembled in fear. He swore he had never encountered anything so terrifying. A puppet, in the blacksmith shop, frantically forging metal. Moreover, this strange contraption was something Yin had been bragging about for days. It truly shattered his preconceived notions. Yin observed the forging puppet dog, unsure how to respond with sarcasm. But he eventually explained to his foolish younger brother. Spirit pets are never lifeless. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, suddenly finding some semblance of logic in Yan's words. Yet he still felt a profound sense of unease. Then, Runtu, what is it doing? As soon as this topic arose, Yan's expression darkened, and he gazed at the puppet dog with an incredibly mournful tone. It despises its puppet form and intends to create a new one. Sasuke turned to glance at the puppet dog being forged, then cast his eyes upon the dark-faced Yin. His expression suddenly froze in astonishment, and with a burst of laughter, he clutched his belly, laughing uncontrollably. Ha! The puppet you created, even the dog finds it repugnant. Chapter 44. Am I a dog? I do not know. But you, my friend, are truly a dog. Run Tuesday. How is your joint constructed? Why do these materials differ from my kunai? Run two. If you have any scraps that you do not need, could you perhaps forge me a ninja knife? A kunai would suffice as well. Sasuke crouched before the blacksmith's shop, chattering incessantly, asking if it was impressive and if he could make something for him, clearly showing his admiration for this adept craftsman spirit. Indeed, as Sasuke meticulously observed, Run-Tu's skills surpassed those of Yin by a significant margin. The puppet dog, busy at work, had just begun to shape its own form when it was inundated with the boy's incessant buzzing for over an hour, prompting the recently awakened spirit to finally speak. Get lost. Run-Tu raised its puppet arm, gesturing toward Yin in the distance, indicating for the noisy child to run along to his brother. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt no anger. Rather, he probed cautiously. If I were to leave, would you help me forge one? He truly adored the weapons crafted by Run-Tu, especially that which gleamed with a menacing metallic sheen. He could hardly fathom the power he would wield with such a weapon. Get lost. Run-Tu, having just learned to speak, was not verbose, but the single word sufficed to convey its ire. Realizing he was being somewhat ridiculous, Sasuke reluctantly departed from the blacksmith shop. Though his gaze remained fixed on the materials in Run-Tu's hands, he knew those items must be chakra metal. So powerful. I want it. After walking a considerable distance, Sasuke chanced upon Yin, who was engrossed in his training. At first, there was nothing of note, but a fleeting glimpse of 2 crimson hues sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. Uchiha Yin, when did you awaken your Sharingan? Sasuke was absolutely certain that what he had seen moments ago was indeed the Sharingan, and a double tomo at that. The thought of having boasted to Yin about his own eye-opening exploits over the past few days made him wish to vanish from existence. That insufferable brat. Is he toying with me? With a swift motion, Yin tucked away the scroll given to him by Shirzue, feigning ignorance, and firmly stated, No, you saw wrong. The scroll contained the body flicker technique, a signature move of Shirzue's that necessitated the use of the Sharingan. Caught up in the moment, Yin had been about to try it when he suddenly recalled that the fish-lipped Udo was still nearby. Not wanting to cause trouble for the boy, he withheld the details of his training from Sasuke. After all, he was preparing to obliterate the ninja world. Such matters were best kept from the foolish. You liar. Sasuke gritted his teeth, the knowledge that Yin had grown stronger feeling more painful than death itself. Sometimes, the bonds between brothers manifest in this way. Yan's failures may cause him distress, but it was the success of the other that truly gnawed at him. Go play with Run 2. I have no time for you now. Yin turned his back to Sasuke, employing Shizue's body flicker technique to vanish before Sasuke could react. Uchiha Yin, I shall never speak to you again. Sasuke felt an increasing loathing for that fellow. And that wretched blacksmith too. The puppet dog's body took 3 days to forge. Entirely composed of chakra metal, about the size of 3 red balls, glimmering with a golden sheen, while also emanating a ghostly green glint. It did indeed resemble some mechanical canine. Furthermore, Run 2 was equipped with 2 steel cables that could launch outward while facilitating mid-range movement. Particularly in a world where traversing trees was the norm, its combat capabilities were maximized. Its functionality resembled that of Spider-Man's web-slinging, akin to the 3-dimensional maneuvering equipment from Attack on Titan. In terms of combat prowess, it was quite formidable, especially since Run 2 could easily dispatch minor nuisances thanks to its chakra metal composition. As for intelligence, Yin believed this spirit could easily outshine his foolish younger brother. Run 2, study the secret weapons compendium at home. I will return shortly with some textbooks for you. After patting Run 2, who was diligently reading in front of the books, Yin felt satisfied and slung his backpack over his shoulder as he exited. Run 2 glanced down at the book, then up at the door, and after a moment of contemplation, slowly uttered a single word. Dog. Sasuke had been sulking and had missed several days of school. It was quite difficult for Yin to converse with the boy. Over the past 3 days, he had made significant progress with Shizue's body flicker technique. Yet to harness Shizue's true power, he needed to awaken his Sharingan to the 3rd Tomo. Currently, Yin could only manage to produce 10 shadow clones while employing the technique. He was still unable to create the multitude of clones that Shizue could. His mastery of Genjutsu was merely adequate. With the fire release techniques he had learned, combined with the chakra boost from his double Tomo Sharingan, he was now capable of executing all of his learned fire techniques. During the day, with the restoration of chakra from his companions, Yin felt he could transform into a mobile artillery unit. Despite the jests made about the inadequacy of fire techniques in previous lives, they undeniably retained high damage potential in this world. At the very least, a normal person facing a fire technique would find themselves meeting the Sage of 6 Paths in short order. With long-range fire release techniques, special projectiles enhanced by shuriken. And though his taijutsu was average, it was still decent with the boost from the Sharingan. Even if he could not defeat an opponent, he could escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. Under normal circumstances, he could also engage in taijutsu battles utilizing Shizue's body flicker technique. His control abilities were limited, with blinding being a potential tactic. This ability had a surprising effect upon first encounter, and the sunflowers possessed healing capabilities. As long as he avoided rainy days and nighttime, Yin believed that if the opponent could not eliminate him instantly, he still had a fighting chance. As Yin wandered the streets deep in thought, he unknowingly veered into a flower shop nestled within the mountains. He hesitated at the entrance for a few moments before deciding to purchase 2 bouquets for the sake of his peace of mind. Yin, what brings you here? Ino, who was assisting her mother with the potted plants, immediately set down her task upon seeing Yin enter. She quickly wiped her hands on her apron and tidied her slightly disheveled hair. Yin was somewhat surprised to see the girl. He remembered that Sasuke had left for school early that morning. Ino, shouldn't you be at school today? Uffed. Ino stifled a laugh, as though she had heard something amusing. Today is Saturday. You haven't been to school in ages. In the past week, Ino had not seen Yin, not even his shadow clone during class. Sasuke, however, had attended school 3 days prior. Yet, every time Ino inquired about him, she received either a huff or a dismissive "it's none of your business, you blonde." Given the recent influx of rumors surrounding the Uchiha clan, Ino was quite concerned for Yin's well-being. How strange, Yin muttered, frowning as he thought of his foolish younger brother. Finally, he pointed to the flowers nearby. Please fetch me a few bunches of white chrysanthemums. Ino nodded, her heart racing as she gathered the courage to ask, is it for mourning the deceased again? Yin pulled out a stack of bills, placing them on the counter. After taking the white chrysanthemums, he lowered his head and scrutinized them for a few seconds before responding, to honor my ancestors. Ino? Chapter 45. Yin in the presence of our ancestors. The bewildered Ino had never encountered such a phrase before. While the world of shinobi did engage in ancestral commemorations, these were typically conducted by prominent clans during significant yearly events, initiated by their patriarchs. The notion of a junior like Yin purchasing flowers to honor his ancestors was entirely foreign to Ino. Wait a moment. As realization dawned, Ino noticed that Yin had already exited the shop, prompting her to rush outside and call after him. Will you still be attending school the day after tomorrow? Yin paused, taking approximately 10 seconds before replying, of course. As long as Sasuke is there, how could I possibly skip school? The flutter of excitement that had briefly surged in Ino's heart came to an abrupt halt upon hearing Sasuke's name, causing her to swallow back any words of concern she had intended to express. Ultimately, all she could do was watch as Yin gradually faded from her sight. Splash, perched on a tree, Kakashi was engrossed in a book. After turning a page, he muttered, what a truly unromantic little brat. It was unclear whether he was commenting on the protagonist of the book or the departing Uchiha Yin. Upon leaving the flower shop, Yin had also made a detour to purchase a bottle of sake. However, instead of heading to the Nanha shrine in the Uchiha clan's territory to pay his respects, he ventured to the far western edge of the village. Finding a secluded spot, Yin placed the white chrysanthemums before him and filled 2 large cups with sake. He lifted one cup high above his head, proclaiming, "To our ancestors, the unfilial descendant is about to undertake a great endeavor. I beseech the spirits above to grant their blessings." Yan's tribute was not directed at the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, but rather a homage to his forebears from a past life. After all, should he seek to honor the ancestors of the Uchiha, he would undoubtedly summon a sage of 6 paths to suppress his intentions of annihilating the shinobi world. What on earth is this? Kakashi was left dumbfounded, particularly by that loud exclamation from the boy, which nearly caused him to lose his balance and tumble from the tree. Having lived many years and completed countless missions, he had encountered a variety of peculiar individuals within the shinobi world. Yet, he had never come across anyone as bizarre in behavior as this boy. If he wished to commemorate the deceased, he could at least visit a cemetery instead of shouting like a lunatic in public. Kakashi found it incomprehensible, but the boy's outlandish antics reminded him of Obito. It had indeed been some time since he last visited that individual. Glancing at the departing Uchiha Yen, Kakashi swiftly descended from the tree. After Yen had left, he wandered aimlessly around the village, all the while calculating his teleportation distance. Konoha was ensconced within a vast sensing barrier, making direct teleportation impossible without risking detection. Fortunately, someone like Runto, lacking chakra, could evade the senses of the shinobi. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's location was on the outskirts of the village. After much contemplation, Yen realized he could not manage this alone. Even if he were to swap places with Runto and escape the village, he would still be alone. It appeared he would have to seek out his father. Yen sighed softly, shaking his head as he turned back. Uchiha clan territory, Nanha Shrine. Patriarch, issue your commands. The village can no longer accommodate our Uchiha clan. Indeed, Shursui must have been harmed. We have no choice but to take up arms if we wish to survive. Yes, Konoha does not regard us as their own. Despite our joint efforts in establishing this village, why must we not be Hokage? Let us fight. Within the dim confines of the shrine, members of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan, urging their leader, Fugaku, with fervor. They had endured such days for far too long, and now, devoid of any hope, they only sought the downfall of Konoha. Silence reigned. Fugaku sat cross-legged before the crowd, his expression steely as he barked. The surveillance on the Uchiha clan has increased more than ever. Now is not the time. Though Fugaku uttered these words, he still harbored thoughts of reconciling with the village. He could not disregard the fate of the Uchiha civilians, the elderly, the weak, and the children. If he acted recklessly, the Uchiha clan could indeed face annihilation under his watch. Perhaps, if he faced 7 adversaries, he could still manage. After all, they were father and son. Despite their conflicts, Fugaku believed his son might still consider the well-being of himself and his 2 younger brothers. Patriarch, your second son is waiting outside. A clan member suddenly whispered into Fugaku's ear. Yen, what on earth is he doing here? A flicker of confusion crossed Fugaku's mind. Without further thought, he instructed the clan member to have Yen wait outside. I will join him after the meeting. However, the Uchiha member's face took on a strange expression as he hesitated before continuing. Your son is outside with a whole pack of dogs. Fugaku. Initially taken aback, Fugaku soon erupted in exasperation. You fool. He then turned to address the others, declaring, I will step out for a moment. The meeting is temporarily adjourned. With a serious demeanor, Fugaku exited the shrine, and upon seeing his son, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, stepping out felt far more liberating than being confined within the meeting. Is there something you need? Fugaku glanced at Yen, noting the 30 stray dogs gathered at his feet. While pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, Yen picked up a small dog, feigning innocence as he approached Fugaku. Father, what do you think about me keeping all these dogs nearby? As he drew closer, he lowered his voice. Father, please escort me out of the village. I need to leave for a while. Absolutely not. Fugaku flatly rejected the request, but after speaking, he began to contemplate. Perhaps, allowing Yen to leave Konoha could be a wise decision. The thought of sending his family out of Konoha briefly flickered in Fugaku's mind, but it was extinguished almost immediately. Sending both Sasuke and Yen away simultaneously would be quite challenging. Such a significant action would undoubtedly attract the village's attention, prompting them to act against the Uchiha clan first. Yet, sending Yen away alone, that seemed feasible. As for Yen's intentions, Fugaku was indifferent. As long as he could secure a glimmer of hope for his son, he was willing to consider it. After mulling it over, and to avoid being overheard by the surrounding shinobi, Fugaku erupted in a tirade. You imbecile. This is the Uchiha shrine. Do you think it's appropriate to keep dogs around here? Get back inside. Just wait until tonight. I will deal with you then. Upon locking eyes with his father, Yen immediately understood the underlying message and played along with Fugaku's act. All right. Your secret stash is gone. Fugaku. Chapter 46. The sorrow of Frost. Upon leaving the shrine, upon returning home, Hiko found Sasuke sprawled on the sofa. idly twirling a shuriken in his hand and humming an unfamiliar tune, his mood seemingly buoyant. However, the moment Hiko laid eyes on him, his expression darkened. "Where have you been today?" Hiko removed his school bag, his icy gaze fixed upon his younger brother, who resembled a fish with its lips. "Father has instructed us to avoid straying anywhere beyond school and home. Have you forgotten? Who allowed you to roam about today?" It was evident that Fugaku had reminded the brothers of the brewing tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. Should conflict arise, Hiko feared that his naive younger sibling might be mistaken for an inconsequential Uchiha by an impulsive Umbu ninja. "I didn't wander," Sasuke replied, resting one hand behind his head, noticing Hiko's lack of a greeting. His thoughts were solely of his gentle elder brother. "I was with Nisan today." With a swift motion, Hiko delivered a sharp blow to Sasuke's head, prompting him to yelp in surprise, rising to his feet with clenched fists, his breath heavy with indignation, fury simmering in his eyes. "You're just jealous that I was with Nisan," Sasuke shouted, retaliating by tossing a bag of octopus balls toward Hiko, the spicy kind. Hiko's preferences contrasted with the rest of the family, who favored sweets and savory dishes, while only this brother had a penchant for the fiery taste of octopus balls. Receiving the bag, Hiko scrutinized the paper packaging for a considerable time before exhaling deeply as he glanced at the still fuming Sasuke. "Itachi has been quite busy lately. You should avoid seeking him out unnecessarily." Sasuke's stubbornness flared at these words, and he retorted loudly, "I won tea. He promised he would always spend time with me, no matter how busy he is." He puffed out his cheeks, anger and confusion mixing in his tone. "Why do you always harbor such prejudice against Nisan?" Sasuke had long wished to voice this question. Ever since he became aware of his surroundings, he had witnessed Hiko irritating Itachi, frequently reporting to their father while shamelessly asking Itachi for pocket money. Even more egregious was the fact that Hiko would pocket his share. In response to Sasuke's words, Hiko remained silent. The two brothers shared a long, contemplative gaze, enveloped in silence. Hiko had no intention of addressing Sasuke's inquiry. Instead, he surveyed the cluttered living room and instructed his younger brother, "Clean up a bit. Mother and father will be back for dinner tonight." Sasuke, upon hearing this, let out an exasperated sound, reluctantly beginning to tidy the messy room. After issuing his orders, Hiko retreated to his own room, catching a glimpse of Runto diligently studying. He offered a casual compliment and encouraged Runto with a variety of books he had purchased from outside. "Study well, at your age. You mustn't falter at the starting line." Runto responded, "I am a spirit companion." At that moment, Runto yearned for his master to recognize his intended purpose. He was capable of fighting, but learning was an altogether different matter. Had he become an examinee rushing to the capital for a test? "I understand," Hiko nodded, quite pleased with Runto's progress. "Look at you. After just a few days of reading, you're speaking in full sentences now. Your progress is remarkable." Casually dismissing the conversation, Hiko bent down to retrieve a bag from beneath the wardrobe. Inside were two kunai fashioned from leftover scraps when Runto had crafted his body, made from the chakra metal their father had purchased. These kunai were intended as a parting gift for his foolish younger brother. That night, Fugaku and Mikoto indeed returned early, and to Hiko's surprise, Itachi was also home. The family gathered around the dinner table, and each time Fugaku glanced at Itachi, his expression darkened, occasionally scooping food while emitting a discontented grunt, a clear sign of his dissatisfaction. Mikoto busily served dishes to her three sons, piling their bowls higher than rice, while she herself hardly touched her meal. Throughout the dinner, Sasuke was in high spirits, flanked by his brothers and reunited with his parents after several days apart. A smile never left his lips. In contrast, the others wore familiar expressions, yet each was burdened with their own thoughts. "I'm full." Itachi set down his chopsticks, rising to formally bow to his parents, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his features. "Itachi, wait. I need to talk to you," Fugaku said heavily, aware that this might be their last opportunity for a face-to-face conversation. "I'm sorry, father. I wish to rest early tonight." Itachi respectfully declined, firmly establishing his stance against his father. Any further discussion would bear no significance. Fugaku's lips moved, yet no words emerged for a long moment. He understood his eldest son's intentions, the complexity of his emotions too vast to articulate. A myriad of sentiments condensed into a single sigh. "Very well. Go and rest." The two exchanged a long, silent gaze. Itachi said little more and turned towards his room, their positions as distinct as ever. Sasuke, eager to seek out his brother, leaped from his chair, only to be caught by Hiko. Abruptly obstructed, Sasuke shot an angry glare at Hiko, his parents present preventing him from voicing his frustrations. He simply fixed his gaze on Hiko, silently demanding a justification for his interference, as if to say, "If you don't give me a reason, I will make a scene right now. I have a gift for you." Hiko lightly kicked a black bag from beneath the table, sending it sliding towards Sasuke. Sasuke exclaimed, noticing the bag at his feet. He pointed at himself in disbelief, eyes wide in astonishment. "For me?" Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances, a smile of relief gracing their faces upon witnessing the brothers' interaction. "It serves me no purpose. It's a reward for you," Hiko stated nonchalantly, nodding for him to open it. On an ordinary day, had Sasuke heard Hiko's indifferent tone, he would have surely argued back. Yet today felt different. This once, not so annoying brother, was actually giving him a gift? The sun had indeed risen from the west. Sasuke inhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his palms, kneeling before the bag and cautiously feeling its contents. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened it eagerly. Upon revealing its contents, he could not help but shout in exhilaration. Kunai. Hiko, how did you know I wanted this? With a swift motion, Sasuke drew one of the kunai, its blade shimmering with a pale blue hue, adorned with lightning-like patterns. The other gleamed a fiery red, etched with flame motifs, crafted specifically to match his chakra affinity. Hiko, I absolutely love it. Sasuke exclaimed, joy radiating from him as he clutched the two kunai. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to swing them with glee. After a few moments, he turned to Yin and inquired, what are their names? Names? Yin pondered, stroking his chin for a brief couple of seconds, instinctively blurting out. Frostmourne and the Flame of Joy. Sasuke? Chapter 47. Wait. How was I unaware that I had embarked on the path of cultivation? Not to mention, while Frostmourne is indeed impressive, it is utterly incompatible with my lightning release chakra. And what on earth is the name Fire of Joy supposed to signify? Sasuke's eye twitched as he lamented Yan's atrocious naming skills. Though he refrained from further commentary, primarily out of fear that Yan's might suddenly retract his gifts, Yan shrugged, asserting that these names were splendid, and that his foolish younger brother simply lacked the capacity to appreciate them. Sasuke bowed his head to examine the ninja blades in his possession, then raised his gaze with utmost seriousness, declaring, Yans, just you wait. I shall present you with an even more magnificent gift. To bolster the weight of his words, Sasuke resolutely affirmed, I most certainly will. Witnessing his dim-witted brother's demeanor, Yans chuckled lightly, raising two fingers to tap Sasuke's forehead. All right, I shall await your offering. Fugaku, noticing that time was of the essence, interjected to disrupt the brothers' exchange. Sasuke, return to your room and rest. I have matters to discuss with Yans. Very well. Sasuke readily agreed, having been eager to test the two ninja blades. Upon hearing his father's directive, he dashed out in haste. Follow me, Fugaku instructed. As he spoke, Mikoto hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, clutching a backpack. Yans, inside are the snacks and treats your mother prepared. You should eat them on your way. Conditions outside the village are not as favorable as at home. As she spoke, Mikoto could no longer contain her emotions, turning away to cover her face and weep. All right, mother. I will take good care of myself, Yans reassured, tightening his grip on the backpack before slinging it over his shoulder, casting a final glance at his mother before trailing behind his father. With ample time remaining, Yans returned to his room to gather the concealed weapons, explosive tags, and his cherished spirit companion. After preparing his belongings, Yans darted to the courtyard to glimpse at his foolish brother once more. However, on his way back, he fortuitously encountered Itachi. Yans refrained from engaging in their customary inquiries and lacked the desire to converse, proceeding straight towards his father's chamber. Yans, I will ensure Sasuke's safety, Itachi remarked suddenly as their paths crossed, seemingly sensing something. Yans halted, countering, but can you protect father and mother? Silence ensued. Itachi's only response to this query was a profound silence, and upon realizing that no answer would be forthcoming, Yans continued towards his father's door. By approximately 11 o'clock at night, Fugaku escorted Yans to the tool shed, where he activated a mechanism hidden in the corner of the door. An underground passage materialized before Yan's eyes. An underground passage? Could it possibly lead outside the village? How had I never discovered this while searching for secret funds in the past? Confused, Yans gazed up at his father's stern visage, hesitating to voice, Father, how about we go together? Fugaku shook his head in response. No, the Uchiha clan requires my presence. The village would not permit our departure. Everything ultimately leads to a conclusion. He paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, adding, moreover, who told you this was a secret path leading outside the village? At this, Yan scratched his head, perplexed. Observing Fugaku enter the passage, he hurriedly hoisted his spirit companion and followed his father into the dark corridor. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, Yans found that the anticipated underground passage had not materialized. Instead, they arrived in a secret chamber filled with scrolls. Just as confusion washed over him, Fugaku tossed a scroll from the bookshelf towards his son and began forming hand seals. Summoning technique, bang. The incantation echoed, and a cloud of smoke enveloped them, revealing a blue ninja cat with a short blade strapped to its back. Meow, Fugaku, are you referring to this, son? The ninja cat leaped lightly, circling Yans before sniffing him closely, its face contorting in distaste. Why does it smell like a dog? Runt, upon hearing this, grew agitated, pushing aside Yan's cloak to reveal his head, vocally expressing his dissatisfaction. Spirit companion. Yan swiftly shoved the creature back into the cloak, turning to his father with uncertainty. Does the reverse summoning technique lead outside the village? Indeed, Fugaku nodded, casting an appreciative glance at his son. I must admit, your perceptiveness sometimes rivals that of Itachi. If only this child had been born a few years earlier. Meow, your father has invested a considerable cost for this. Our ninja cat clan never employs reverse summoning techniques. The ninja cat raised its paw, licking it a few times, its demeanor quite commercial. However, after stating that, it leaped onto Yan's shoulder, curling its tail around the scroll in his hand and carelessly tossing it to the ground. It even thoughtfully produced a jar of ink. Sign this, and I will perform the reverse summoning to take you outside. Yan glanced at Fugaku first, but his father shook his head, reiterating that he would not leave. After receiving confirmation, Yan signed his name on the scroll. Once everything was completed, the ninja cat voluntarily released the summoning technique, instructing Yans to wait in place while the reverse summoning would be executed in a few minutes. Yans, Fugaku called softly, placing a hand on Yan's shoulder. Take good care of yourself. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could look after Sasuke as well. His father's words unexpectedly cast a somber atmosphere, and Yan scrutinized him for a moment before responding. Family, when did it begin? In 1 month. Fugaku pondered for a few seconds, patting Yan's backpack, a relieved smile gracing his features. According to our scouts' reports, Danzo sustained serious injuries at the Fire Country's border yesterday. The authenticity of the news remains unverified. However, after 1 month, our chances of victory are substantial. Yans replied, wait, Danzo was injured? Upon hearing this news, Yans was momentarily stunned, then regarded his father with a peculiar gaze. What exactly does this imply for our chances of success? Fortunately, there remains a month. Ample time for him to orchestrate some affairs outside. I must take my leave. Fugaku produced a pocket watch, glancing at the time, which was nearing midnight, then pressed it into Yan's hands. This was left by your grandfather. Hold on to it. After handing the watch to Yans, he did not linger but turned back in the direction they came. Remaining any longer would only result in his eyes being blinded by sand. A pocket watch? Yans picked up the bronze timepiece, its surface marred with scratches and imbued with the marks of time. Perhaps it was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. Of course, it could also be the spoils of his grandfather's adventures outside. Upon opening the pocket watch and observing the time, he found the hands precisely pointing at midnight. Bang! The sound of the reverse summoning technique resonated, and Yans vanished from his spot. During this process, a voice from the system suddenly echoed. Ding! After 14 days and nights of cultivation, your energy reservoir is now open, and your consciousness has begun to awaken. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the chi refining stage. Yans exclaimed, wait, what? When did I begin cultivating? Chapter 48. He promised to grow up with me, alas. Have you heard? The son of Fugaku is truly unfortunate. TSK. I always said that boy was quite right in the head. It was only a matter of time before he self-destructed. I wondered why there was another blackout in Konoha. It turns out it was this kid again. The manner of his demise. Don't even mention it. I can't eat after seeing it today. Early in the morning, as Sasuke made his way to school, he listened to the discussions of villagers lining the streets, his brows furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He had an unsettling feeling that they were all insinuating something about him. What about the power poles? Another blackout. I only caused one last time. Why are they still harping on about it? Hush, this child doesn't he know about his brother, does he? Come on, let us not speak of it. If he hears, he will be heartbroken. The villagers glanced at one of Fugaku's foolish sons, each returning to their duties, whether it was work or missions. Brother? Itachi. Sensing the urgency, Sasuke rushed forward, shouting, tell me, what happened? What do you mean by what you just said? He glared fiercely at the group before him. Although he often called Itachi a nuisance, it did not mean he would tolerate others speaking ill of him. After all, as a brother, he must bear the responsibility of that role. Moreover, Itachi had disappeared early that morning, and even Irika, who typically stayed home reading, was nowhere to be found. Seeing the murderous intent in Sasuke's eyes, the villagers took a step back, fear evident in their expressions. They exchanged sorrowful glances before one finally spoke. Sasuke, your father hasn't he told you that Uchiha Itachi is in trouble? Sigh, such matters. We find it hard to say. The villagers sighed in regret, attempting to comfort Sasuke with words of encouragement. Your brother. He will become a star to watch over you. You should hurry to the shrine to send him off. Sasuke. Upon hearing their words, Sasuke felt as though he had been struck by lightning, and the shock was far greater than that of the previous blackout. He stood frozen, his mind slowly losing coherence. So, they were discussing Itachi just now. Finally grasping the situation, Sasuke's Sharingan flared crimson with rage as he roared at the villagers. What are you talking about? But by the time he reacted, the people who had stood before him had already vanished. The street, once bustling with life, had turned eerily quiet. Sasuke's moment of confusion had evidently lasted too long. In an instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. And as he glanced towards the shrine, he found himself running towards it almost instinctively. From a walk to a jog, then to a full sprint. His mindset shifted from disbelief to fear, terror, and then fury. Impossible. That guy cannot possibly be dead. Ah! Sasuke screamed, crackling with energy, his speed surging beyond anything he had ever known, racing towards the Uchiha compound. Even though he understood the absurdity of the situation, A sliver of dread still took root in his heart. No. Was I just seeing things? The lightning release, and that speed. Shut up, we need to go. A few Uchiha civilians glanced around, pretending nothing had happened as they took a few turns on the street before retreating to their homes. On the other side, when Sasuke finally arrived at the South Shrine, he was met with a somber gathering of clan members clad in black, their expressions grave. Surrounding a coffin. At the forefront stood Fugaku and Mikoto, holding white chrysanthemums, their serious expressions unable to conceal their profound sorrow. As he ran atop the eaves, Sasuke spotted Itachi, also holding a white chrysanthemum, standing in the line. When he finally comprehended the scene, he nearly stumbled off the roof. Impossible. Impossible. That guy is ninjutsu. He can heal. How could he possibly die beneath a power pole? In a fit of rage, Sasuke summoned all the chakra within him, increasing his speed even further. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as he landed at the shrine's entrance, glaring with blood-red Sharingan at the gathered crowd. Fugaku, come out and face me. Sasuke could not fathom that just last night, his brother had gifted him a ninja blade, and now, he was gone by morning. The reality of his father leading the family in Itachi's funeral was unbearable. In that moment, he even called out his father's name. The fear that usually kept him subdued now overshadowed by his fury. The gathered clansmen parted to either side, creating a pathway directly to the coffin. As they looked toward Sasuke, sorrow and helplessness were evident in their eyes, heads bowed in silence. Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi stood before the coffin. Among them, Fugaku, as the father, held a black and white photograph of his son. Upon seeing Itachi's smiling face in the picture, Sasuke felt his simmering anger abruptly quench. As if his fragile heart had taken a heavy blow, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. After a long moment of staring, Sasuke lifted his foot and began to step forward, each movement excruciatingly heavy, as though his legs were laden with lead. His gaze was fixed solely on Itachi's photograph, unable to hear his parents' or brother's words. Though the distance was not great, it felt as if he were traversing the years from 1 to 6. Fugaku chose not to chastise Sasuke for calling his name earlier. Instead, he sighed, blinking back tears, and said with feigned pain, "Say goodbye to Itachi." Smack! Sasuke raised his hand and flung the photograph open. "I don't believe it. You were lying to me. Bring Itachi out." He lifted his head, his pupils swirling with the double tomo, glaring at his father, and lunged towards the coffin. "Sasuke, stop." Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. But as soon as he made contact, he felt a sharp pain and recoiled. "Sasuke, don't look." Mikoto covered her face with a handkerchief, blinking rapidly, also trying to dissuade him. Other clan members attempted to intervene in Sasuke's reckless actions, but before anyone could move, Fugaku's voice rang out. "Stop. Let him face this on his own." Fugaku's tone was serious, yet beneath it lay a hint of excitement. "Wonderful, this child has finally awakened his Sharingan. And it's the double tomo." Upon hearing this, the crowd froze, watching the boy as he clung to the coffin. Sasuke clawed at it, once demanding to see Itachi. Yet now fear began to creep into his heart. He worried that the one lying within was indeed his brother. Time passed, and finally, Sasuke gathered his courage, tightly shutting his eyes before forcefully pushing the coffin lid open. After 3 long minutes of darkness, he finally opened his eyes. When he beheld the charred remains, disbelief washed over him like a tidal wave. "That isn't Itachi. This isn't Itachi." Sasuke turned and shouted, his desperation prompting Fugaku to kick the boy's backside. "You fool! What nonsense are you spouting? Today of all days. Can't you let Itachi rest in peace for a moment? Conceal your cowardly demeanor. Uchiha Yen has perished." Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Sasuke's cheeks. I cannot believe it. This insufferable person clearly promised to grow up alongside me." The 6-year-old Sasuke knelt before Yan's coffin, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yen, unaware of his own demise, wandered the streets of the Land of Iron, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Struggling against fatigue, he feebly remarked, well. Staying up late to cultivate can be considered cultivation, right?" The previous night, upon realizing he had entered a critical stage of energy refinement, Yen pondered and concluded that the only connection he had to cultivation was through sleepless nights. To validate his hypothesis, he had endured an entire night without rest. The progress of his energy refinement abruptly surged. As for why he found himself in the Land of Iron, it was due to that avaricious ninja cat, who, after concluding their transaction, had unceremoniously abandoned him there. Just as Yen was lost in thought while walking, he unexpectedly encountered a burly man blocking his path. The man beamed at Yen, revealing a rather terrifying smile. "Ah, young man, would you like to experience the world of adults?" Chapter 49. Damn it. You have uncovered my true identity. Upon hearing the words of his opponent, Yen caught a glimpse of the brothel nearby, and his expression darkened instantly. The adult world. What a sickness. Yen took a step to the right and coldly replied, "I am merely 6 years old." He had hoped that his tender age would evoke a sense of guilt in the other party, yet the burly man merely flashed a sinister smile, uttering words that caused Yen to halt in his tracks. "I know, Yen." The man slowly removed his glasses, revealing a cruel grin as he said, "I have some delightful items." As he spoke, several thugs suddenly surged forth from the surroundings. It was well known that a charming young child could fetch a handsome price, regardless of gender. Yin could no longer contain himself. He pulled out a custom-made tiger mask resembling that of his mentor and pressed it against his face. Casting a brief glance at the 6 men around him, Yin deftly produced a kunai, his figure flickering as he left behind an afterimage, darting among the assailants. A glint of cold light flashed, and before the men could react, a crimson arc sprayed from their necks. Thud, 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 ah. One body fell, then another, and yet another, collapsing to the ground, clutching their necks and gasping a few times before falling silent. Passers-by on the street, realizing the horror, screamed in terror, fleeing the scene. Yin appeared before the corpses, casually flicking his kunai to rid it of the blood, and calmly addressed his companion, Runtu, in his arms. "Next time, I will provide you with a blueprint." Runtu looked up, his eyes filled with confusion, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. "A syringe for treating copper addiction, 7.62 millimeters, Runtu." Uncertain whether there existed an insurmountable barrier between spirit pets and humans, Runtu felt utterly incapable of comprehending his master's words. Clang. The samurai of the Iron Country arrived at the murder scene almost immediately. Dozens of samurai, sporting the traditional moon-style topknots, upon seeing the masked child before the bodies, hesitated not for a moment, drawing their swords from their waists. With both hands gripping their blades, they aimed directly at the killer, while the arriving samurai swiftly surrounded him from behind. "I care not from which village you hail. In our Iron Country, committing murder violates the rules of our Iron Country. The Iron Country is a neutral territory. Any ninja operating here, regardless of their conflicts, would refrain from violence until departing." Although no formal regulations existed, an unwritten rule had long been established between ninjas and samurai. The actions of this masked child before them were nothing short of a provocation to their nation's dignity. "What?" Yin suddenly exclaimed, taking 2 steps back. Leaning slightly as he drew a sharp breath, his voice growing hoarse, entirely at odds with that of a child. "You have seen through my disguise. How infuriating. Is this the depth of a great nation?" The samurai. Initially, each samurai bore fierce expressions, ready to charge forth and deal with this insolent child. However, upon hearing his words, they found themselves momentarily at a loss, the anger they had been cultivating evaporating almost instantly. Even their imposing presence diminished significantly. A single thought flickered through their minds. What on earth is this? What is this child babbling about? Were we not discussing something? How did we unravel your identity? Before the samurai could process this, the masked child spoke again, hands forming seals. "Well, since you have discovered my identity as the Akatsuki Sasori, today, I shall not let you go." The earlier bewilderment had yet to dissipate when the samurai heard the child prattling on, their eyes clouded with confusion. "What are you even talking about?" Though they could not grasp the situation, the mention of Akatsuki and Sasori carried an air of intimidation. "Oh no, have we encountered a formidable foe?" Sweat beaded on the brows of the samurai, their grip on their swords tightening, feeling an inexplicable surge of pressure. "Transform." Yin immediately formed a transformation jutsu seal, and in the next moment, he morphed into a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Though it could be deemed a counterfeit, having never seen Sasori's true appearance, replicating it flawlessly was quite the challenge. However, with red hair and the patchwork Akatsuki uniform, he achieved the desired effect. "I must report back to Lord Mabune." At that moment, a fully armored samurai, having instructed his subordinate, advanced towards the one claiming to be Sasori. "Well, Sasori, since you have introduced yourself, allow me. Yamazaki Taiyu, I shall test your mettle." It is said that duels among ninjas are akin to those of samurai. At the onset of battle, both parties would state their names and form opposing seals as a sign of respect. Yamazaki Taiyu thought this, placing his hands at his sides and bowing deeply to this formidable foe, expressing his regard. He could sense the strength emanating from the child. Such power could indeed elevate his Tenkai flying blade technique to new heights. "Sir, please grant me." Swish, before Taiyu could even finish his final word, a shadow flickered, and a spectral light flashed. Blood erupted from his neck, soaring high into the air. Thud, thud, his head fell to the ground. And the one who had claimed to be Sasori, a smirk upon his lips, displayed a complete indifference to the sanctity of life. "Do not attempt such theatrics. I find it utterly intolerable. Moreover, as I said, none of you shall leave today." Clang. Runtus stood before the crowd, warm blood staining his fingers, the metallic sheen causing a chill to run through all present. In his final moments, Yamazaki Taiyu condemned the lack of martial ethics displayed by his opponent. The confusion in his eyes lingered, a testament to the samurai's unquiet death. The elements of the moon-style topknots and samurai, combined, left Yin devoid of any remorse as he dispatched his foes. "Captain, how infuriating. You are a puppet master. A ninja from Sunagakure." The captain's demise was not without consequence, for the samurai had unraveled the identity of this individual. Yin maintained a cold demeanor, raising his hand and wiggling his fingers, fully aligning with their assumptions. It was as if he, Uchiha Yin, was indeed a genuine puppet master, How despicable! Do you seek to shatter the peace between the great nations of the world from Sunagakure? The samurai in the rear denounced this individual's actions, assuming a moral high ground to attack him. Yet, just then, an elder among the samurai suddenly spoke up. He first murmured the name Sasori under his breath, then shouted in terror, "Damn it! This man is an S-rank rogue ninja from Sunagakure." Finally, a smile crept upon Yan's stoic face. "Excellent. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly." Chapter 50. The innately malevolent red sand scorpion transformed into the scorpion. Yan raised his hands before his chest, with chakra threads extending from his fingers, ensnaring the lifeless bodies like cobwebs. As Runtu launched his assault, the arriving samurai had not even made a move before a glint of cold light flashed, and they fell to the ground, departing this world with lingering resentment. With each fallen corpse, Yin employed the same technique, binding them with chakra threads, lifting them to become puppets that moved slowly forward. Setting aside the question of whether his combat prowess had improved, the sight of over 30 blood-soaked corpses shambling along the streets was an unprecedented visual shock. The art of the puppet master involved condensing chakra into threads to manipulate puppets or targets. For Yin, the ability to transform chakra into threads was not particularly challenging. It merely required precise chakra control. Controlling puppets in battle was indeed complex, yet animating the dead to move like mindless zombies was far simpler than one might imagine. If a puppet master meticulously manipulates every joint of a puppet with chakra threads, Yin was more brutish, binding the bodies and forcing them to move. His approach emphasized sheer strength. Though it lacked efficacy, the spectacle alone sufficed to impersonate the scorpion's identity. The blood-stained streets bore witness to each step he took, his shoes collecting gruesome stains. Coupled with the boy's emotionless visage, the scene resembled a hell on earth, akin to the emergence of a malevolent spirit. To outsiders, this red-haired youth appeared capable of exterminating the entire city without a second thought. The populace's only hope lay with the formidable Lord Mitsuba, praying he would arrive to punish this demon. The samurai watched helplessly as their comrades fell, then rose again as puppets, advancing toward them step by step, shattering their resolve and instilling terror. They cast aside their weapons, crying out for their mothers, scattering in panic. Is the land of iron truly a place for scum like you to run rampant? A furious roar echoed from afar, causing the fleeing samurai to halt in their tracks. Everyone knew that Lord Mitsuba had arrived. With a whoosh, Yin merely furrowed his brow before promptly retracting the chakra threads from the corpses. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yan's neck. Even for a ninja, evading Mitsuba's Iaedo strike combined with his instant body technique was a formidable task. However, in the next instant, the sound of metal clashing resounded, sparks flying between the two. Runtu blocked the strike with a swift paw, prompting Mitsuba to frown and inwardly sigh, recognizing that an S-rank rogue ninja from Sunagakure was not so easily dealt with. Trouble. Failing to land the blow, Mitsuba leapt back to avoid being ensnared by Yan's puppets. Upon seeing Runtu, Yin felt a sudden wave of relief. Had Runtu not defended against that attack, he would have had to resort to methods beyond his puppet mastery. Mitsuba, a battle-hardened warrior, undoubtedly possessed broader knowledge than the fallen samurai. This realization was why Yin hastily dispelled his puppets upon sensing Mitsuba's approach, fearing his clumsy puppet techniques would be exposed. Pray tell, do you wish to incite war? Mitsuba's expression hardened, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, catching sight of the long-dead samurai flanking him, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. He had already dispatched word to the ninja of Sunagakure. In the face of such a rogue ninja, the best course of action was to leave it to the villagers. What? War? Do you think you are worthy to discuss such matters with me? Runtu suddenly tilted his head, glancing at his master, then observing his own claw with a gash. Even the dim-witted creature sensed its master was putting on a show. Yin smirked disdainfully, initially considering Mitsuba to be a suitable new creation. Now, it seemed, a waste of material. Yin remarked, glancing at the fallen bodies, muttering in a tone loud enough for Mitsuba to hear. The shadows of each village are far more intriguing. His scornful words did not provoke Mitsuba into impulsive action. Rather, they instilled a sense of calm within him. Villages? Shadows? Could it be? This fiend intends to turn them all into puppets. Realizing the implication behind Yan's words, Mitsuba's expression shifted to one of shock and horror. He had never encountered such a malevolent individual, treating life as mere play and referring to human puppets as creations. It was utterly terrifying. In that moment, Mitsuba felt both anger and fear. Gripping his katana tightly, he resolved, no matter your intentions, as long as you threaten peace, I shall stop you, even if it costs me my life. Upon hearing this declaration, Yin gestured for Runtu to leap onto his shoulder, then turned to Mitsuba with an odd expression. After a 3-second hesitation, he took a deep breath and quietly called out to Mitsuba, "What is that dog barking about?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mitsuba, with a swift motion, vanished from sight, lunging forward with astonishing speed. Yet when he reappeared, Yin had already disappeared. Damn it! Mitsuba tightened his grip on the hilt, determined to thwart this wicked individual. Having spoken to himself, he immediately summoned his subordinates. instructing them to notify all villages about today's events. Additionally, he ordered a bounty for the red sand scorpion to be posted at the exchange. Such a being could not be allowed to exist in this world. He posed too great a danger. As the Land of Iron began relaying information and issuing missions to other villages, the true protagonist, Uchiha Yen, awakened from his slumber. Having spent the previous night in meditation without rest and causing a commotion in the Land of Iron, he had hastily sought refuge in a cave to sleep. Yen yawned, accessing the system to summon his status page. Training. Chi Refinement Stage 1. Progress was exceedingly slow. After enduring a full day and night, he had barely made any headway. The silver lining was that he had discovered the correct method of cultivation. Continuous overnight training yielded the greatest progress with minimal difficulty. If he could persist for 100 consecutive nights, he would successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, the bad news was that he feared he might perish from exhaustion before achieving that breakthrough, transforming into a ghostly cultivator. As for the changes accompanying his advancement in the Chi Refinement stage, besides noticing a new cyclone within his dantian and an enhancement of his sensory abilities to 1 kilometer, he found no other significant differences. As for that spiritual energy, for now, he remained uncertain how to wield it. The techniques of ninjutsu clearly could not harness this energy. It likely required a corresponding method to unlock its full potential. On the other hand, his sensory abilities were impressive, encompassing a 1 kilometer range, including underground. Should a white Zetsu attempt to surveil him, he would detect their presence immediately. This was also why he felt emboldened to act recklessly in the Land of Iron. Wait a moment, I remember this. Yin mumbled to himself, opening his backpack to gaze at the novice gift pack lying within, excitement beginning to swell within him. At this moment, the time for a face-off has arrived. He even took the time to wash his hands thoroughly several times before shouting, "Come, let the system reveal to me the extent of your limits." Chapter 51. The path of cultivation lies beneath our feet. The moment he clicked on the novice gift package, a radiant golden light appeared before his eyes, and a system notification once again emerged. The path of immortality is ethereal, while the mortal realm is vast. The journey of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must advance or risk retreating. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet. Here it comes. This is the essence. The path of cultivation is about to unfold. Upon seeing the first line of the notification, Yen clenched his fists, his excitement bubbling beyond expression. Acquired the technique first set of elementary foundation establishment techniques. At the sight of the technique, Yan's heart raced, and the ominous clouds surrounding him thickened once more. Why does it suddenly feel off? The name of the technique left him stunned for a full 10 minutes. While peculiar, its content was indeed serious. The technique provided by the system could be learned simply by clicking, reminiscent of playing a game in his previous life. As he clicked the icon to learn, vital points of the technique flooded his mind, imprinting the pathways of his meridians. Amidst this influx of knowledge, he learned that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would grant him an additional 300 years of lifespan, coupled with significant enhancements to his physique and strength. Comparing fragments of memory, the strength of the foundation establishment breakthrough seemed comparable to Naruto entering Sage Mode, while the pinnacle of foundation establishment mirrored Naruto's Sage Mode combined with tailed beast form. The path lies beneath our feet. The system suddenly adopted a serious tone, allowing Yen to exhale deeply. However, this moment of respite was fleeting, as another system notification chimed. Ding! Triggered novice task. The path of the feet is a path. The methods are also methods. The way is natural. Task. Congratulations, host, on stepping onto the path of cultivation and taking a crucial step towards longevity. Please begin enhancing your cultivation. Reward. Cultivation elevated to foundation establishment. Task progress. 0-10,000. Just a few days prior, Yen had honored his ancestors, and upon witnessing the system trigger a task, an inexplicable wave of guilt surged within him. The path of the feet is indeed a path. The methods are also methods. Was this not a clear indication for him to indulge in foot bathing? Having finally embarked on the path of immortality, Uchiha Yen suddenly felt a sense of guilt towards his ancestors. If he were to consider it from another perspective, it would be akin to a descendant, freshly invoking the spirits of the ancestors, proclaiming to undertake a great endeavor, only to turn around and opt for foot bathing. This is unbearable. Just thinking about it made Yan's blood pressure rise. Surely, his ancestors would be aware from beyond the grave, compelled to rise from their coffins and hang him from a tree for 3 days and nights. Yet, the path truly lies at his feet. Despite the guilt in his heart, Yen felt he must steel himself to complete this task. He pulled out the map he always carried, unfurling it on the ground, his gaze settling on the land of water. Forgive me, my ancestors. For the sake of my cultivation, I must partake in foot bathing. In Konoha village, Sasuke sat before Yan's gravestone, resting his head against the portrait, his expression filled with dazed helplessness. He had been here for 3 days. The tears had long since dried, and he remained here, afraid to return to the home that no longer held Yen. He feared that Yen, now departed, was alone in the afterlife. Yet Sasuke found it hard to believe that his brother, who was stronger than himself, had perished beneath a power line while practicing lightning release. How could it be that such a gifted individual, who could learn ninjutsu in an instant and had a healing summoning beast, could die so easily? Uchiha Yen. You insufferable fool, he murmured, as memories flashed through his vacant eyes, his heart sinking deeper into sorrow. It dawned upon him that this individual would no longer grace this world. Rustle, rustle, footsteps approached as Naruto and Ino walked from opposite directions. Sasuke did not lift his gaze, remaining in his position against the gravestone. His grief threatened to overflow. Naruto stood before the gravestone for a long while, and upon witnessing Sasuke's state, he hesitated before finally uttering, "SAS. Sasuke, are you alright?" However, Sasuke did not respond, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's presence. This left Naruto feeling awkward, yet he bowed deeply before the gravestone. As he lowered his head, tears streamed uncontrollably. In that moment, Naruto grasped the essence of farewell. Recalling the items Yen had bestowed upon him, he held them dear in his heart, yearning for a future opportunity to repay his kindness. Little did he know that this opportunity was forever lost. At this moment, if Yen could perceive from beyond, he would likely feel a sense of relief that the fox's gratitude had been extinguished. Ino, holding sunflowers, gently placed them before the gravestone, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Struggling to comprehend how Yen, who seemed perfectly well just days ago, had inexplicably passed away, the two stood by the gravestone for nearly half an hour before departing. During that time, Shikamaru had visited once, chewing on a toothpick while holding a bundle of white chrysanthemums, standing silently at the grave without uttering a word. However, as he departed, he muttered the words Uchiha Madara and fool under his breath. By the time Sasuke returned home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Yet, as he walked back, he took out all the pocket money he had secretly saved, rushing to the flower shop to buy a plethora of sunflowers. Subsequently, he began replanting sunflowers in the yard. Fugaku and Makoto watched their son's actions, suddenly enveloped in silence. Are we being too much? As a mother, witnessing Sasuke in such a state filled her with guilt and heartache, leaving her hesitant to speak too much with him. She felt she was not a good mother. Fugaku shared a similar sentiment. Observing his younger son's silhouette, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us put away Yen's belongings. We wouldn't want this child to be heartbroken. As he spoke, Fugaku abruptly glanced at the sky, believing that perhaps it was for the best that Sasuke experienced these moments early. Though he felt it was deceitful to Sasuke, he hoped that in the future, should the Uchiha clan face a failed coup, it might be easier for him to accept. At least he would not collapse directly. Makoto, sensing the underlying meaning in her husband's words, sighed deeply and turned to gather Yan's belongings. Half an hour later, when the couple had collected his things, Sasuke, who had been replanting sunflowers, exploded upon seeing them. No. Sasuke's face contorted in anguish as he gazed at his parents, confusion etched in his eyes. He angrily questioned, Why? Why can you so easily forget Yen? The acceptance of Yen's departure by his family had been the most painful aspect for Sasuke. The absence of a pair of chopsticks at the dining table, and the fact that his room contained only his own bedding, weighed heavily on him. At night, he still found himself speaking to Yen, as if he had never truly left. Yet, his father, mother, and even his brother showed no signs of reminiscing about Yen. As he spoke, Sasuke choked back tears. Snatching the clothes from his mother's hands and clutching them tightly, he then rushed to his father, spreading his arms wide to block their callous actions. Let go. You have no place for Yen in your hearts. Fugaku. Makoto. The two were momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a sigh as they followed Sasuke. Sasuke lay amidst the relics of Itachi, his gaze vacant as he stared at the moon. After what felt like an eternity, he whispered softly, Nisan, you must be feeling very lonely now, aren't you? Chapter 52, the first anti-obscenity campaign in the ninja world. Throughout my protracted existence, the most profound realization I have come to is that to survive in this wretched world, one must embrace the role of the villain. To endure until the end, one must become more wicked than all others. I shall incrementally descend into greater depths of depravity. At a brothel in the land of hot water, I, embodying Kikazu, toiled diligently in arduous training while also reminding myself with words of positive affirmation to spur my motivation. Having wandered through the ninja world for several days, I have found the outside realm to be remarkably liberated. Here, one can witness the abhorrent acts of coercing individuals into prostitution, hiring ninjas for assassinations, and brazenly abducting women in broad daylight. It is even commonplace to encounter ninjas, freshly acquainted with the body flicker technique, parading their prowess without regard for the common folk. In summary, the darkness of this tangible world far exceeds that depicted in any anime. The notion of a good person is a perilous endeavor in this era. For the past 3 days, I have traversed the streets with Kakuzu's visage. By night, I immerse myself in cultivation, and by day, I frequent brothels to fulfill system tasks. The path of cultivation begins with the first step. Each visit to a new establishment poses its own challenges. Moreover, the pursuit of enlightenment comes at a steep financial cost. I would rather squander my funds on the foolish Udu than on the brothel. Oh, the irony. Kakadu. One such as you could hardly become any more depraved. The technician, perceptive and understanding, had likely heard countless complaints from patrons. The notions of morality were irrelevant to her. What mattered was how much tip this affluent client would bestow upon her. As I shifted slightly, I opened my eyes to glimpse the woman before me, her face caked with an excessive layer of powder. Do you believe I jest? Patrons do enjoy their humor. The technician chuckled softly, dismissing my words entirely. Such is the nature of the job, navigating through the theatrics of life, be it a sickly mother or a gambling father. However, my statement rendered her smile frozen. It was as if time had halted for her. I have no money, I declared. The technician's expression of disbelief persisted for 2.5 minutes. Finally, once she regained her composure, she disdainfully wiped her hands, recoiled, and shouted towards the entrance, "Madam, someone is trying to dine and dash." Upon hearing the term dine and dash, my expression darkened. I have been diligently training, and it was merely a proper foot bath. Do not tarnish it with such vulgarity. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as several muscular men, wielding clubs, stormed into the room. "Hey kid, do you dare to dine and dash here? You must want to die?" They bellowed. "Get him. We need some materials for our illicit experiments. You're finished." Before they could finish their threats, I vanished from sight, and as their clubs were raised, they found themselves abruptly collapsing into a pool of blood. "Ah!" The technician shrieked, covering her mouth in terror, stumbling out of the room. 3 minutes later, I weighed the heavy pouch of coins in my hand, glancing back at the brothel and the bloodied walls of the adjacent casinos, which bore the ominous inscription, "Anti-obscenity campaigners, led by the Akatsuki's Kakadu." Content, I departed the scene. "Scoundrel!" Runtu peered out from my bag, casting his opinions towards the brothel's entrance. "I know, those individuals are certainly not virtuous." Runtu. The misunderstood creature rolled his eyes at his master before retreating back into the depths of the bag. "It seems we must change locations once more," I sighed to myself, checking the progress of my tasks. Task progress, 360,10,000. After 3 arduous days of training, I have grasped the system's mechanics. Each session of cultivation must last a full hour to count, and a single establishment has a limit of 6 visits. However, overnight training combined with physical enhancement yields a 10-fold increase. While limitations exist, the abundance of brothels and casinos in this world surpasses that of convenience stores in my previous life. My destruction of the brothels is not solely due to financial constraints. The uproar serves to refresh and reset my training grounds. As for the casinos, they are merely a convenient target. My days of training are limited. Yet I have amassed considerable experience over these past 3 days. If I estimate correctly, I might achieve foundational establishment within a month. Yet causing a stir in the ninja world during this period should pose little difficulty. Should I require power, it is of no concern, for the illustrious Uchiha ancestors shall bestow upon me immense strength. Upon completing my training within the borders of the land of hot water, I detected the presence of stray dogs and departed amidst the cacophony of barking. Just as I was leaving, a white-haired youth arrived at the last remaining brothel. Appearing utterly desensitized, slumped and hollow, he gazed at the half-demolished establishment as though he had aged decades, his eyes devoid of any spark. "Scoundrel, Kakuzu, what have you done?" For days, Jiraiya felt as if the entire world conspired against him, each time he sought a night of revelry. Hoping to wash away his weariness at a brothel, he found none remaining. Just as he had inquired about one, he encountered the words scrawled at the entrance, "Anti-obscenity campaigners, led by the Akatsuki's Kakuzu." Standing before the door, he felt utterly deflated, taking half an hour to regain a semblance of composure. Yet, as he prepared to leave, he lingered, mumbling to himself about the Akatsuki's intentions. "What do you truly seek, Akatsuki?" Jiraiya was not the only one distressed. Tsunade, who had just entered the land of hot water with intentions to gamble, was equally frustrated. What a joke. Why is there not a single casino here? Tsunade's anger boiled over, shattering the floor tiles beneath her foot. "Perhaps we should take a break? Missing a few bets won't hurt," Shizen gently suggested, concerned that Tsunade's impulsive nature might lead them into dire straits, forcing them to evade creditors once more. Yet, Shizen could not help but admire the audacity of the individual named Kakuzu. "No way." Tsunade gritted her teeth, her stubbornness flaring. "I haven't played in 23 hours. Today, I am determined to gamble." No one could deter Tsunade's resolve. With that proclamation, she strode forward with purpose, declaring, "I refuse to believe that the land of hot water has no casinos left. Shizen, keep up." Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf village, at the root base, Danzo, grievously injured by Shursui, finally regained consciousness from his stupor. Fortuitously, he had refrained from bringing his Manjikyu Sharingan. Otherwise, not only would he have suffered severe injuries, but he would also have lost the precious eyes he had painstakingly acquired. Struggling to sit at the edge of his bed, Danzo slowly inquired of his 2 subordinates. "Has there been any movement from the Uchiha clan in recent days?" The 2 root ninjas exchanged glances for 3 seconds before one of them lowered his head and stammered, "Yes, Uchiha Fugaka's son, Uchiha Hiken, has died." Almost instantaneously, Danzo seized a kunai, and plunged it into the throat of the root ninja who had spoken. The root ninja clutched his neck, convulsing on the ground a couple of times, unwillingly surrendering his last breath. Damn it! Who dared to defy my orders and act on their own? Chapter 53. Yin, I have come to appreciate you. Fugaku, the sole remaining root ninja, stood frozen, his scalp prickling as he witnessed his comrade's demise. Particularly unsettling was the gaze of Danzo, which had now fixed upon him, as if to suggest that he would be the next to perish. Fear gripped him, prompting a hasty explanation to Danzo. It was not us root ninjas who struck. It was Uchiha Yin, who was electrocuted while training under a power pole. Danzo merely raised an eyebrow. The root ninja spoke rapidly, fearing that any delay might lead to his own untimely end. Danzo's eye twitched as he fixed his gaze upon the recently deceased subordinate for a full 3 minutes, during which he uttered not a single word, causing the nearby root ninja to break into a cold sweat. Take him away. Upon hearing this, the root ninja felt an immediate sense of relief, moving with unprecedented speed to lift the corpse and make his exit. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Danzo added, by the way, make sure to increase the compensation for the bereaved. After dispatching his subordinate, Danzo sat at the foot of his bed, his expression oddly contemplative. To be honest, the sudden death of Fugaku's son bore a striking resemblance to the methods employed by Root. Yet, upon hearing that Uchiha Yin had met his end while training under a power pole, Danzo's heart found a strange sense of solace. The thought of that boy dying under an electric pole, it hardly surprised him at all. However, after a moment's consideration, Danzo promptly grasped his cane and made his way toward the Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku. There was a possibility that he might hold him responsible, and while Danzo had indeed contemplated eliminating Fugaku's son, such a crude method felt excessively insulting. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan might seize the opportunity to retaliate against Konoha. With this thought weighing on him, Danzo limped toward the Hokage building, each step causing his internal wounds to flare up, resulting in violent coughing fits. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe, his gaze fixed on 2 intelligence reports that seemed to twist his brow into knots. Scorpion of the Red Sand, S-rank rogue ninja from Sunagakure, grandson of Chiyo, last seen in the Land of Iron. Kakuzu, S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure. 3 days ago, he wreaked havoc in the Land of Hot Water, destroying brothels and casinos and plundering a vast fortune. Both were S-rank rogue ninjas, and both had ties to the mysterious Akatsuki organization. The third Hokage pondered for a long while, yet found himself without a single clue. However, one thing troubled him deeply. He was unconcerned about Scorpion's purported puppet making, as Sunagakure could likely handle such matters. It was Kakuzu that posed a significant threat. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had been informed of the situation and had mentioned Kakuzu's name no less than 6 times, expressing concern over whether this villain might venture into the Land of Fire to commit atrocities. While Kakuzu feigned indifference, the third Hokage understood that this was a warning to him. Such events must not occur within the borders of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, Konoha's budget for the year could face severe cuts. Kakashi, what are your thoughts on this matter? The third Hokage inquired, glancing at the ANBU ninja before him. Eager to hear his perspective, Kakashi shook his head, opting to remain silent. Beyond fulfilling the tasks assigned by the third Hokage, he simply wished to return home and rest. Very well. The third Hokage sighed in resignation, deciding to bypass the topic. What of Uchiha Yan's situation? Was it Danzo's doing? At this, Kakashi's indifferent demeanor shifted slightly, though a hint of peculiarity surfaced. It was not Danzo. The boy's death beneath the power pole was, in fact, not surprising. For 3 minutes following Kakashi's response, a heavy silence enveloped the Hokage office. Eventually, the third Hokage spoke, his voice laced with concern. Have signs posted on all power poles in the village, prohibiting contact, to prevent such tragedies from happening again. He was not worried about other children. Fugaku's younger son would likely refrain from training under power poles after this incident. However, he genuinely feared that Naruto might venture beneath a power pole for mischief. If the Nine Tails were to be unleashed, Konoha would suffer yet again. Understood. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave the Hokage office. In truth, he had thoughts he did not fully share with the third Hokage. As for the death of Uchiha Yin, something felt amiss. That night, he had been perched in a tree, engrossed in his reading, with no inclination to monitor the boy closely. Yet, within mere minutes, a charred corpse had appeared beneath the power pole. Sighing, Kakashi brushed aside his thoughts and found himself at a flower shop. He purchased several bouquets and made his way to the cemetery, intending to visit his departed comrade and mentor. At this moment, Sasuke stood in a daze at Yan's grave, 2 kunai strapped to his waist. Coincidentally passing by, Kakashi found himself inexplicably stopping beside the boy, placing one of the bouquets at the headstone. Do you know him? Sasuke's gaze remained fixed, his lips moving slightly as he coldly spoke. The parting of life and death invariably leads to growth. Gone was the innocence of his youth, and Kakashi regarded the foolish boy with a lingering gaze. Indeed, Kakashi replied lazily, before rising and slowly walking away. Young man, gather your strength. As a ninja, one must learn to accept the loss of family, friends, and even mentors. Kakashi's voice echoed softly from afar. uncertain whether it was directed at Sasuke or meant for himself. Yen, I will strive to become stronger. I promise. After a long while, Sasuke stood solemnly before the grave, vowing to his brother. The words spoken by the man earlier about death were something he simply could not come to terms with. At 6 years old, Sasuke swore he would become stronger than anyone else, powerful enough to protect his brother, father, and mother, so that he would never again witness the departure of his loved ones. 1 week later, fresh from completing an anti-vice operation in the Land of Lightning, Yen strolled leisurely through the forest, incessantly protesting to Naruto. What? Training? After so many exhausting days, can't I have just 1 day of rest? Let's head back to the brothel. My feet feel as though they might break. Hearing this, Naruto felt her eyes rolling in exasperation. You were the one who insisted I supervise your training yesterday. How can you now blame me? You dog. Naruto retorted angrily, retreating back into her backpack. Meanwhile, Yen dashed through the woods, clutching a parchment scroll that bore the inscription, Records of the Sealing Techniques of the Senju clan. Before embarking, he had not packed such an item, indicating that it must have been placed there by his father. The odds were high, so this was the implication. Fugaku, I have begun to appreciate you. Yen gazed at the map marked with the Uchiha clan emblem, quickening his pace. Great-grandmother Uchiha, your descendant is in need of your strength. Chapter 54. I, Uchiha Hikaru. Harbor Hope, is this the location of the seal? Before a relic of the Warring States period, Hikaru stroked his chin, meticulously circling the area but failing to locate the entrance. Inside lies Uchiha Tainai, who was sealed here by the Senju and Sarutobi clans during the tumultuous era. Pondering how to release her, Hikaru gazed at the relics before him, momentarily perplexed. Hey, Runta, why don't you dig in and take a look? Upon hearing this, Runta, quite anthropomorphic, lifted his left paw, pointed to himself, and then emphatically gestured toward the relics beside him. Spirit pet. Formation. No way. Typically taciturn. The spirit pet now expressed a flood of words, driven by his master's unreasonable demand. His tone was urgent, laden with reproach for an ungrateful individual. Hikaru's brows furrowed instantly. Without a moment's thought, he retorted, this is a seal. We must respect local customs. And, I told you. You cannot falter at the starting line. Woof, woof, woof. Are we going, or not? If you refuse, you'd better spit out the hardships you've endured. Runto, visibly agitated, barked a few times in disdain, then turned to a corner and began to dig furiously in a fit of pique. Uchiha Tainai, Uchiha Hikari, can you hear me? Hikaru called out, attempting to elicit a response from Tainai. Thanks to his 1-kilometer perception ability, he was unconcerned about attracting attention from others nearby. 3 hours later, Runto's voice emerged from the depths of the tunnel, sounding frantic as if he had discovered something. Tainai? Fortunately, Runto had considered the tunnel's size while digging, allowing Hikaru to jump in without feeling cramped. Ding. Task triggered. You mentioned light, correct? Task. As long as you harbor hope, you may transform into a giant of light, dispelling the darkness of the world. Please have everyone around you simultaneously shout, I believe in light. Reward. Divine Light Stick X1. Excellent. This time, Hikaru refrained from grumbling about the system and felt no abstraction. He was simply elated by the task. It was splendid. Moreover, it was straightforward. I, Uchiha Hikaru, in my 2 lifetimes, had once purchased a Divine Light Stick at a school fair and shouted, I believe in light. This, Kamen Rider. I'm definitely transforming. The sudden task only heightened Hikaru's joy, especially since he possessed sunflowers capable of absorbing sunlight. This was the true sage mode. Traversing the narrow tunnel, Hikaru dusted himself off and, upon raising his eyes, beheld a massive iron door adorned with numerous talismans. Following the dimly lit surroundings, he spotted Uchiha Hikari curled in a corner, her knees drawn up with her head buried deep in them. At first glance, the dim ambience, the presence of Tainai, the seal, and the myriad unfamiliar talismans combined to give Hikaru a sense of having wandered into a horror film. Unable to restrain himself, Hikaru shouted, Tainai. As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl within shot her head up, her eyes shimmering with an eerie red light. Stop, Hikaru. Upon seeing that flash of red, acted on impulse, pulling out his protective charms and shouting with closed eyes. Shine, accompanied by Runto's anguished howls. The cavern illuminated under the sunflower's brilliance. Just as Hikaru opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, tears streamed from his stinging eyes, and he instinctively lowered his head, abandoning the notion of using illusion to drive away the familiar specter before him. Leave this place. The girl's voice was hoarse. The result of being sealed for so long, her speech having regressed somewhat. As the light faded, Hikaru rubbed his eyes, secretly resolving to bring sunglasses next time, to avoid hurting himself while attacking the enemy. I'm here to take you out. Hikaru found a spot next to the iron door, sitting with his back toward the light within, to prevent inadvertently falling prey to the opponent's illusions. Tch. Uchiha Hikari scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. She could distinctly sense the bloodline power emanating from him, realizing that his arrival bore intentions akin to those of her captors. Again, is it? How pitiful. Uchiha Hikari harbored a deep disdain for those of her clan who treated her as a weapon of slaughter. even after years of imprisonment. She struggled to forgive them for their treatment. She tightly clasped her arms around her body, protecting the runes inscribed on her skin, as if reliving the tormenting days of her past. Such a world, it ought to be destroyed. Just as she mused this, the boy outside seemed to hear her thoughts. I'll help you obliterate the shinobi world. The voice of the 6-year-old boy reverberated beyond the iron door, causing her to lift her head once more. Huh? Uchiha Hikari appeared taken aback, even doubting whether that voice had indeed come from her own thoughts rather than from this seemingly naive child. Regardless of how he had entered, she knew that the seal imprisoning her was not something a mere 6-year-old could break, let alone speak of world destruction. Upon regaining her senses, she perceived the boy before her as jesting, and with that, she buried her head back into her knees. I have no time to play house. Leave this place. Hikaru cast a glance at Runtu, issuing a heartless command. You believe in light. Clearly, in order to break Tai Nai's seal, he had to complete that task first, after which he could transform into a Kamen Rider and forcefully shatter the seal. As for whether Tai Nai would comply, first, he would dismantle the seal in this place. Runtu's task, alongside Hikaru's own, was relatively simple to accomplish, yet the one within the iron door, Uchiha Hikari, remained unresponsive no matter how long Hikaru called out. For nearly 2 hours, he shouted, and she remained eerily silent. Were it not for their earlier exchange, Hikaru might have suspected that Tai Nai had perished within. Nevertheless, Hikaru refused to give up, regaling her with ghost stories he often shared with Sasuke. 3 hours later, Uchiha Hikari could no longer endure the incessant noise from the outside. She pressed her hands to her ears, exclaiming, Shut up. I said, fine, I believe in light. You, just hurry up and be quiet. As her voice fell, a familiar notification from the system rang out. Task completed. Reward, Divine Light Stick. Almost simultaneously, Hikaru retrieved the Divine Light Stick from his backpack. Recalling the memories within his mind, he held the transformation device, crossed his hands, and traced a circle in the air. Runto instinctively took a few steps back, wary of being influenced by his master. Inside, Uchiha Hikari was mentally retracing whether she had cast an illusion on this child. After striking a pose for 5 minutes, Hikaru finally uttered the 2 words. DGA Runto. Light. Chapter 55. A dull mind is still a light. Dig up. Transform. Transform. My heart is flooded with light. In the pitch-black cave, Yin stood alone in the corner, clutching the divine light stick, repeatedly attempting to transform. Half an hour had passed since he first wielded the stick, yet he found it hard to believe that he could not metamorphose into the giant of light. Runtu, frightened, sat by the heavy iron door, his body language betraying his disdain for his master. Uchiha Hikari, who had initially harbored a dislike for the child outside, now looked at him with a hint of pity and sympathy. The boy and the dog quietly observed Uchiha Yin, who had been shouting Diga for over half an hour without pause. Has he been doing this all along? In the dead silence of the cave, Uchiha Hikari's voice drifted out from behind the iron door, evidently inquiring about the peculiar spirit beast. Runtu remained silent, fearing retribution from his master, merely nodding and gesturing with his paws on his head before letting out a deep sigh. Hikari's eyes twitched. It was difficult to find a word to describe this little imp of her clan. Despite repeated failures, Uchiha Yin was not discouraged by his inability to transform. He held the divine light stick, stroking his chin in contemplation, until he reached a conclusion. If a person with such a luminous heart as mine cannot transform, then this divine light stick must be a fake. Yin nodded in affirmation, glancing at Uchiha Hikari, whose brow suddenly furrowed, as if to validate his suspicion. He slowly approached the iron door, the stick in hand. Just 3 steps forward, and before he could even extend the stick, he heard Hikari's voice laced with trepidation. Are you dreaming? Ever since Yin had been shouting I believe in light, Uchiha Hikari had been shamefully digging at her toes in the darkness. Now, seeing the child about to hand over the stick, she was suddenly reminded of her own foolishness in the corner, shouting transform. At that moment, Hikari's mind was consumed by a singular thought. If I truly am guilty, please send someone to grant me a swift death, rather than sending this 6-year-old imp to torment me. Noticing Hikari's unmistakable disdain, Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment but pressed on with determination, stating, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll leave. Uchiha Hikari, without a moment's hesitation, replied resolutely, all right. She snatched the divine light stick from Yan's hand, staring at the transformation tool for 3 seconds before glaring at the pair outside. You, don't look. Having witnessed Yan's series of embarrassing antics, the sudden role reversal left Hikari feeling utterly humiliated. This time, however, Yan obediently turned away, showing no interest in watching Hikari's embarrassment, while Runtu, however, was somewhat excessive. He glanced suspiciously at his master, then at the object in Hikari's hand, and inexplicably felt a surge of fear. He hurriedly leapt away from the 2 figures before him. It seemed that someone's behavior was beginning to exhibit a terrifying phenomenon of contagion. Uchiha Hikari stood behind the iron door, watching the duo outside for quite a while, before gritting her teeth, mimicking the earlier actions of the little imp. Diga. Click, however, the divine light stick activated with no visible change. And a flicker of curiosity within her turned to fury. Uchiha Hikari seized the wretched object and hurled it at the back of the small boy. Her previously deadpan tone now laced with anger. Take your stuff and get lost. Yin remained seated, displaying no sign of disappointment. Instead, his mood brightened. Indeed, it was the system's fault, not mine. Runtu, upon hearing this, began to question his existence. While not particularly clever, he understood that his master, who constantly shouted about destroying the ninja world, had little to do with the concept of light. If a comparison were to be made, Runtu felt he embodied light far more than his master did. With this thought in mind, he stealthily approached the stick. This object appeared metallic. Edible. Yen, oblivious to Hikari's outburst and Runtu's thievery, continued to ponder the system's tasks in the corner. From the first triggered task of sky-splitting demon dog, to Ino's flower shop, sunflower, Naruto's fox spirit task, and the awakening of Itachi and Shirsue's martial soul task, to the current task triggered by Uchiha Hikari, giant of light. Yen suddenly realized that the tasks he triggered while alone seemed somewhat normal, such as the sky-splitting demon dog and the puppet spirit companion. This implied that engaging in specific actions while alone could lead to more reasonable tasks. For instance, cooking meatballs in a rice cooker could trigger a task related to alchemy, and continuing to run around Ino's house would lead to tasks related to Plants vs. Zombies. Slapping his thigh in excitement, he exclaimed, I know how to use this. Just as the words left his mouth, the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked a new achievement. Fear of the sky-splitting demon dog, Master of the Light Dog. Master of the Light Dog. Your spirit companion has undergone a mutation, becoming the most formidable canine spirit in the realm of cultivation. Wielding this title allows you to switch positions with all canine beings. A flurry of notifications appeared before him, and Yin barely registered them before a question mark formed in his mind. Wait, when did my spirit companion evolve? Woof. Just as confusion enveloped Yin, a cacophony of mixed dog barks erupted, and the entire cave began to tremble. Run's form transformed into golden light, gradually enlarging. Uchiha Hikari shielded her face, feeling the energy of the spirit beast grow ever more potent, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of spirit beast is this? Damn it, I cannot accept this. When Uchiha Yin witnessed his dim-witted spirit companion successfully transform into the giant of light, while he, a person with a heart full of light, he simply could not come to terms with this reality. Boom, the ruins collapsed as the cave erupted. Runtu, now transformed into the giant of light, Digga, burst forth, standing approximately 50 meters tall at the border of the land of fire. In his new form, Runtu spread his arms wide, bent his back, and took a moment to assess his situation before barking in a dog-like manner. Woof!